Good evening, everyone. My name is Councillor Helen Davidson and welcome to tonight's council meeting for the 8th of March. In recognising our cultural diversity, allow me to pay my respects to the local Indigenous people of Moreland by acknowledging that we meet on the traditional lands of the Wurundjeri people. Offer my respects to the Wurundjeri elders past and present and to all Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people. Members of the gallery, please note this council meeting is being recorded and web streamed live to council's website. This recording will also be available as video on demand. Gallery attendees are advised that they will be recorded during the meeting. Councillors, just a reminder that in line with the adopted Councillor Code of Conduct principles, councillors should ensure that they conduct themselves in the meeting with integrity, impartially exercise their responsibilities in the interest of the community and not improperly seek to confer or advantage any person. This behaviour will support principles of good governance that secures confidence in the officer of councillor. So tonight I'd like to introduce the councillors that we have present here this evening. Councillor Natalie Abood, Councillor Bolton, who's just walked in, Councillor Anna-Olivia Carley-Hannon,
Evening.
Councillor Ali Alfrani,
How are you?
the Deputy Mayor, Councillor Samantha Ratnam, myself, Councillor Helen Davidson, Councillor John Kavanagh,
Good evening.
Councillor Dale Martin,
Good evening.
Councillor Mark Riley, Councillor Lambros Tapanos, and Councillor Oscar Yildiz. And the officers in attendance this evening are the Chief Executive Officer, Narina Di Lorenzo, Director of Corporate Services, James Scott, Director of City Infrastructure, Grant Thorne, Acting Director of Planning and Economic Development, Mariana Louise Nadal, Director of Social Development, Ardent Joseph, Executive Manager of Organisation Development, Anita Craven, Manager of Property and Governance, Olivia Wright, and Unit Manager, Mark Marsden. And we don't have any apologies to note for this evening, so I'll move on to any declarations of interest or conflicts of interest to declare. Councillors. Councillor Abood?
Yes, so I have a conflict, an indirect conflict of interest with Pentridge.
Sure.
Sorry, I should have recorded where that actually fits.
DED 2017.
DED 2017.
Thank you.
Right, I'll note that.
Oh, thank you.
The nature of...
And could you just briefly say the nature of the conflict?
It's just a indirect conflict, so business involved in negotiations is a contact of my husband's.
Sure.
It's through business.
Yep, that's fine. I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? Yep, great.
Apologies.
Thank you. I declare that carried. Councillor Yildiz?
I might have a chance, but I'm trying to find it, but I can't find it. On the
Which report is it?
City on the number one ticket holder.
So in relation to the sports ground lease policy, yeah? Okay, we'll note that as round.
They don't play Charles Martin.
No, that's important.
Sure. Okay. Are there any further conflicts of interest to declare? No? In that case, I'll move on to petitions. So on the agenda this evening, we've got the first petition, Evans Street, Brunswick, request for traffic calming measures. Is there a councillor who wishes to move this petition? Councillor Tapanos?
Not sure if Michelle's in the gallery, she might be able to speak to it. But if not, just to move to accept the petition that talks about investigating some traffic management in the street, and I look forward to seeing what the outcomes of that would be.
Great. Is there a seconder for that? Councillor Yildiz? Great. And the second petition tonight, we've got Moreland Overdevelopment petition. Is there a councillor who wishes to move that? Councillor Bolton? Is there a seconder? Councillor Martin? Councillor Bolton, do you wish to speak to that at all?
I think it speaks to itself.
And Councillor Martin?
I agree with that.
Thank you. Right. I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? I declare that carried. Now we'll move on to petition. Sorry, Councillor Yildiz?
I've got a petition as well.
Sure, yep, we'll come to that right now. So petitions by councillors So I will turn to Councillor Yildiz. You've received one.
Yeah, I've got a petition from the Sherlene School of Classical Ballet about their parking issues they've got in and around Anderson and Westgate Street.
Thank you.
Take that, please.
Sure. Is there a seconder? Councillor Kavanagh. Yep. All those in favour? I declare that carried. And if you could hand that up, that would be good. Councillors, are there any other petitions that you've received from residents?
There's a petition I know
In the gallery? Yep, I'll turn to that shortly. I've received a petition from the Solarino Social Club. It's in relation to parking where their club is located and asking council to look at that and examine whether or not that's appropriate. So I'll move that, and if I have a seconder, Councillor Kavanagh. All those in favour? I declare that carried. Okay. Are there any petitions from the gallery now that you wish to table? Yes? There's one here in the front. Please come forward, and then we'll turn to yourself, Jeremy. Do you wish to speak to it at the lectern?
Our appointed spokesperson hasn't turned up actually.
Okay. Or did you want to wait a few minutes and then proceed?
Take the other one.
We'll take the other
Take
one.
the other petition first.
Jeremy, do you wish to come forward?
Nice to see you all again, our councillors. I'd like to talk about something good tonight. As you all know, I live in Florence Street, Brunswick, at the Commons. You probably all know that the building called Nightingale is being built across the road. The Commons paid about $60,000 in open space contributions. Nightingale paid about $80,000 in contributions. The building immediately to the west, which is called Mesh, which is about to start construction once they sell some apartments, that will be paying about $80,000 in open space contributions. The building at 4 Florence Street paid about $80,000 in open space contributions, and the building at 5 Florence Street will pay about $80,000 in open space contributions. So all in all, there's between $350,000 and $400,000 paid for by the buildings that occur at the end of the dead-end street, which is Florence Street, Brunswick, which is owned by the council. So everywhere between Sydney Road and the Upfield Rail Corridor, moving north out of from Brunswick Road, moving up, that section in there, so we live in a place called Anstey Urban Village. That's what it's been affectionately called in the Brunswick Structure Plan. The locals call it the Anstey Urban Ghetto. It says one of the things that we've been looking for is some open space. In fact, all we've been looking for is some trees there. At the end of that street, which is the same situation which occurs at the end of West Street to the south, and it also occurs at the end of Duckett Street to the south of that again. We think there's a very simple opportunity for the City of Moreland to put small pocket parks at the end of each of those streets. Obviously, we'd like to start with Florence Street because I live there, some of the people in the gallery live there, and about 630 people that signed this petition live in and around there. I've got a digital presentation, but Councillor Riley said that I can't present to you tonight. I'd like to offer my time to come and present to some of you and your relevant team members about a simple win for council, which is take a street, a dead-end street, which is currently used as a car park. It currently holds 2 car parks at the west end of that street, convert it to a simple park. And what I'm talking about is, some grass and 2 trees, perhaps. The commoners will mow the grass. Our dogs will wee on the grass. We'll sit on the grass. We'll maintain it. This is a very, very simple opportunity for the council to do something good for the Anstey Urban Village and to let us do some of the heavy lifting with you. We've been working with some good landscape architects. We've got some designs already prepared, which I'll leave with you. Thank you very much.
Great. Well, if you wish to bring that forward. Councillors, is there a councillor who wishes to accept the petition?
Happy to do
Yeah,
so.
I'll accept it.
Yep. Councillor Tapanos, seconded
Yeah,
by Councillor Kavanagh.
Thanks, Jeremy. It is a great idea and one that we'll investigate as a council. I guess the biggest obstacle is probably crossovers. and where the nearest crossover is, and that will certainly determine how big a pop-up park could actually be. But I do think that if you have a look at our open space strategies and where open space is mostly needed and the densities that do exist, the anti-urban ghetto is probably number one on the list. And I do note that a few months ago we closed Duckett Street, or a portion of it, for a similar pop-up park, which was paid for, I think, by the developer as part of their contribution above and beyond the open space contribution. So that was a good win for council as well. So certainly we're supportive of these pop-up parks, and where possible, I think they are quick wins and would really benefit the amenity of the area. So thank you for raising it.
Thank you, Councillor Tufnells. Councillor Cameron?
Yeah, that's fine.
Well, I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? I declare that carried. Thank you very much, Jeremy. Now, for the second petition for this evening, do you wish to speak, or has the speaker arrived? Okay.
Could we have maybe some of our members come to present the petition to you? Would that work?
Sure. There's 3 minutes, so
Maybe I don't know.
Okay, I'm Meredith Lawrence from Fawkner Community House, and we've got a petition with 454 signatures, which is requesting a building for us to build a community shed. This is something that we've been trying to obtain a building for the last 10 years. 2007, we actually obtained a grant from the old Department of Planning and Community Development to build a community shed, and we've not actually been able to obtain a building. We put applications in to council in 2008, 2009, I think, 2010, 2013 and 2015-16, and we finally thought we had a building last year, which was the old athletics pavilion in the Charles Mountain Reserve, which we understood had been empty for possibly up to 20 years. And then after we got a grant to refurbish the building, and then we were told by council that we had to share it with a girls' netball team, and which really means and that we couldn't set up a permanent workspace, and that we wouldn't be able to have projects on the go, and we would have to pack away. We couldn't use it on weekends. We have 70 members of a community shed group. When women are culturally diverse, diverse in terms of age, and young families, older retired people. Heather here is somebody from an older women's group who want to have a day in the shed periodically so that they can learn home repair skills. We've got a group of older men who want to have it 2 days a week as men only. We've got over here the Urdu-speaking women's bicycle group who want to store, where we've got a bike library for that group. They want to have a workshop so they can learn bike maintenance. Who else have we got? We've got people like Kenny and Matilda, Matilda's from one of the young families who's in our sustainability group, and they want to do weekend workshops. Kenny is somebody who's been involved, who's been wanting a men's shed, as has John, as has Spiros, for 10 years now, and some people are 10 years older and they're starting to think they'll be dead before we actually get a shed. So we've got this petition and we just want to present it to you and hope that we could somehow get a space to actually set up a community shed in Fawkner. Thank you.
thank you. Councillors, do I have someone? Yep, Councillor Bolton. Is there a seconder to receive the petition? Councillor Bood. Please hand it up. Thanks very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bolton, do you wish to speak
Just a
briefly?
few words. This has been an issue which is bubbling along the entire time I've been on council, and I think it's definitely time that we really moved on this and found a suitable location for all of the groups that want to use the community shed. There is going to be a motion on the agenda later on about council making a definite decision in this direction, and the reason why there's been no motion to date is because it seemed that everything was progressing smoothly and that a community shed space was available in 2015,
and in 2016, and but because of the that being unsuitable in the end, that's why I've moved a motion on the agenda later tonight. I think this would be a great space for all sorts of different sections of the community in Fawkner, and there are similar models of community sheds in many other in a number of other parts of Victoria.
Great. Thank you, Councillor Bolton. Councillor Booth, do you wish to say something?
Just very quickly, I just want to say thank you to Meredith for contacting me yesterday to give me a bit more insight into the situation. And I also agree that Mutton Reserve is a great location if we can create something there for the community shed.
Thank you, Councillor Booth. I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? Declare that carried. We'll now move on to the confirmation of the minutes from the meeting held on the 8th of February and for the meeting held on the 20th of February. Is there a councillor who wishes to move those minutes? Councillor Kavanagh.
Both of those.
Is there a seconder? Councillor Carly Hannon. Do you wish to speak to that?
Thank you.
I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? I declare that carried. We'll now move on to the reports from committee to council, and the first committee to council report to be considered tonight is the Housing Advisory Committee minutes from the 1st of December. Is there a motion to receive those minutes? Councillor Riley. Is there a seconder? Councillor Ratnam. Councillor Riley, do you wish to speak to that at all?
Look, this the work of the Housing Advisory Committee's been happening for a number of years, like a little bit like the community shed, and it's about to get some substantive work happening in the next 6 months. So this is an important step in setting up a housing trust to get some housing, at least a on-the-ground model that Moreland can start to run with and demonstrate that we can actually provide some social housing using council infrastructure and other levers that we can pull together. So I urge people to have a look at the report and come along and stay tuned to what's happening at the Housing Advisory Committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Riley. Councillor Ratnam, do you wish to add anything? No? Any further discussion or comments from councillors? I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? I declare that carried. And
Can I pass up an extra couple of pages of the petition that was presented earlier?
Sure.
In the community shed?
yes,
Just an extra 2 pages keep arriving.
thank you.
Thanks.
So the next report is the Moreland Arts Board on the 7th of February and the subcommittee minutes. Is there a councillor to move that? Councillor Riley? And Councillor Ratnam to second. Councillor Riley, do you wish to speak to that?
Yes, just to say that the committee's been doing some important work. This is the second lot of acquisitions I've been involved with, and we're actually commissioning 3 artists to produce some works in a fairly short time with Indigenous backgrounds who have relationships with our city, either they live here and so on. So we're recommending through this process with the shortlisting that Peter Wapples-Crowe, Destiny Deacon and Diane Jones, some of those names hopefully people know, and can actually get to see some of the works that they're producing that the Coonahan Gallery is acquiring. So I urge people to support that and support the gallery. There's a new opening on Saturday as well. If you're into footy, it's a time to get down to the gallery and check it out as well. I'll sneak that one in.
Great, thank you, Councillor Riley. Councillor Ratnam, do you wish to add anything? Is there any further discussion from councillors? No, I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? I declare that carried. We'll now move on to question time this evening. So this is an opportunity for 30 minutes for citizens of Moreland to raise questions with councillors. And I'll just outline the process. If your question relates to a matter of any of the officers' reports this evening, now is the time to raise your question. A maximum of 2 questions is allowed per person, and a maximum of 3 questions will be heard on any one subject. Councillors will then proceed to the next subject, returning to the previous subject if time allows. If your question cannot be answered, it will be taken on notice and responded to between now and the next council meeting. If a response to your question is provided at tonight's meeting, there will be no further follow-up. However, council may action any commitments made in answering the question. We have 30 minutes and I want to make sure we hear all the questions, so I ask that we do not enter a debate during question time and we can have more of a detailed discussion outside of this forum. Also, councillors will only be accepting an answer to a question from either one councillor or one officer, so we should address each question very succinctly. And we're commencing question time now at 7:20. And the first question we have, right, there's two relating to the sports club leases in the agenda this evening. So we've got Ardeen Helsop, the Vice President of the Melbourne University Women's Soccer Club. Do you wish to speak first? Yes, please come forward. Yep.
Thank you, Councillor Davidson. My name is Adrienne Heslop and I'm the Vice President of the Melbourne University Women's Soccer Club, and I thank you, councillors, for allowing us to pose a question this evening. And I'd like to just briefly talk around the context of our question. Late last week, we were shocked and deeply disappointed to hear of a proposal by council officers to remove us from our training ground of the last 15 years at Clifton Park in Victoria Street, Brunswick, as well as a move that we heard of which would displace the Faulkner senior women's team from their premier home ground pitch. Both proposals seeking to make space for male-based teams and clubs. We see this as a significant undermining of women's sport, and we feel this would send a message to the community and to our members that the Moreland City Council does not support women's sport within its municipality. We are the largest senior women's soccer club in the state. If we are displaced from this training ground, we will be forced to reduce our membership numbers and teams, a move which will impact significantly on women's sport participation, particularly within Moreland, where a number of our members reside. Our top 3 teams compete at a higher level of competition than any other senior women's team within Moreland. We therefore feel that we create a strong pathway for juniors to come across from other local clubs like the Brunswick Zebras, where they can play at an elite level without having to leave this area. And I would like to strongly rebut the argument from council and council officers that we are not a Moreland-based club. A number of our members reside in Moreland. In fact, interrogation of our registration data from last season from FFE and Vic soccer teams shows that 30% of our members reside in the Moreland City region, whereas only 25% were in the City of Melbourne. I myself live in Brunswick. I was drawn here by the club many years ago and have continued to live here, and I work as a GP on Melville Road in Brunswick, and my children attend kinder in Brunswick. And we have many other personal stories of our members who contribute to this community. And the point I'd like to make is the club draws them here rather than moving to other neighbouring suburbs to the university, and they become contributing members to this community. The name of our club may not reflect the Moreland region, but the heart of our club lies deeply within the Moreland community, and we strongly support the local businesses with our pub crawls and social events and committee meetings at local pubs and cafes on Sydney Road. Research clearly shows that women's sport is beneficial for physical and mental health, and in fact, studies have shown that women involved in organised sport experience less intimate partner violence. And we are a strong and successful women's soccer club within the Moreland municipality, and we want to continue to provide this opportunity for people to play in this area. But we are asking council to continue to support us to offer these opportunities to women. And today is International Women's Day, as I'm sure everyone is aware, and it's a day to recognise and support women's achievements and leadership in their communities. And yet we stand here tonight having to debate our reasons why we deserve to continue to train and have a soccer pitch to run our club on. Council actively promote and claim to support women's sport, and yet it seems when it comes down to specific decisions which will impact on women in Moreland, that we need you to stand up and say that you support women's clubs within your community, both now with pitch allocations and in the future for our club, particularly with resources becoming scarce with the growth of semi-professional men's NPL clubs within the region.
I'm just conscious of the time, so sorry to interrupt, but could you please wind up?
Yes, so this brings me to the question. Moreland Council claims to have a clear objective to increase female participation in sports in the community. A stated strategy in achieving this objective is to ensure females have access to adequate resources. So my question to the council is, how is the proposed removal of the largest women's soccer club in the state from their training ground to be replaced by a predominantly male club commensurate with these policies?
Right. Great. Well, thank you for your question and for the detail that you went into with the background and the history for that. And it's lovely that you did recognise that it is International Women's Day today. And Moreland has done a lot of work in the area of promoting women in sport, and we've been one of the first councils to really implement that through our Active Women and Girls strategy, which has been enforced through the ground allocation policy. And so tonight we've got a motion that's coming before council, I believe, and if council votes on it, then that will be good for you to stay around, and we'll try to bring that forward, perhaps if I've got agreement from councillors, to bring that forward to earlier in the meeting so that you can all have that resolution. So just by way of background, to add to what you've already said, since 2010, women's participation in sport has increased in Moreland by 161%. So that's a huge increase. So thank you to your contribution for that as well. That's very well recognised. And with the guidelines around the sport allocation policy, that's something that council has really put in place to increase that participation. And there are guidelines that fit into that need to be followed. So I will ask one other councillor to make comment, and then we'll move on, and perhaps we can bring this item forward in the agenda. Councillor Carly Hannon, do you wish to speak?
I'd firstly like to begin by thanking all the Melbourne University women for coming tonight and thanking Adrienne for her question. Thank you also for mentioning that it is International Women's Day today, and I think that it's really important that we note that Melbourne University Women's is one of the highest, well, it is the highest division in Moreland and one of the highest divisions across the northern region. And as well as being the biggest club in Victoria for women's participation. As well as being that, it is also actually a very inclusive club. It includes culturally and linguistically diverse backgrounds, LGBTI community, which we as a council have also been talking about the need to push that in participation, and obviously in being a female club as well, and really being the leaders in promoting high level and also inclusive and low level participation of female sport. In terms of the question in particular, unfortunately I feel that we have a framework that doesn't necessarily understand when we have a club that might not have the name of Moreland, but does definitely have the heart of Moreland in it. And we've seen that with Melbourne University, as you've stated, with the people that reside in it, and also with the use of local businesses as sponsors, as places to go after training, and as a place to have your meetings as well. I guess I'm speaking on all councillors' behalf when I say that pre-season is a difficult time for council. The demand is higher than our supply, and we are obviously restrained by our policy, but we also are dealing with the challenges of the fact that teams have already started their pre-seasons, they've already got people registered, and so I don't think that we're doing enough to actually relieve some of that stress at this time of year when allocations are being done at such a late time and clubs are being told at very last minutes that they might not be able to, to continue to train on these grounds. We will be talking about the report later, but I would like to say for those that might not be sticking around, that we have amended the report to continue to have Melbourne Uni women playing at Clifton Park. And I think it would be a really loss to our community to see them missing. So thank you all.
Great, thank you. Now there is a second question tonight from Simone, but if your question has been answered somewhat, then perhaps there's no need to ask it, but if there are parts that are... No,
that's fine. I would like to thank Council for taking the time to hear from us tonight, and I'm satisfied with the answer that has been given, and we look forward to working with you in the future to promote women's sport across the city of Moreland, and we do appreciate the opportunity to talk to you tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we'll now move on to Erin Farley. Erin, please come forward.
Thanks. I'm here representing Bicycle Network tonight. Thanks for taking my question. And I just had a question about Sydney Road. I'm sure everyone's familiar that there are a range of problems with the way Sydney Road is functioning, both as a transport corridor but also a place to be and work in the city of Moreland at the moment. So it's one of the most congested car corridors. It can slow down to as little as 9 kilometres per hour during peak periods. That slow car traffic is also slowing down the number 19 tram, which is the fourth busiest, most well-patronised tram route in Melbourne, and it carries about 1 million passengers a month. And also for all the people that ride down Sydney Road and also use the upfield share path, the risk to cyclists who want to ride down Sydney Road remains. Everyone would be familiar with the death of Alberto Paolon just 2 years ago, at the end of last month. The car dooring risk remains for people riding bikes. It was just the Bicycle Network annual Super Tuesday bike count. The number of people riding on the upfield share path has gone up, and the number of people riding on the Sydney Road has gone down, I think probably as a result of that risk that is remaining. Now, the coming and promised installation of accessible tram stops represents a huge opportunity for a revitalisation of Sydney Road, both to address some of the transport issues, but also to create opportunities for local businesses and people who want to shop and eat on Sydney Road. My question tonight is really about what Council's doing to ensure that the solutions that are needed for Sydney Road aren't delayed by slow processes from state government. So I'm sure you're aware there's a number of concurrent processes that are affecting Sydney Road and that could slow down making some changes quickly that would help both reduce the risk for people riding bikes, but also fix the issues for trams and make it a nicer place to be. So there are level crossing removal processes, there's the installation of trams, there's a range of other planning processes and consultation that Vic Roads are doing. But we know that Vic Roads started a process 2 years ago. We're pretty much in the same place now. So my question is just, what can Moreland Council do to prevent action being stymied or slowed again by state government and state government processes? Thanks.
Thank you, Erin. Councillor Ratnam? Oh, Councillor Martin. Yeah. Sorry, Riley. Sorry, I looked at... Yeah.
Thank you, Erin, for the question. I've been working with other councillors and with staff about this matter for since I've been elected. As you know, it's a complex area. We'd like to see I personally would like to see a lot of improvements regarding bicycle priorities on that road. Since the death 2 years ago, some changes have occurred, but I really don't think they're substantive enough. And certainly the speeds and times for trams on that road haven't improved. I think the introduction of accessible stops may actually help give us an opportunity to do that. There's a lot of competition on the road between car users, pedestrians, bike users, and the businesses on the road would like to have access for parking. So there's some big challenges before us as to how we actually manage all of those competing interests, and we have to get on and take the work and actually work it through. And I hope that I'm going to be part of that council that can do that. We need to get more shade on Sydney Road for people to be able to sit and walk, and we need to be able to do a whole lot of other matters there. So I think with the introduction of the stops, I think we should be able to prioritise these and get them happening so that when the new trams are accommodated by our tram company, that they can actually, at the Moreland Road site, that we can actually accommodate those. We should be able to have those stops in place, and people needing to use them in wheelchairs and so on should be able to use those stops in the meantime. That gives us an opportunity to really rework that street and to try and work out our issues around car priorities versus tram priorities and bike priorities. And I would certainly like to see more attention given to bikes, particularly with the pressures on the bike path. It's one of the busiest bike paths. I tried to get out yesterday morning to do the survey. Unfortunately, I had it in the wrong date in my diary, so I missed that. But understand the pressures on the bike path. Some bike users don't like to use the bike path because it's so busy in the morning, and they tend to use Sydney Road with all those cars. As a bike rider, I don't get that, but that's a choice people make. So I'd like us to see where we can actually reduce the risks and improve the amenity and the safety for other users besides car users. And that's going to bring some really interesting discussions between our traders, people wanting to park and people wanting to drive on our street. But I do think there are some opportunities that hopefully we can start to face. And with our new plan, I'd like to see us address those with the next 4-year plan the council's devising. So I invite members of the gallery, members of the city to take part in that discussion. We're looking for your survey responses about that. Please get in there if you're interested in Sydney Road, get in there and vote for it, and get in there and come along to our forums that are going to be happening over the next few weeks and months, because we need to know what your thoughts are. We want to hear what traders' thoughts are. We're going to need to deal with this. It's not going to be easy. And I hope, Lee, I'm not going to be here in 10 years' time like the Faulkner House people or others trying to resolve this. We need to do it much sooner and later, and I'm really hoping that council can actually meet this one in all its complexities, and please stay engaged with us. So thanks for the question.
Great. Thank you for that answer, Councillor Riley. Now we'll move on to the next question for this evening, and that's Mark Higginbotham, who was a former mayor of Moreland previously. So please come forward. And I note that there are 3 questions that are in relation to car stackers. So Mark Higginbotham has the first question for car stackers, and I was wondering if the other 2 people, so Sally and Stuart, would you please also come forward so that we can ask these questions and have them answered all at once? So please proceed.
Yeah, thanks very much, Mayor. First of all, I'd like to acknowledge that it is International Women's Day, and I want to acknowledge for all the women who are present and for all of the women in Moreland and across Victoria. There's a lot to be done. It's great to see the number of councillors. It's great to see that we've got a woman CEO. But we've still got a question of at least a 20% wage gap and the question of penalty rates and impacts that that's going to have. There's a lot of work to be done, but I'm proud of this council. Thank you. In relation to tonight's thing relates to C159, but there are 2 aspects to it.
Right.
One relates to the question of the report that was tabled, that went through council in December of last year. I'll deal with that separately because it is a separate issue if I can. But first of all, I'd like to deal with 159, and it relates to car stackers. Now, I've sent a email to all councillors in relation to where we stand in relation to the question of car stackers. We support the panel findings in terms of are all of you familiar with what I'm talking about? The matter relates to car stackers may affect the amenity of the surrounding residents if not designed to be suitably buffered from adjoining dwellings. It then went on to go, including additional design guidance in the neighbourhood centre's strategy. We agree with that, but we also agree with the officer's report saying that that shouldn't go into the DDO 24, but should go into the MSS, and we're certainly in agreement with that. In relation to, and I think I put that within the notice, we agree with that going into the MSS, but we do have some difficulties in terms of 10.7 in terms of the strategies. The way that it's currently written, we wish to change so that it reads, where car stackers are proposed, ensure they are designed to suitably buffer adjoining dwellings from all impacts. And I think that was stated in the email that came forward to you. So as I said, we're very comfortable with the panel's findings, but we agree that the MSS is the best place for it to go. But we're also concerned that it should be relating to all car stackers. It's not just a question of whether it's just above ground, it's below ground, it's those which are partially above, and it's a question of the opening. So we want that dealt with as all car stackers. So my first question relates to that.
Quick point of clarification. Just a quick point of clarification, Mark.
Sure.
Thanks very much for the question. So you're saying that you'd like that wording for the MSS when it's included as part of the MSS?
Yes.
Oh, right. So
That's
it's not
correct.
part of C159. Thank you.
Yes,
For clarifying
it is,
that.
but it is.
That's right.
Because it was raised as part of C159.
That's right. That's right.
And then that was the recommendation from the officers. We agree with that recommendation because it's citywide.
Yes.
Okay? So the question is council prepared to include reference to all car stackers in the MSS, not just above ground, and all impacts on nearby residents? So that's the nature of the question. Do you wish to deal with that first, and then I'll come back to the second question, which relates to the council report of December of last year? And I can ask you that question now, or would you prefer to deal with this first?
What's been raised already?
Councillor Bolton, yes.
Thanks for the question. Because there are people watching online and people
Sure.
here, residents who might not have experienced car stackers,
Yeah.
I think I agree with you on what you're proposing.
Right.
But maybe you might be able to explain to people the impacts, the potential impacts of car stackers, not just above ground ones, but partially above ground ones. And I imagine, depending on location of underground car stackers, there could be problems when the roller doors open. But maybe if you could explain a little bit more about the impacts of not just of above ground ones.
Right. I go back to a letter which came from the department in relation to this matter, where it said that it was the department's view that that the majority of car stackers should be underground, in the basement, and fully enclosed. And that was a letter to council from the minister through the department. I can't give you the exact date to the top, but you know the letter.
That's right.
The impact is important because if they are above ground, clearly, and that they're not fully enclosed, it's going to impact on nearby residents as well as those in buildings. If they are partially covered, in other words, there's an undercroft situation, then you've still got the problem of the sides and the back of it as being a problem. Unless it's fully enclosed and underground, you are going to get noise and other impacts in nearby residents. And that can include noise, vibration, the question of parking, the question of maintenance. There's a whole host of issues relating to the question of the use of car stackers. That's why we've asked for all impacts to be considered as part of this. Does that give clarification?
Thank you. Now we might hear the next two questions on car stackers, and then we'll return to your second question.
Right.
And the same with yours, Stuart, as well. So your question on car stackers can be heard, and then we'll return to your next question after that.
I mean, my question on car stackers was covered by Mark's, but it was related to the fact that I'd actually asked part of that question last month, and I hadn't seen the reference in the materials for this month, which is why we really wanted to bring it up again, because I hadn't seen any follow-up.
Right, okay.
But other than that, it's covered by it.
Yes, okay. Thank you, Stuart. And would you like to ask your question as well, if it's different to...
Yeah, I can give you a bit more background about the particular car stacker that we're talking about.
Is there a question that you want to ask?
Yes, I have a question.
Perhaps ask your question and then provide the background.
Okay. As a layperson, could the council members please explain to me what's meant by suitably buffered against noise? What standard strategies or materials are involved in buffering, particularly for mechanical stackers sited at ground level?
All right, thank you. Is there a councillor who wishes to answer, or we may turn to an officer? No? It is quite technical, so...
Yes, through the Mayor, thank you for your question. What we would mean by suitably buffered is some form of enclosure of the car stacker. Would need to be of materials that are of a solid nature that could attenuate noise impacts. I think we need to be mindful that any above ground car stacker, in terms of the use of materials, also fits into the overall building, so we need to be mindful of that. So these are the sorts of things that we'd need to be looked at. There is, I know, another question coming about what council is doing with respect to the car stacker potential policy. The policy, or whatever council decides to do, will address those matters in more detail. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mark. We'll now go back to Mark Higginbotham. Please ask your next question.
Thank you.
And then Stuart.
It relates to the report which was passed by council in December of last year. And broadly, I presume that council are aware of that report. The report talks into, there was quite a long preamble, but I'll just quickly run through it. 1, considering development of a local policy and laws applicable to the use and operation of car stackers with the City of Moreland and their effect on moorland residents, with all car stackers being totally located inside any building and below ground level. That's one. Two, considering new regulations specifically for the use of car stackers in residential developments and commercial premises where nearby residents are affected. And three, clarification on the appropriateness of other regulations applicable to the use, maintenance and health and safety of car stackers pertaining to users and nearby affected residents. Four, consideration of the benefits of a delegation to the Minister of Planning comprising of the Mayor, Helen Davidson, 2 councillors, 2 representatives of the car stackers objectors, a representative of the Brunswick Residents Network and council officers to advocate on this matter. And 5, reviewing the works with nearby municipalities in the development of such policies, local policies and laws where the impact of car stackers is occurring. So it was a very general question,
Yes.
but it related very much to a delegation to the Minister. It relates to the question that currently there is no regulations which covers car stackers in residential areas. And the fact that there are a number of different regulations or part of regulations which are being used at the behest of developers where it currently suits them. One will use one, another will use another, and another will use something else. There's a complete schmozzle about the use of this. Therefore, the question is, how far has Council got in actioning this report as passed in the December meeting? That is the delegation to the Minister on car stacking and the development of local laws relating to car stackers in moorland. And I relate once again back to the letter from the Minister through the department about the need to put local laws in place in relation to car stackers. That's it, basically.
Thank you, Mark. I can confirm that we have sent a letter out to the Minister requesting a meeting to cover a lot of the points that you've raised, or haven't received a response as yet, but we're seeking that meeting with him as soon as possible because we have a lot of matters before him at the moment, and those will be one of the issues that we'll definitely be covering with him. But what I'll do is I'll turn to Mark now for some further clarification.
Before you do that, I'm happy to try and negotiate such a meeting with the Minister if necessary.
Well, your contacts might be quite useful, so we may draw on that. Thank you for offering that.
Through the Mayor, thanks for the question. Yes, certainly we have commenced work on developing a response on the car stacker issue. As indicated in your short submission there are a number of complex issues to work through, including what is the best statutory mechanism that might be best address the issues about car stackers. So work has commenced. We've been in touch with our surrounding municipalities as well about whether they're experiencing similar issues. There's also a review of the local law happening at the moment, so we're looking at whether or not the issue of car stackers could be referred to that process. So certainly work has commenced.
Thank you. Yes, Stuart.
Yes. Good evening. My question is regarding the renewal of Shields Reserve. I see the report in here, and I must admit, it's the first time I've seen anything about it all. And really, my question relates to who is included in your consultation work in this area, because I've spoken to a number of other residents in Cumming Street, which abuts right onto Shields Reserve, where I would take my grandchildren if there were facilities there, but there's nothing. And no one else has heard of it either that I've talked to. I know I haven't done a canvass very wide, but I was wondering if that list could be extended to ensure that people in nearby streets were invited into that process.
Stuart, I might ask Grant to answer that for you.
Through the Mayor, thanks for the question. The consultation is yet to occur, so it will occur as part of the development of the plan, so hence why local residents haven't heard about it yet. But when we actually undertake the consultation, it'll be advertised widely for the residents around that park at a certain catchment, and we'll be looking to include the most number of residents we can.
Okay, I hope by this time I received such a notification, because for that August meeting last year, I did not hear anything about it. And I'm reasonably in touch with what's going on, but I did not see that one. But thank you.
Thank you, Stuart. Councillor Riley?
Just to say, Stuart, thank you for the question. There have been a number of people who have approached councillors about this, and it's great to know that some people have their ear to the ground, but not everyone. But the real formal process, as Grant's just outlined, won't start until we actually approve this tonight. So we're really looking forward to people engaging, and we know there's a real demand and a need for an improvement to that park, but also a lot of the other open space in the area with the works going on. And we've just, or the state governments are starting to look at the Grom Place, which is not far from there either, and that's going to be another really interesting development around some changes from public to social housing. So that's another debate we'll be having, but it's just another pressure on the area. So we look forward to the improvements that can happen. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Riley. We'll now move on to the next question from Tom Forsell. I'm not sure if I've pronounced that correctly, but I believe this might be in relation to C159 and rezoning.
Yes, it is. Yeah, Forsell is fine.
Sure.
It's a Swedish name. I attended last week with a number of residents from Union Street, where I live, and I don't know, about 9 or 10 of us went to the meeting last March 2nd regarding C159. It was an information session. We raised a lot of questions, and some were in a letter that was sent to us just recently in that as well. My question basically is part of a statement and a question as well, and I represent about 30 people in my street on this one. Mentioned that meeting was made of the state government looking at possible rezoning of areas, changing some zones or some streets back into other zones. And we're wondering, would Union Street be one of the streets that would be included in that possible package of streets that it would be sent to the state government if they request that from you councillors to do that? And that's our question.
Great, thank you, Tom. Is there a councillor who wishes to respond? Councillor Ratnam?
And could I just ask a question first? Thanks very much for that feedback and for attending the meeting last week. Can I just ask whether your street was named in the selection of streets that went to the panel as part of the report, or has it not been included as part of that first tranche?
We're just not sure because we haven't seen the list of
Right.
the streets. That's why I asked the question tonight.
Right, there are sections of Union Street that were named as part of the submission we made to the panel. I'm just trying to work out if it's that section that's relevant to your neighbourhood. So we might come back on that as well. And I think we'll have more debate as we talk about C159 later in the agenda about the approach that we take. We are dealing with this sort of controls, introducing controls for our residential growth zones. But as you noted, that meeting and the work that we've been doing the last couple of years has unearthed that there's some broader work that we have to do with the state government, including the review of the zones, asking for that to happen as soon as possible. And areas that were not named as part of C159 for rezoning, which Council had put forward to the panel, I think we'll be open to considering those as part of the review of the zoning package across the municipality. So we'll just clarify whether your street was actually part of the package we put to the panel or not.
The actual area we're talking about is from O'Grady Street down to Berry Street in Union Street. It's single story, and pretty much that's all it is.
Beautiful. I'll come back to you on that. Thank you. Thank you.
And I believe Mark can add to this as well.
Yes, through the Mayor, I can confirm just in terms of the properties that Council considered for rezoning last June. So they did include Union Street east of O'Grady Street on the north side of Union Street and east of Millward Street on the south side of Union Street. So that was to go from the residential growth zone to the neighbourhood residential zone. Council also resolved to rezone properties that face the neighbourhood residential zone on the west side of Millward Street from the residential growth zone to the general residential zone. And finally, to also rezone properties on the west side of Burnell Street from the general residential zone to the neighbourhood residential zone. So they were the properties included in the previous council resolution.
Thank you, Mark. We'll now move on to our next question from Ross Millward, and that's in relation to cycling and pedestrian paths on Sydney Road. Thanks, Ross.
So I'm from the Moreland Bicycle User Group. There's a motion in the agenda tonight about safer cycling and pedestrian paths on Sydney Road. So while we commend the proposal to support making Sydney Road a better place for everyone, but especially people riding bikes, I'd just like to question the premise that the Neo Metro development will be closing the path. So my recollection when the Commons was built next to Anstey Station, there was a scaffolding and lighting in the scaffolding, and we could maintain use of the path. There's a development currently on Albert Street next to Woolworths, and I know Woolworths isn't shut, the Woolworths car park's still in use. Albert Street's still in use, the Albert Street footpath's still in use. I presume Dual Station's not going to be closed down by the Neo Metro development. I presume the Upfield line's not going to be shut down by the development. So the question is, why would the shared path? And if you're not sure about the number of people using the shared path, I'd commend standing on the corner of anywhere along the shared path from 7 a.m. to 9 a.m. and just seeing the number of people using it who will be dramatically inconvenienced. So don't just roll over and assume that it's a shared path, they can do whatever they want. Really, is there any reason why it would be closed?
Thank you, Ross.
So that's
Councillor
my question.
Ratnam?
Thank you very much for that question, Ross, and for the discussion prior to this meeting as well, in terms of teasing out what we'll have control over and what we won't have control over. And based on that question and suggestion, I've circulated to my fellow councillors an additional resolution that we actually seek to speak to Neo Metro and ask about any proposed. I mean, it's an indication that we've got that the Upfield line would have to be closed while they reconstruct the path. There is a significant reconstruction of that shared path as part of the project, so there was an assumption that it would be closed. But I think you make a very, very valid point, and it's all too easy to prioritise pedestrian and cycling infrastructure or routes as secondary to cars. That's kind of the sort of general thinking with the preeminence of the cars. And as we shift and mode shift and push to mode shift, and as a council take a really strong position on that, I think being able to ask for as minimal disruption, if any disruption at all, is something council should be pushing for. So I've circulated some extra words to add in the digital resolution that we actually seek that the path is not closed, and if it has to be closed, to actually reconstruct the path, that an additional pathway is either provided at that spot. We'll talk about it a bit more when we come to that item on the agenda, but we also see as an opportunity to really trial and look at the alternative paths in the vicinity. Just because the Upfield path is there doesn't mean that there doesn't have to be neighbouring pathways as well, because as we see, we've got more cyclists on the road and we've got to make it safer everywhere, not just on the dedicated cycling paths. Thank you.
Thank you, Ross, and thank you, Councillor Ratnam. Now, councillors, I will need to ask for an extension of question time. Councillor Bolton, is there a seconder?
For the questions.
Question time, yep. Councillor Kavanagh, all those in favour? I declare that carried. And the final question is from Jennifer, and that's in relation to public toilets in CB Smith Reserve in Fawkner. I only have...
Marilyn Moore, I think, should be on the list.
No, we don't have a question from Marilyn.
I put it in early.
I'll go through it again. Sorry, please proceed with your question, Jennifer, and I'll...
Thank you. I would just like to point out to the council, and appreciate the chance to do so, about the public toilet that is to be built on the CB Smith Reserve adjacent to the Fawkner Library. I happened by chance to find out that this was going on, and a group of older residents in Fawkner, we got together and I wrote the following letter about our concerns. I'd like to read it out if I may, please. As some of the older residents of Fawkner and members of the Fawkner Community House, we would like to point out why we think that the proposed public toilet for the CB Smith Reserve Fawkner is not suitable for this area. I'd like to point out to everybody that it's to be a single unisex toilet. For the first point, many older women are not comfortable using a unisex toilet. 2, due to the high number of Muslim women and children who use both the library and the reserve, a single unisex toilet would seem to be inappropriate. 3, there is no provision to enable mothers to change babies and young children safely. 4, as the council has already provided a skate park and upgraded the soccer facilities for this area, that would have been a major cost to ratepayers. Surely it is not too much to ask that suitable toilet facilities be provided, especially as residents. As residents, we have been asking for this for many years. We would welcome some feedback to this letter. I sent that letter in on the 13th of February, and as to date have had no reply from the department concerned. I contacted Sue, and she did find out for us that, according to the department, they had no feedback from the community about this, so they did nothing about it. And I'd like to point out that the only way that we found out about it was because I happened to go to the library and heard another woman talking to the librarian about it and picked up the letter and came to the point that we would like to protest. I would appreciate if at some time we could still get some feedback.
Thank you, Jennifer.
Thank you.
I might hand over to the Director Grant to explain this a bit further.
Through the Mayor, thank you for your question, Jennifer. In regards to the toilet, approximately 200 letters were sent out to nearby residents as part of the consultation process, and the letter, as you've described, is also available at the library for more wider distribution for those who come from a wider area. We received one piece of feedback in response to that was actually about an unrelated, about the toilets at CB Smith, but not related to the new facility. So, we actually received zero feedback from over 200 letters, plus the letter being available at the library. In response, the toilet is, you're right, it is a single pan unisex. It does contain a baby change facility, so that part is, that facility will be provided. In regard to, there was I forget what month, but sometime last year, Councillor Bolton put forward an amendment to a motion about toilets, and we've undertaken quite extensive further public consultation regarding the types of facilities, the number of pans, etc., that are available in facilities, and that report will be coming back to Council soon, and that covers the issue of age, culture, and the types of facility that the community wants. So that's another important aspect into how we provide these facilities within the community.
Thank you.
I believe Councillor Kavanagh was going to ask a question.
Can I just ask the Director, do we have a record that we have received this letter that the lady is referring to?
Through the Mayor, when Councillor Bolton forwarded on the concerns that I think may have originated from Jennifer, we're yet to actually be able to find the incoming letter that the resident... we don't have a record of it, no.
Well, I'll give these copies
to
them now, yes.
Yeah, because that's very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer. Councillor Bolton?
Can I ask the Director, through the Mayor, a further question? How far along the process of the design? Like, is it possible at this stage to have a different toilet design which had cubicles? Is it possible? I understand there'll be a report coming back in April, the next council meeting, about the public toilets, but is it possible to make some changes at this point in time in Faulkner?
Through the Mayor, I'd have to double check on that, Councillor Bolton. Given we've just undertaken the consultation which occurred in December, I'd say it is possible there can be changes to the design. Obviously a budget issue may result in depending on what that change is, but I'll look into that and provide further advice.
Thank you, Grant. Thank you, Councillor Bolton. Now, we will take the other question from Marilyn. Did you wish to come forward, Marilyn? I believe it's on C159.
Thank you very much. I'm starting to get a bit of a thing about it. This is the second time my question's been lost. At the panel hearing, I spoke for existing residents living in close proximity to the proposed Bell Melville NAC, NAC, Neighbourhood Resident Activity Centre, who had their residential zones changed from residential 1 to either general residential or residential growth zone. My submission largely concerned interface issues between the proposed DDO 24 properties and abutting residential properties. I do not oppose the changes which are outlined in the report to protect the amenity of occupants of NRZ land, but I argue that there should be equal amenity protection for occupants of GRZ zone land, meaning the same rear setback protections for NRZ land applied to the interface GRZ zones land. However, the consideration of interface issues in the amendments still only focuses on the impact of the neighbourhood residential zone. I make the point there are general residential zone properties only separated by a 3 metre wide lane from residential growth zone land. And this is not the whole width of a road which has been given as the separation of the NRZ from those DDO 24 properties. Land zone general residential is still residential, and potential changes in the amenity level of occupants' houses and backyards should be avoided. But this will not be the case if the proposed amendment C159 is approved. My question, hasn't the maintenance of residential amenity for residents in dwellings on interface GRZ land still been unfairly overlooked by Amendment C159? Why is a backyard of a GRZ zone property of less value and less worthy of protection than one in an NR zone, where I believe the lane width will be excluded from the calculation of the 4-storey building rear setback to allow for tree planting, whereas for the GRZ zone, there will be no such setback and no landscaping where there is a 3 metre wide lane. Is this difference in treatment of residentially zoned land fair?
Thank you, Marilyn. I'll hand over to the Director, Mark.
Yes, thank you for your question, and through the Mayor. Look, I guess there's no quick and easy answer to your question, but I'll try to explain as quickly as I can. So in terms of the framework of the new residential zones, we have the residential growth zone abutting the general residential zone, and the general residential zone abutting the neighbourhood residential zone. So if you like, there's a bit of a hierarchy that steps down. The reason for the amendments in C159 was that we had some interfaces between the residential growth zone and the neighbourhood residential zone. Now, in other words, there was a disparity between those two zones because the general residential zone is the zone in the middle. So that's why we proposed an interface between the residential growth zone and the neighbourhood residential zone. Just if I could also add, there are requirements that have to be met under C159, but also under Res Code with respect to building envelopes, addressing amenity impacts, neighbourhood character. One of the council policies is that for the rear yards, if there's not an existing built form in rear yards, there can be no more than 1 storey. So that is an existing council policy that does address that interface issue.
Thank you, Mark. Thank you.
Have I got time to ask a second, or is that all I can ask tonight?
You can ask. That's the rules. You can ask.
That's
too.
right. There are 2 questions. It's just I noticed that it must be because it was in a hurry. There wasn't a second question on the sheet, but please go ahead.
Okay, my second question is concerned with the mandatory lot sizes, which have now been changed to discretionary. When I went to the panel, I thought the lot sizes for buildings of 4 storeys were to be a certain dimension, so it's 12 by 35 metres. I get the report, and this is now going to be discretionary. And it is argued that a minor non-compliance will still result in an acceptable outcome. If that is the case, then a 4-storey building can be built on a smaller lot of land. Can you please tell me what constitutes a minor non-compliance of a lot size? Is it 1 to 3 metres in frontage? Is it 10 metres in depth? What is a minor non-compliance? And secondly, can you define an acceptable outcome, and to whom will it have to be acceptable?
Thank you, Marilyn. I'll hand over again to Mark.
Yes, through the Mayor, thank you for the question. First of all, with respect to C159, when it was originally exhibited, there was no minimum lot size at all, but in response to submissions, we proposed an amendment to the amendment to introduce a minimum lot size or dimensions for four-storey building sites. We never proposed that that minimum lot size be mandatory. It was officers' recommendation to council. That be discretionary, but that's obviously up to council to discuss tonight. In terms of minor, there's actually High Court decisions about what is minor in a planning context. It's not an easy answer, not an easy question to answer. It will depend on the circumstances. There is the issue with the mandatory minimum lot size is that it gives you no flexibility whatsoever. With a discretionary minimum lot size, you get some flexibility. So that's the purpose of why we've recommended the discretionary minimum lot size. In terms of your final question about acceptable outcomes, it needs to be acceptable to the council as the decision maker or VCAT as the final decision maker.
Thank you, Mark. Thank you. Okay, councillors, now that question time has concluded, I'll move on to on-notice items from previous council meetings, and I don't believe there are any. So the next item on the agenda is reports by mayor and councillors. So for the benefit of the gallery and those watching through the internet, mayor and councillor reports are a report of activities from councillors in relation to events or meetings or other functions that councillors have attended in between council meetings. I'll now ask each councillor, as we'll move around from Councillor Abood towards Councillor Yildiz, to report on any activities or meetings that they wish to mention.
Thank you. I've got a few quick things I'd like to mention. The first is Councillor Carly Hannon and I had the pleasure of attending the Happenstance Festival on the 25th of February, which was organised in partnership with the Friends of Merri Creek and the Sustainable Living Festival as part of a celebrating place grant. And I just wanted to report that I learned that Whimsy is not dead, and it was a lovely little way to spend some time down on the creek. So the idea is that it was an interactive, non-verbal and environmentally sustainable performance that, although I must say I did notice somebody say to somebody else, you thought you were going for a walk down the creek and here you are talking to a puppet. I'd also like to report that tomorrow night sees the
International Women's Day.
Thank you. So the Moreland City Council's International Women's Day celebration, and we'll be handing out some awards honouring some important women in Moreland. So if you've got nothing better on tomorrow, come down to that. And also that... I had the pleasure of attending the Sydney Road Street Festival on the Sydney Road Street Party on Sunday, and I was delighted to run into Calvin Thompson and to learn from him by seeing him in the flesh and witnessing that he looks fantastic, that there is life after politics, and he's working very hard to support the Gambling Alliance reform campaign against to promote pokies reform. So I do also have some rather grim news to report and send my condolences to Greg Thorpe, who I met at the Robinson Reserve quite some time ago because his daughter has passed away after a very long and horrifying battle with cancer, and I think that he did all men proud by spending every minute that he could by her side, and I think it's a terribly sad loss, and I'd like to send love to Greg as well. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Abood. Councillor Bolton?
Yes, I would like to just report on three things. One thing, I attended just before coming to the council meeting a protest organised by a local group of childcare workers from the Dawson Street Childcare Centre as part of the United Voice Big Step campaign. And this group of childcare workers walked out of work and had a protest outside our Brunswick Town Hall calling for equal pay for women workers, especially in childcare, where workers in childcare get paid 30% less than men doing with similar qualifications and local identity. There's a long-term campaign around many issues in Moreland, and Scrow was one of the guest speakers. But anyway, certainly I think council should support these sort of initiatives by groups of workers in our midst to win their rights. Secondly, I just wanted to mention that I went to the opening of the Candello Cup, which is named after a young boy, 11-year-old boy, Anthony Candello, who died at the age of 11. And the Fawkner Soccer Club has been holding this cup for a number of years since he died. And this literally is a massive tribute to volunteers who are usually full-time, part-time workers, family responsibilities, all sorts of responsibilities, organising a cup which goes for several weeks, with hundreds and hundreds of children involved, including from interstate. So it was really, and it also is a great reminder that sporting teams, very multicultural sporting teams like Fawkner Soccer Club are really important for more than just sport and physical fitness, but also in terms of trying to overcome some of the racism that exists in our community. And the Moreland United footy team, which is based at Moomba Park in Fawkner, is fielding for the first time this year a refugee team, which is mainly composed of refugees from Syria. I think that's great that they're doing that. This is a club that doesn't turn anyone away if they can't afford their fees. There's very few sports clubs that do that. And I think it's great that they're trying to accommodate people, who are struggling to settle in our society.
Thank you, Councillor Bolton. Councillor Carly Hannon?
Okay, well, my fellow ward councillors have already stated what I've been up to as I've done all those things as well. But I also would like to say that I stand today with the early child care workers who walked off in fight for equal pay, and especially with all the ones that reside in Moreland and that work and look after our children so that we can do all the great work that we do in the community as well. With the Anthony Candello Cup this Sunday at midday, we'll be there under 11s, which was Anthony's former team. So if anyone's got a spare moment to come down and support the club, that would be great. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Carly Hannon. Councillor Franny?
That wasn't me. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Mayor. Look, I just wanted to quickly mention that I had the pleasure of attending the Fawkner Service Providers meeting along with Councillor Abood, Bolton and Mayor Davidson. It was attended by some really key stakeholders from Merri Health, Fawkner Primary, St Mark's, Moomba Primary, St Matthews, Salvation Army, Melbourne City Mission, Active Moreland, along with Moreland staff and councils, obviously. And speaking about early childhood education, I guess it was really highlighted there that we have a major problem in Fawkner and probably Glenroy too, actually, that children coming through in school in their early years in prep are unfortunately a couple of years behind in terms of their literacy and development to the state average. So really proud to see a whole range of community stakeholders coming together and forming some initiatives led by Merri Health and a couple of philanthropists to address those issues. Look, today we've heard about community sheds in Fawkner, we've heard about toilets in Fawkner. I'm really proud to hear Fawkner on the agenda so heavily. So as a Fawkner resident, I welcome it, and please do be active during the Your Say and council budget periods for activism in Fawkner, because we desperately need your help to make sure that we get the funding that we deserve. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Franny. Councillor Ratnam?
Everyone, I'd just like to note a couple of important consultations that have been already referred to tonight, and they're particularly relating to big strategic planning matters. So that's essentially about council trying to establish the rules around planning. So council has a couple of functions in planning, in being both helping to develop the rules, which we need the state government's approval for, and then also implementing the rules and trying to get the best outcome for our community. And we had a couple of big consultations. One was on the East Brunswick Village a few weeks ago, and that was relating to an amendment to the planning application that the East Brunswick Village applicants sought. And the second one was regarding C15, which is a neighbourhood, the residential growth zones and the controls we're trying to apply. And we'll have a more substantive discussion later on the agenda. I just want to thank everyone who attended those meetings. They were really well attended. We had a range of questions and many common themes that came through both of those consultations. And there were concerns about infrastructure and how we're planning for population growth, particularly in areas where we're seeing much more intense population growth, wanting more communication from council, wanting to see the proactive work that we're doing. And council is engaging in a lot of proactive work, but there's yet a lot more to be done, and wanting to hear more about that work. And as a result of those meetings, there's a number of recommendations that we have brought to the council chamber tonight that are going to be discussed through resolutions. Also like to note, also relating to the topics we're talking about tonight in terms of female participation in sport, it was such a great pleasure to attend the first AFL Women's League match with Councillor Kavanagh, who's got the co-portfolio responsibility for sport and recreation, and I'm sure many other councillors have attended. I know many of my fellow councillors have also attended these first rounds of matches, and truly it was a phenomenal day. And I think it's worth noting, particularly today on International Women's Day, and I wanted to wish everyone a very happy International Women's Day. I think the day gets more and more important as we thank all the women who've come before us, who've paved the way, created spaces where we can grow and flourish and knock down obstacles to the point at which many women today can do things that were unthought of just even a decade ago. So I want to thank all the women who've come before us. There's yet more work to be done, and I think that we are all important torchbearers to carry on that work, and it's our responsibility to keep carrying on that work. And I think when we're talking about women's participation in sport, as a council, we should be doing everything we can to ensure that we're not just maintaining the status quo and tinkering around the edges, but really putting bold ambitions and goals on the table and leading the way where we can. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, Councillor Ratnam. And I'll briefly say a few words as well. Again, just echoing what Councillor Aboud has said about International Women's Day and the awards that Moreland is hosting tomorrow night here at the Town Hall. Please come along. It would be wonderful to have your support for the women that have been nominated, and keep this time in mind for next year, because we'll be calling on nominations again, and this year there is a small monetary prize for the winners, so if you've got some time tomorrow night, it'd be well worth attending. Next I attended the Gilmore Park upgrade. So this was a park in Coburg and it was in need of some repair. We went out to community consultation, and instead of taking away the park and replacing it with other equipment and play equipment, we decided through that consultation and listening to the residents that they wanted to have the park refurbished and kept in its original state, but also added to. And what council has done is we've refurbished the park, made it a wonderful play area, and included a nature play. So this is where children can play in a little stream that comes from a tap. There's logs, and it's really encouraging children to get their hands dirty. There was a plea planting day as well, so that's something that I look forward to seeing more of in more of our parks, that to have this nature play area for children to really experience that. Also, I attended the Family Violence and Gambling Connection Forum. So these are two areas that we're dealing with socially, gambling and also family violence. And what this forum looked at was the connection between gambling and family violence. And there's a lot of research that needs to be done, but the research is starting to show that there is quite a strong connection. And Council has traditionally been very supportive of the Alliance for Gambling Reform. So I'm hoping to continue all our hard work and supporting that organisation into the future. So I'll now hand over to Councillor Kavanagh.
Yep. I've only got one item tonight, and I accept that it's a little bit of a self-indulgent item, so I'll acknowledge that at the beginning. It's about an item that I'm going to attend later this month, which is the launch of this book. It's called Of Home Politics and World Trade, a Memoir, and it's written by my Uncle Bill. And there's two reasons why I want to refer to it tonight. Number one, because the first part of the book refers to their childhood in Brunswick, etc., born during the Great Depression, and then it talks about Uncle Bill's career later on, but it talks about the family environment that he was born into. And I thought some might be interested in the opening lines. It talks about, it seems hard to believe that the mobs of hundreds, if not thousands of sheep walked periodically in the easterly direction of Western Street to John Street in Brunswick and took the left turn on the way to the abattoir somewhere in Northcote. This was a nightly event with 2 or 3 riders in large hats followed on horseback and shouted directions as sheepdogs kept the sheep moving. I believe this was a journey from the Newmarket sale yards close to Flemington Racecourse on their way to Newmarket. And it talks about, it paints a beautiful picture of Brunswick in the 1930s and 40s. But it also pays testament to his parents, my grandparents, and my great-grandparents, and talks about how they were so heavily involved. A year after Uncle Bill's birth, my grandfather was elected to the Victorian Parliament, and his electorate of Carlton included East Brunswick. But a reminder tonight on International Women's Day about my grandmother, and they're itemised in the book as well, her achievements. They're not things that are new to me, they're things that I'm fortunate to have been passed on by my late mother to me, but I just want to mention a couple of them. She was the first woman, her name was Mary Moody. She was born Mary Moody and became Mary Barry. She was born in 1899, and she's probably one of the very few people, I think, that was not only involved in the anti-conscription movement as a young 16, 17-year-old during the First World War, but right through to anti-conscription of the Vietnam War. So she was in that whole 50-year period. But she was also the first woman in Victoria to be appointed to receive affidavits. She hosted a program called the Labour Hour every Sunday afternoon on 3KZ for about 30 years. She was the first woman on the Victorian Labour Party executive. She was also on the president of the Women's Labour Party executive for a number of years. You look at the minutes of those meetings and it talks about child endowment. It talks about female participation in international peace. It talks about the increase of pensions. It talks about the burden on large families. And she was at the forefront of this. She was one of the very first people in Victoria, women in Victoria, to receive a driver's licence. She was on hundreds of committees, Victorian committees. At one stage, it tells a story, one that I didn't know. It was in 1942. It's a letter that Nana sent the Premier of his returning £13 for sitting on a committee which was supposed to be her out-of-pocket expenses. And she wrote, "Premier, I don't get paid for any of the work I do. I find this an insult to refuse this £13." And so she sent it back, and it went back into consolidated revenue as it should. Right? That was on the 2nd of July 1942. She did enormous things, but probably most proud of all was her role in trying to stop the last woman in Australia hanged, Jean Lee, and later on trying to stop the hanging of Ronald Ryan. And it refers here, and in my nervousness I've lost the page, but it refers to not Uncle Bill's book, but a previous book by Paul Wilson, where he says that in the trying to stop the execution of Jean Lee, it took a feisty Labor woman to stir the pot, and how she had made representations to Premier Dunstan, and she was confident that would be averted, and the sadness of her and of her colleagues when it was not averted, and just a few short metres away, that execution took place as well. So on this International Women's Day, as well as that, she was for 40 years, she was president of the St Joseph's Babies Home, which started in Grattan Street, Carlton, and then up at Broadmeadows, which is now Penola in Broadmeadows. Thousands upon thousands of things that she did, and you mentioned about people that go before us on whose shoulders we stand. I'm certainly extremely proud of those, and particularly the contributions of my grandmother. She died when I was 13, but I still remember her saying to me so many times, "John, you're born with two hands, one to look after yourself and one to look after others."
Thank you very much, Councillor Crum. I will look forward to the book launch of your Uncle Bill.
Yeah, that's right.
Yes. Thank you, Councillor Martin.
Thanks for that, and thanks, Councillor Kavanagh, for that little overview. I don't have anything quite as detailed to run through, so I'm sure the gallery will be happy about that. I'd like to echo the sentiments about International Women's Day. In particular, I really would like to acknowledge and thank all the women who work so hard here at Moreland City Council. You make it a fantastic place to work, and I really do appreciate your efforts and your skill. It does not go unnoticed. I'd like to congratulate all of the council staff who worked so hard on the Sydney Road Street Festival. I went down there the other day. I thought it was a fantastic event. I know I got stuck in the middle of a Brazilian conga line for about 5 minutes, which I couldn't get out of, but I managed to make it out, which is fantastic. So really well done to all the staff on that one. I think it was a brilliant day had by all. I'd like to highlight that St Francis de Sales and Oak Park are having a fete coming up to celebrate diversity and sustainability. So that's on Saturday the 18th of March. So make sure you get down there if you've got a spare few hours there on that day. I think it'd be fantastic to head down there. And also, again, for any of the residents who are in the Northwest Ward, they're interested in joining my monthly catch-up, all the details are on my Facebook page. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Martin. Councillor Riley?
Yes, thank you. Just want to acknowledge all of the women that I've worked with through the years, whether it's voluntarily or as a paid worker in community sector and in education. Not least my mother, who was a great mentor for me. But some of the best mentors I've ever worked with have been women. And I'm very honoured to be working with some good women on council, and whether that's paid staff or councillors and all of those other staff I haven't met yet. So thank you to all those women who've come tonight to raise their voices around the issues and bring those issues to us. So I really appreciate that. It was good to meet some of you and others like you at the East Brunswick Village consultation and the C159 consultation last week. These are really important matters, and thank you for participating, and all of the other residents and citizens who've done the same. So I met with my fellow councillor Tapanos and Director Thorne regarding a toilet placement at Methven Park. So these things are important, whether they're in Fawkner, and I think our question may have gone, or whether they're in the south. And I also met on Monday with Mayor Davidson regarding the redevelopment, very initial stages for Grand Place down in West Brunswick, and I really urge people to get across this. There are going to be an increase, a grand increase from 71 or 2 social public houses to about 80 or 81 social houses. That's the state government's grand increase of 10%. Yoo-hoo, we should all cheer. However, the model is reliant on privatising the rest of that site, and I think we could be doing much more inspirational stuff around this, and I'm a bit concerned. I'd be interested to know whether you think this is leading the way, because Moreland likes to do that, whether Victoria is leading the way, and whether it's really going to address our homelessness issue, which is getting more and more visible every day and week. And I don't think 10% is enough to address that. So I'd really urge you to, and my fellow councillors, to work on this issue. It's very early days for this. I hope we can make Grand Place much better than the state government proposing at the moment. I wasn't very inspired, and I'd like to be. So I look forward to, sharing some of your vision for that space. So thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Riley. Councillor Tapanos?
I shall be brief, because I think a lot of the events and meetings of councils have already been mentioned, but I couldn't let pass without mentioning that the Brunswick Street Party that did occur on Sunday was a fantastic event, and it is really our premier event festival that occurs in the city of Moreland, and I have a general business item to have a review of how we can make that even better in the future coming up later tonight. But to not forget that it's not just a street party, but it's an entire music festival that goes for the next week and a half. So it started on Sunday, it'll finish on the 19th of March. So I encourage all of the residents to jump on the website or go down to the Mechanics Institute and buy a ticket to some of the great music concerts that are on. In recognition of International Women's Day, there's a great concert right now, unfortunately, as we speak. So it's a pity we couldn't all be at that right now, but that's happening at the Brunswick Town Hall, and there is some great artists that are participating there. So keeping with the theme, I like to also acknowledge all of not just our staff, but the prominent women in our community who do so much, whether it's voluntary or work in fields that support and promote a whole range of services that are so critical for our community. So I think today is a time to recognise those women who have come before us, as John eloquently did, and have struggled along the way to make today and the future even better for women coming through. And on that note, I'd also like to acknowledge the work that local government has done, and it's great to see at Moreland. For way too long there was just men behind me here in the list of mayors, not a lot of women, so it's great to see that we're having more women in leadership roles, and we have a female mayor and a female CEO, which is quite rare in the sector. So I'd like to acknowledge your contribution in improving gender diversity in the sector for local government as well. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Tapanos. Councillor Yildiz?
I'm not going to go on, but all I want to say is, congratulations to all the women.
I don't think we need a specific day for this because I think we should show the respect our women deserve every day. And I hope you lovely women acknowledge us on, when is it, Natalie? 19th of November.
Bosco, you get your day in
International Men's Day.
November.
There you go. I had no idea there was one. We had a meeting.
Until you asked.
Yes, until I insisted, and I promise you I am going to buy that box of chocolates I forgot, which Dale forgot to buy. Anyway, I just wanted to say that we had a meeting yesterday, I think last night, here in this chamber regarding Faulkner Blues Juniors, Faulkner Juniors, but not Blues.
Faulkner Soccer Club.
Faulkner Soccer Club. So we're working with them to ensure that they have some sort of ownership, and I think they feel a little bit, left out. But I'm looking forward to working with them, and of course the Condello Cup. I actually know John personally, and I was literally only 10 minutes away when that tragic accident happened, just off Murray Street in Coburg. So I'm looking forward to going Saturday and Sunday, and I do encourage you guys to come along to the Condello Cup Sunday. It's quite a sad day, but John's family are a fantastic family, and want to say condolences once again, and it's a great cup. There was something else I wanted to mention. Also the girls outside. I'll be declaring a conflict later on, but I hope that that there is in fact some sort of balance in terms of what the club does in fact allow to these fantastic girls out there. I know they're a great club. I know their history. I've Googled it before as well, so I congratulate you, and I hope that you walk out of here feeling quite proud of the decision that this council will make tonight. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Yildiz. We'll now move on to the presentation of officer reports. So the first report we have to consider this evening is Corporate Services, DCS 717, Assembly of Councillors Record for the 1st of January 2017 to the 31st of January 2017.
Suppose we move a couple of items forward that a number of people are here for.
Sure, yep. Councillor Bolt.
One would be Community Shed, one would be C159, one would be the sports allocations.
Okay. Well, let's turn to the...
Can we also...
Sorry, Councillor.
Sorry, can we... Yes, you want the Faulkner Community Shed brought forward, or?
Yeah,
yes.
And the sports allocations.
And C159. Okay,
and the other one I was asking if we could bring forward was the nom on Sydney Road.
Yes.
Sorry, safer cycling number 817.
Okay.
Nom 817, thanks.
Well, we can start with it in that order then, perhaps. So, the community shed, Councillor Bolton.
So this is me. So I'd like to move a slight amendment to my original proposal. So the motion is, Council resolves to include consideration of the following in the Charles Mutton Reserve Precinct Feasibility Study. 1, to investigate suitable venues in Faulkner which could be used and managed by Faulkner Community House for a dedicated community shed with space for A, a permanent workshop arrangement, B, fixed equipment, C, power tools, D, tool storage, E, unfinished projects, F, storage of unused materials, G, groups to work together on projects, H, compatible for multi-use, and an extra point I for a tool library. And then number 2, that the site have the capacity to be open on weekends and evenings for community workshops and use by a range of age groups. That's really in addition to daytime. And then 3, that the community shed be intergenerational, culturally diverse and gender inclusive. And an extra point 4, that council notifies Faulkner Community House and all the members of the Community Shed Steering Committee of the outcome.
Thank you, Councillor Bolton. Is there a seconder?
I'll second it.
Councillor Frani?
I don't know what the process is, but I would like to propose that it goes back to the original proposal of being that it's consideration for the following at the Charles Mutton Reserve, but I don't know what the process is to
That's what it says.
That's what it is.
Oh, yeah, but you didn't mention that in your
You know, resolves to
changes.
include consideration of the following in the Charles Mutton Reserve.
Oh, right, sorry, I
Precinct
thought you were
feasibility
specifically
study,
reading that out.
and then it's got the number 1 point then also indicates that if it doesn't work out in Charles Mutton Reserve, well, I'm sort of speaking to it. I think maybe there's a seconder.
Yes.
Yeah.
Can I just speak to it?
Sure.
And then if you
Yeah.
want to move
Yeah.
an amendment, you move an amendment.
Yeah, no, and did you read
Well,
the
let me-
4th point, sorry?
Let me, do you want me to speak to it?
Yeah,
I'll
okay,
just
well, I'm happy to
answer.
second it.
I think Councillor Franny has seconded.
Oh, sorry.
Yep.
So
So
it's already
perhaps
been a seconder.
perhaps
Just
if-
to explain the motion, because it's later going to be a report recommending to begin community consultation for a master plan for the Charles Mutton Reserve in Fawkner, which has a whole range of elements in the Charles Mutton Reserve, from a running track to AFL ground and cricket ground and bowls club, etc., and a disused athletics pavilion. So this motion has been devised to fit in accord with that later report. So the motion is to include consideration of this proposal for a community shed in the Charles Mutton Reserve, but point 1 indicates that if it doesn't work out, if there's no suitable venue in the Charles Mutton Reserve, that it doesn't get scrapped, but we look for other sites in Fawkner. And because the community house has looked at a number of sites in Fawkner, and they're interested in getting this project up and away and not just having it limited to just one location. The amendment I moved was for a tool library, not toy library, tool, TWOL, sorry.
That's very different.
And the extra point at the end, point 4, was that council notify Fawkner Community House and all the members of the Community Shed Steering Committee. I think that was what you proposed earlier. I think this is an important and very useful project. These sorts of projects tend to be tailored for the community that they serve. So in different parts of Victoria, there are community sheds in operation. So there is the Victorian Men's Shed Association actually includes women as part of its objectives, including women as well as men in these community sheds. There's a number of community sheds which involve women and multiple grouping of people within the community, such as Canara, such as another one out at, I think it's Bayswater, I think the Williamstown one, Werribee one. There are a range of different projects which involve women as well as men. And certainly when the community shed project was begun in Fawkner, it was always envisaged, it came out of a joint project of women and men, and it was always understood that this would be intercultural, so no culture would be excluded, no age group would be excluded, and with the proliferation of units in Fawkner, where there's no room for people to use power tools or do building work, that people would have access to a community shed on the weekends and at nights to be able to make things. And I think this will be an issue in other parts of Moreland as well, and probably is already an issue, where people will lose the art of being able to make things if they don't have spaces like this. And it's the word dedicated community shed is very important because I gather one of the sticking points with the athletics pavilion is that...
Councillor Bolton, I'm conscious of the time.
Yeah, okay, I'll just finish on this point because it's quite important, is it needs to be a space where you can leave the tools around, the tools you can't lock away. Some of the tools are dangerous. Obviously, people would try and secure what they can, but you can leave unfinished projects, and you can also have scheduling so that different groups can be scheduled to use the shed at different times of the week. So you can have men-only space, women-only space, and various other activities scheduled in. So that I think this shed in Fawkner, given the large number of volunteers in this area, would be well utilised by the local community.
Thank you. Councillor Franny?
Very briefly, most points were covered and there's lots of people in the gallery looking for us to move forward, but what better way to bring multiple different cultures together than in a format like a shed, where you can have hopefully a whole range of different cultures learning from each other in a beneficial way for our community. So I'm very supportive of this. I understand that it's been a long time in the making, so thank you to Meredith and the Faulkner Community House for pressing councillors to move forward with this, and hopefully the director in charge can find a suitable venue or position or spot in the Charles Muntner Reserve Master Plan or in and around Faulkner for this shed to take place. So one important thing to highlight, and it's quite a sad statistic, but in my work with Lifeline Australia, I understand that suicides in Australia are 3 to 1 of men, very unfortunately. So hopefully this is a way that we can engage the men in our community as well to take part and still stay engaged with their friends, but also the younger generation upon retirement.
Thank you, Councillor Franny. Councillor Abood?
Well, this is what happens when things don't get resolved for a decade. It's all become a little bit confusing, and I really want to apologise in case anyone's thought that I don't have support for the community shed in Faulkner. I just wanted to clarify the details, and that's why I've been deliberating since Monday about this proposal. My confusion just then about this being for Charles Muntner Reserve is to do with the fact that when Councillor O'Farnley proposed a master plan or feasibility study for what could happen to the Charles Muntner Reserve, he asked for my support, and we agreed that it would be great to include some kind of community garden, which is kind of my bent around this council stuff. And so I think that a community shed and a community garden go very well together, and that's why my obsession with Charles Muntner Reserve for this proposal. There's no denying that Charles Muntner Reserve needs an overhaul, so that's why the tool library was something that I wanted to include in this proposal, and the bit about consulting with the steering committee is just as a result of a conversation that I had, and also what I know about male suicide and what happens to middle-aged men when they retire and don't know what to do with themselves anymore, and what the well-publicised benefits are for those men if they can have a space where they can hang out. Now, what I've learnt about Faulkner in the last maybe year is if there's anywhere to break the mould, it's Faulkner, and that there's probably nowhere else in Victoria where there's a group of Urdu women who want to learn how to ride bicycles and fix their bicycles. And I think that we've got a fantastic opportunity here to just totally smash down some boundaries. So I just want to clarify again that I was never against this idea. I just felt like I had an obligation to the older men in the community to make sure that there's been some checks and balances and that those men will be notified that this is still on the table. Anything that's happened up to now has been unsuccessful, sure, but there is an opportunity for this to be something that can really be fantastic, that the community shed can be open every day of the weekend, on the weekends and after work, and everybody can have time alone and time together in the space. And I hope it's a great success.
Thank you, Councillor Abood. Is there any further speakers on this? Any further discussion from councillors? No?
Just one little thing, just in closing.
Sure.
It's sort of, this model is not entirely breaking the mould. Like, it's sort of something which does exist in other parts of Victoria. But I think this has been worked out as part of the Faulkner community as to what the needs of the Faulkner community are. But there are a number of other places in Victoria which are doing this. And I think, obviously different communities are going to have different sort of needs and ways and volunteers that have come together to put together the project. But I think it is in keeping with what is happening in some other parts of Victoria. So it's both, I think in putting this proposal forward, I think people have learnt from other parts of Victoria which have also had a more open community shed arrangement, and then hopefully other parts of Victoria will learn from the Faulkner experience, and hopefully we can find a great place for people in Faulkner.
Thank you, Councillor Bolton. I'll put that to the vote now. All those in favour? I declare that carried. And thank you to the people who attended from the Faulkner Community House for coming this evening as well. Community, yep, and the steering group. We'll now move on to the next item that's being brought forward for C159 DD 2117 for the Neighbourhood Centre Strategy. Councillor Ratnam?
I'd like to move a slightly alternative recommendation, which is just amending point 2 of the resolution, which is, I'll just want to get the documentation. So it's taking all the points as read and amending point 2 to adopt Amendment C159 to the Moreland Planning Scheme pursuant to the relevant section of the Planning Environment Act, with recommended changes shown in response to the panel recommendations in Attachment 2 and revised amendment documentations, including Attachments 3, 4, 5, 6 and 7, subject to the following changes. I'm just going to detail those changes. So in Attachment 2, change the recommendation to do not support discretionary height controls in strategic redevelopment sites.
Sorry, Councillor Ratnam, we'll just try to keep up because it's important that we get all these details noted. Councillor Ratnam, is this the one that's been sent?
It has been sent. There might be some slight alternatives. I'll just...
maybe if we can go sentence by sentence, we just want to make sure, because there were so many things this afternoon, that we've got the right thing on the screen.
Yeah.
And we'll start off that way.
I've just sent that as well. So I've just sent the wording I'm about to read out to you as well. So it is, there's just some slight amendments.
Perhaps we'll bring that up on the screen now so that we can follow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it hasn't come through yet. Okay. Oh, thank you. So Sam, it's just come through. No. We'll just wait a second.
Okay. Yeah.
Resolution up because they want the final word.
Okay, so for the members in the gallery and those watching at home, just so that we can get the exact wording of the proposed amendment up, what I suggest is that we move on to something else for the time being so that the detail is fully formed. So we'll move on to the sports allocation. Now that is... sorry. DSD 1017. And is there a councillor who wishes to move a motion in relation to this?
Yeah.
Councillor Carly Hannon?
And we also have an amendment to it, which...
Yep, so you can move it all into one.
Yeah, move it all, okay.
Move that as a substantive motion.
So I would just like to move a minor amendment to the amendment, which is basically just changing the hours, 3 for Melbourne University Women's and 11 for Moreland City. And 12 for Moreland City. That's basically a technicality. So I suppose in moving this amendment, I mean, this report came to be... Yeah, about a second.
Councillor Kavanagh, a second.
This report came to me last week, and I guess in reiterating what I said earlier, that we understand that there is a high demand for our grounds, and that we have a lot of moorland clubs who need to be catered to. I guess that the concern that I have is that quite often we do see that community clubs, that women's and the girls' teams are often not being prioritised, and while on paper it often looks that this is to be the case for a number of reasons to do with policies and FFE and all the rest of it. I think that council, with our strategy that we have, said that we really believe strongly in, have to think about how does our policy and our strategy work together to actually get the desired outcome that we claim that we want. I feel that at the moment we are not seeing this, mostly because our policy does not say specifically who is being allocated the facility, so therefore we don't know within a club whether they're allocating their grounds fairly to the girls and to the women compared to the boys and the men. And as someone who's played soccer for a number of years, I've certainly experienced the worst side of that when the senior men or even the under 18 boys must play on the main pitch, and so you're stuck on the one with the cricket pitch in the middle and all the rest of it. With this motion, we're only really talking about the hour allocation, so I would really like to see council officers working with the clubs, getting the clubs together, similar to what we're doing with Faulkner and the clubs that use CB Smith Reserve, to talk about how we can work together and how we can sort of accommodate in these more challenging times. With the casual allocation, that really does fit in with our policy that it says moorland base, which also includes where you play your game day, and also moorland in the name, which is obviously very ambiguous. So I think we understand that us as a council need to come back and have a look again at this policy and to review some of these issues. But the challenge of demand is something that we also have to deal with, and so tonight we also have a general business item to look into having another synthetic pitch at Clifton Park, because I think that we can definitely say that the demand is there, and that if you look at the Darebin precinct, it would be a really good way forward for us to be able to cater for our increasing demand and be able to have as many training nights as viable. So, yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Carly-Hannon. Councillor Kavanagh?
Yes. Councillor Carly-Hannon, can I just check that you're happy with those hours, 11 hours and 4 hours? Is it
It's 3 hours and 12 hours.
3 hours and 12 hours? That actually reduces the period. You're happy with that? Okay.
Is it 12 and 3?
It's to do with the shifts that you get when training.
Fine. Yeah. Okay, happy with that. I just wanted to confirm that because I know the intention of your motion, and I just want to make sure that reflected that. That's all. Yeah. Okay. I think Councillor Carly-Hannon has summarised that very well. Look, it's a difficult one with the sporting allocations. The fact is, we do have a more active community than what we've had in the past, and that has benefits, but it also puts strain on the existing resources, particularly with the explosion of soccer over the last 10 years, for example. It means that our facilities are really hard fought and difficult to get everybody that wants the usage on that they get. But of course we do, this policy of council of encouraging women's participation has been a very strong policy. In fact, we're the only council in Victoria to implement such a policy in 2009, 2010. And it was controversial at the time. So it is something that we are committed to, and the resolution that Councillor Carly-Hannon put up reminds us of how committed we are to that policy. So I'm very happy with that. And just to make the final point that, yes, we're not one of those growth municipalities where we can just, there's more open space available, particularly in the inner city. It's difficult, with the constraints that we have. And so therefore, I think that's a good resolution, and I think it should be supported.
Thank you, Councillor Kavanagh. Councillor Bolton?
I've really just got a question rather than a comment. Is 3 hours sufficient? What was the Melbourne Uni Soccer Club getting before in terms of access to the grounds? And is 3 hours sufficient? And should we be moving something more than this? I haven't really been so. I haven't been really involved with your particular case. I have seen your letter come through, but 3 hours sounds very little, and I'd like to maybe ask a question: what that is reduced from, like how many hours that's reduced from.
Thank you, Councillor Bolton. What I might do is I might ask the Director, Arden, if he has an answer.
Thank you, Mayor. I believe it was 4 hours previously. but the 3 hours is also acceptable.
So I guess, how about I'll move it back to 11 and 4 and we can see if that's also acceptable to the chamber.
What if we have someone else that moves that and ask if it's acceptable to move or a second?
Okay.
Happy to move it.
Okay, and that is acceptable to me. It's a seconder. I think it's acceptable.
Yeah, that's acceptable to me.
Yep.
So 11.
So Councillor Bolton has, do you wish to?
Oh, really just, I don't really need to talk to it. I just think you should get what you had before. And, you know, I think all of the points have been made before about the importance of women's sport. And really probably what we need to do is find a way of generating some new pitches in Moreland. That's probably what we need to find a way of doing, because we do want to make sport, you know, possible for people, including people who don't have money and resources.
Thank you, Councillor Bolton.
I'll speak quickly to that. I second what Councillor Bolton has said, and I'm glad as long as there is appetite in the room to move in this direction. That's fine with me.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion from councillors? Councillor Tapanos?
Yeah, I race to speak in favour as well. I'm really pleased to see the motion put up. It does reinstate, I guess, the allocation to Melbourne University's girls' women's team, because I think that is important. They are the premier team sort of for women's sports that do play here. So our commitment to them needs to be taken very seriously if we are going to live up to that expectation of supporting women's and juniors football. So I was really displeased to see that there was that recommendation from officers in that regards to not allocate them. I think in the spirit of our policies, the allocation really should have been there. So I'm really pleased to see that this chamber is reaffirming its commitment to the club. But also it raises a point that soccer in particular is a growing sport. It's a sport that does require that this council will invest more money into, and we have a look at how we can increase the capacity of clubs to be able to increase their hours for training and game time as well. So I really do think that we ought to have a look at, as a council, how we can actually create new pitches in the municipality, because this growth in the demand for soccer is not going to stop. It's only going to increase. And of course, the growth is not just in professional teams, it is in juniors, it is in women's sports. It is a sport that brings together, because of its global appeal, brings together people from a whole range of cultures, and really plays a very strong social cohesion sort of element within the community. So I think we ought to really have a look at this issue a little bit more seriously and put some serious dollars into creating new pitches to be able to increase capacity for sports and particularly soccer in our city.
Thank you, Councillor Tapanos. Councillor Martin and then Councillor Franny.
Just speaking really briefly to this, I speak in favour of this motion as well. I flagged it the other day when I got the email. I think that men's teams replacing women's teams on some sort of priority system, the policy that we've got at the moment is obviously broken. We need to look at that. We hope that this is a solution that works for your club, and if it doesn't, talk to us, work with us and work with the officers, because I think we need to make women's sport as a priority in Moreland. So thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Martin. Councillor Franny?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you to all the Melbourne University Women's Soccer Club members that have come out today. It's 9 o'clock now. How exciting is local government? I'm not sure you're hanging in there for this particular decision. I'm sure you'll be back for more next month, won't you? Look, we're obviously very supportive. I just want to briefly comment also to recognise the tough job the council officer staff have here. It's a very limited space they've got to work with. They've got to wait for schedules to come out from FFV. They've got to wait for stakeholders to put applications forward, pre-season training, summer leagues. There's a whole range of conflicting interests, and it's a difficult job for all involved. So I just want to recognise their role here. Sorry that we've overlooked this one, but it's great that you've voiced your concerns, and the council laws and council officer staff have quickly stepped up and resolved the matter. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Abood?
I'm rising to support this as well, and I'd like to commend Councillor Carly Hannon and also Councillor Bolton, 2 women, for sorting this out for all of those women out there. I'm raising boys in an era where women play football and soccer, and that's awesome. Just keep doing it.
Thank you, Councillor Bood. Is there any further discussion from councillors? If not, I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? I declare that carried. And thank you all for coming this evening. And we'll now move on to the next item that has been brought forward. The Sydney Road notice of motion. Okay. We do have C159 up on the screen, so yep, we will proceed with that. So the ease of the flow of tonight's proceedings. Councillor Ratner.
Yes, so it's to move the recommendations as an agenda with an amended point 2, which is to adopt C159, subject to the Relevant Planning Environment Act section, with recommended changes shown in response to the panel recommendations in attachment 2 and revised amendment documentation attachments 3, 4, 5, 6 and 7, subject to the following changes. And that I, in attachment 2, change the recommendation to do not support discretionary height controls in strategic redevelopment sites as noted in the report. Next point is to include a new recommendation to request mandatory maximum height controls of 4 stories for all neighbourhood centres. To request in residential growth zone schedule 2 to select option B versus option A, and that pertains to the interface between neighbourhood residential areas and residential growth interface areas. And change the recommendation regarding the panel's rejection of zoning changes to not support. So we're not supporting the panel's rejection of the zoning changes, and rather request the following rezonings, and they are rezone properties from residential growth zone to neighbourhood residential zone in Union Street, east of O'Grady on the north side of Union Street, and east of Millwood Street on the south side of Union Street. Rezone properties that face the neighbourhood residential areas on the west side of Millwood Street from residential growth zone to general residential zone, and rezone properties on the west side of Burnell Street from general residential zone to neighbourhood residential zone. And the final point is to, we're deleting the one that says page 307 because it's redundant, it's specified earlier. And the last point is to revise the recommendations on car stackers to be included in the MSS to specify that where car stackers are proposed, ensure they're designed to suitably buffer adjoining dwellings from all impacts. And I'm happy to speak to that.
Thank you, Councillor Ratnam. Councillor Tapanos wishes to second. Councillor Ratnam.
Thanks, everyone. So, as has been brought up a few times in the questions tonight, and thank you everyone who's engaged in this process. My own reflection on this amendment process is that they always garner community interest, but this particularly has garnered quite intense community interest, and for very, very good reasons. It's introducing quite substantial change, and that was for lots of different reasons. I won't go through the whole history, but with all councils across Victoria being required to adopt this new rezoning of neighbourhood residential areas, there are a number of issues that raised for us, and we're still grappling with them, and we've got some ways to resolving them, and we're hoping that the Minister begins his review of the residential zones. It essentially was a package inherited by the previous government, because it is in need of urgent review, so we are heeding those calls and pressing the urgency to request the Minister to start reviewing the whole package. In the meantime, we're trying to make the best of what we have and trying to introduce stronger controls in our neighbourhood residential growth zones, otherwise known as neighbourhood centres. The changes that have outlined essentially are to say that we're requesting mandatory maximum height controls of 4 stories in all the neighbourhood centres. Essentially, this has gone to community consultation, then we deliberate on it, we send a package to the panel, an independent panel appointed by the state government. They deliberate on what we have put forward, and they come back with recommendations, and then it's up to council to put a package to the Minister. We can accept or reject the panel's recommendations. So we're rejecting the panel's recommendation that we have some areas of 4-storey but discretionary height controls in the strategic redevelopment sites. Actually, they propose that we have discretionary across all of them. The officers recommended that we have mandatory in some areas, some non-strategic areas, and discretionary in others. And this council is of the view that we'd like mandatory maximums across all the neighbourhood centres. It's also asking for, there were 2 options with
areas that abut neighbourhood residential areas and residential growth areas, about whether you can have a neighbourhood residential area which is sort of 1 to 2 stories maximum, suddenly abutting a 4-storey development area. And there were 2 options we put forward to the panel. One was that we're saying any of those areas should be at maximum 3, so that you actually allow for a graded change if there has to be a change. But the panel said they felt like it would stymie development, so they weren't supportive of it. But I think it's incumbent on this council to really push for that, because it's in the community's best interest that we have at least a graded change to protect the amenity as best as we possibly can. The panel also did not recommend our proposal to rezone a number of properties or areas that are in residential growth zone area back to neighbourhood residential zone area. And I think this is the subject of the most number of objections that we got, or the largest proportion of a group of objections that we got. There's so much concern, and I know that view was represented very well at the meeting we had last week. So we heard that loud and clear. And I think there's very good reason why we have to put this to the minister, to say this is a sort of an urgent need, and we've got to do more work on the other rezonings that we have to see as part of the package. And the last point is on the car stackers, and we've heard the points made earlier by the questioners, and so I think some of those points have been covered quite well, but essentially we're formalising that to say we're talking about good buffers for all car stackers.
Thank you, Councillor Ratnam. Councillor Tapanos?
Thank you. I also rise to support the motion being proposed. The whole scheme. This is a very minimal change. It is a minimal change. It won't impact the percentages too much. It won't impact the numbers too much. But this change is so important for the residents that live there. And I think that it is incumbent on us to say, whilst after having done a bit of a review, we got this wrong. And these blocks, these areas are not growth zone and should never have been growth zone. And these ones really should revert back to a lesser zone, whether it's general or neighbourhood, depending on the street. So I think we've identified that at the first opportunity. We've proposed it at the first opportunity that we've had with this review. It's disappointing that the panel did not share that vision, but now, the fact that it's back in this chamber before it goes to the minister, we are saying it again loud and clear, but we do think these areas warrant a change. And I guess if that's not listened to by the minister, we will, as a council, initiate another amendment to actually make this change. So I guess I'm saying loud and clear to the residents is that we will continue to pursue this in your interest to ensure you get the outcome that you seek. And we agree with you about that outcome. And it may take some time, but we will pursue it. I think the car stackers one is also a good addition, and it really goes on to the work that needs to be done by this council and many others about really determining a bit more of a policy that could be embedded in the planning scheme around how we deal with car stackers and how we assess car stackers in future applications. So overall, I think what we're doing here is actually changing design slightly, only slightly, but each and every one of those changes are so critical to get a better outcome.
Thank you, Councillor Tapanos. Councillor Franny?
Yeah, look, I've just got a question. I'm not afraid to say it. I'm a little bit out of my depth here when it comes to this type of transformational planning decision. So I just wanted to ask the unit manager, Mark, if he can let us know if he's comfortable with Councillor Ratnam's amendments, and if he's uncomfortable with any of those amendments, which one are they, so we can have a further understanding of what makes it potentially not compliant.
Thank you, Councillor Franny. I'll hand over to Mark.
Yes, through the Mayor, thanks for that question. We had advised Council that those changes could be considered transformational. That's why the panel came to that conclusion. But look, it is up to Council what it decides with respect to this amendment. We believe there is a case for reviewing some of the zone boundaries. We made submissions to the panel about the need to review the changes to some of the boundaries. Unfortunately, they didn't really respond to those issues. But overall, no, I think it's quite reasonable for Council to pursue this.
Thank you. Councillor Bolton.
I've got 2 amendments, one which might be acceptable to the mover and seconder and one which might not. I've sent them all through. So the one which might be acceptable to the mover and seconder is to add a point 7, I think it is, an extra point, which is that Council do a further, or in addition, Council do a further piece of work to look at protecting the amenity of residents at the interface between the general residential zone and the residential growth zone. Would that be acceptable?
Yes, can I just respond to that? Because it might influence whether we proceed with that amendment. I agree with the intent of the amendment. One of the things that I've been considering is that we've raised a few points that are kind of outside C159 but related to it because they're about these new zones and the problems we're having with the new zones. And I was actually anticipating that at the next council meeting we'd raise a separate item which packages up all these points. So that includes doing that strategic work about the general residential and neighbourhood residential zone interface issues that we need to do, which is your point essentially, the zoning review and figuring out the strategy about how we get the zoning review to happen as soon as possible, including an advocacy strategy, but also where the council can start doing some of that strategic work so we're ready to put that on the minister's desk to say, we've actually done all the work and here's our recommendation. So I was actually going to propose a full motion that encompasses all the other issues that we're having with the zones that are outside this amendment. I mean, we can keep adding resolutions pertaining to it and we can add all that tonight, but I actually think it would be better if we packaged up something which incorporated all those points, which I agree with, but I actually think it's better if we package them up together and then it gives the green light to officers to do this work all together rather than piecemeal. So that's my reply to that.
Thank you, Councillor Ratnam. Councillor Bolton?
Further, I mean, I'm happy with that course of action because I think there's some other things, but I think this is a bit urgent because, you know, buildings are going to go up and, you know, in the north, the reason I put this forward is because north of Bell Street, there's very little neighbourhood residential. It's mostly general residential, and so it's in the northern part of Moreland where the issue is a big issue, whereas in the south, it's more the abutment with neighbourhood residential and particularly around the Bell Melville shopping centre. So my second amendment, which I think might not be acceptable.
So can I just clarify, are you agreeable to
I'm agreeable to do that.
Yep. And so we're going on to the second
collaborate
point.
with Sam on that course of action. So my second amendment, which is much more direct, is on minimum lot sizes, and that is to adopt amendment, small screen, to adopt amendment C159 to the Moreland Planning Scheme pursuant to section 29 in brackets 1 of the Planning and Environment Act 1987 with the recommended changes shown in the response to the panel recommendations in attachment 2 and revised amendment documentation included at attachments 3, 4, 5 and 6 and 7, other than to also apply a mandatory 4-storey height to strategic redevelopment sites, and that the minimum lot size of 12 metres width by 35 metres depth for a 4-storey building is mandatory.
Okay. Councillor Ratnam?
I asked the Mayor for leave to ask a question before deciding on incorporating this, because I think there's an important technical point of clarification. There was an assertion that in the original amendment package that we put to the panel, or any stage, that we had asked for a mandatory lot size, and I wanted to ask the officers, at any point have we asked for mandatory and have we changed it from mandatory to discretionary? Because I believe Councillor Bolton's intent is to reinsert mandatory because it was there originally. So I'm just wanting to clarify, did we ever ask for it to be mandatory?
Through the Mayor, certainly my understanding is that we never asked for a mandatory minimum lot size. When we exhibited the amendment, we didn't have any reference to minimum lot size. It was in response to submissions that we put this provision in, and certainly it's my understanding that we never proposed a mandatory minimum lot size.
Councillor Ratnam?
Again, I agree with the intent, Councillor Bolton. My concern, however, is that we're introducing something that has not been introduced at any point in this amendment process, and we know that at this stage to introduce anything new is potentially detrimental to it. So it's a difficult situation because I want to agree with it, but I just think in terms of the integrity of the recommendations we're putting to the Minister, we can't keep, otherwise we can add a whole lot of other things that we would love to be able to add at this stage. But I just think it's a technicality that we can't add something that we haven't asked for before. So I don't think I can prove it, I'm sorry.
I'd like to proceed with this amendment if there's someone prepared to second it.
Right. Is there a seconder for Councillor Bolton's amendment? Councillor Bolton, I'm afraid for want of a seconder that will lapse. So now we'll return to the original motion moved by Councillor Ratnam. Are there any further speakers for or against the amendments put by Councillor Ratnam? Councillor Bolton.
Just on one. In particular, I would like to particularly talk, I mean, it would be good to have my amendments included, but never mind. I particularly do want to speak in favour of the amendment that strategic development sites not be 6-storey and have a mandatory height limit of 4 stories. I certainly think members of the community who participated in the consultation would not have been aware that there was any possibility of the height levels being over 4 stories. I also think, from my experience on council and especially my short period on the Urban Planning Committee, that every time a building goes up above the preferred height, that's used as a justification for other buildings above the preferred height. So I don't believe that allowing 6-storey buildings on strategic development sites would strengthen council's hand to negotiate with developers. I think it would actually work against us. So I strongly support that particular amendment which Councillor Ratnam has put forward, and I also support the amendment about car stackers as well. So yes, I'll be supporting this.
Are there any further speakers in relation to this?
Thanks everyone for your submissions and all the work that's gone in, and for all the councillors who attended the meeting consultation, and for all the residents who participated right throughout this process. I know it's taken a lot of time, a lot of investment, and we're with you here, and we will be with you as we journey through this and hopefully get a much better residential zones package in the near future. Just in closing, just one more point I wanted to raise as well was that one of the particular areas of concern, and it might seem a small area, but I think it talks about the difficulty we're having with this planning process, the state planning process, is that one of the panel recommendations was around sort of general non-formal recommendations around general infrastructure and our ability as a council to cope with increased population, which we have well and truly tabled with them in a number of ways to say we need more public transport infrastructure spending, for example, in our municipality, more funding to help with sustainable transport. And there was some contradictory elements in my view in that, saying, well, you won't be able to support this extra population, yet we're not going to give you the tools to limit the population growth or the development, and instead wanted discretionary controls, which takes power away from controlling that future population growth. And one of the concerns was that they didn't actually acknowledge, I guess, the officer work on transport that we had tabled at the panel, and they didn't actually reference it in their documentation, despite our officers presenting at the panel around the infrastructure and transport work that we were doing to try and be proactive to ensure that we were able to cope with this demand. And I've asked some questions about how we can appeal that process, and I know there's some options in terms of pursuing it at VCAT, but I think it really highlights the real troubles we're having with this process when we put on the table, look, these are the types of transport issues that we're going to face with these type of neighbourhood centres, and the panel didn't reference it and kind of omitted reference to it and all the work that council had done to say these are concerns you need to heed as well, and that justifies why we want mandatory controls, it justifies why we want some of the rezonings, and then the panel made completely opposite recommendations to what council had proposed. So there's several concerns, and we're just foreshadowing that the next council meeting we're going to put up another package of work to really hasten this work of reviewing the zones and correcting a lot of the areas that we see at the moment. Thanks everyone.
Great. Thank you, Councillor Ratnam. I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? I declare that carried. Now, councillors, I will call for a short 5-minute adjournment just to give everybody a little break. And thank you to the gallery and the members at home for watching. We'll be returning in 5 minutes.
Here at Moreland City Council, we've got a new library for you to try, but this one's a bit different. It's open 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. You see, our website and e-library are just like another branch. It just never closes. You can download thousands of titles as ebooks, subscribe to everything from the Wall Street Journal to Delicious magazine, all delivered right into your hand for free. You can stream your favourite documentaries and indie features. There's even programs for the little ones. With our huge selection of adult, teen and children's titles, you're bound to find something you like. We've got over 7 million songs for you to stream, with everything from Mozart to Jay-Z. You're able to work out to your favourite artists just by pressing a button. We've got stories that talk with audiobooks for times when, well, you've got your hands full. And the best thing, like always, it's free with your Moreland Library membership. This is just the next chapter in how our libraries are here to help you. In Moreland, we're all about the good times. At Council, we bring you free events and festivals, from our smaller, intimate community celebrations to our large-scale premier events. We've got your social calendar booked all year round.
I get up at 4 a.m. every morning, so yeah. Hi, I'm Keith. I work for Moreland City Council. I'm a side load operator, and essentially, I'm a garbo. Normally stop off at 7-Eleven to get a coffee in the morning. Then yeah, head out at 5:30, start the run. One resident that I pick up from, he's always thankful. He's always there every morning, like every time I come around. Yeah, mate. How you going, buddy? Good day. You know, so it makes you happy when you see that. If you can make their day happy, it makes your day better. You meet a lot of residents from different backgrounds. It's good. I like meeting new people. It's warming. We're not doing anything wrong. We're not trying to make your life difficult by moving the bin. Just, we've got to do it so we can pick the bin up safely. We've got to look out for our safety as well. You know, seeing the kids' faces when you come down the street, they love trucks. Best part about it. Yeah, it's dirty work, but somebody's got to do it.
You'd be surprised how little sleep you can go on and still function, and feeling like you need a university degree before becoming a parent. My name's Nicole, and this is my daughter Eve. My first child, he had an injury from the birth, and that was picked up by my maternal health nurse, and we were able to put things in place to make sure that didn't become a permanent problem for him.
Think about the feed, play, sleep pattern.
It's a big trust thing that you're relying on them to make sure everything's going well and to pick up anything that isn't, and they've done that for me, so it's been great. I've had a lot of problems with breastfeeding. The clinic is set up here to drop in, and they slotted me in for that, for some support there. How to bath, how to feed, what the sleep schedule should be, whether they're thriving or not. All those little details that you've got no idea about. If I didn't have this service, I think I would have had a lot more insecurities about raising my children. I would have been missing that sort of peace of mind.
I love helping parents to adjust to this new exciting role of parenting.
My name is Paul Condo. I'm an active Moreland member. I've had an issue with my weight all my life. I knew it was time to actually really do something about it. You accept it as part of your life. It's not just a place where you come to have a workout, and it's a social aspect to it. You meet some great people, the instructors here are fantastic. It's a good environment. My daughter is very proud of what I've achieved so far. I made a promise to her last year that the next time we were going to go to Queensland, I was going to lose enough weight to be able to fit on the rides at the theme parks. I kept my promise to her. It's very motivating. You've got a lot of people that come in for the same reasons. They all come in here to work hard. I'm able to run, I'm able to bend over and pick up things without worrying about tipping over, so it's been good, it's been good.
My name's Damien, I work for Moreland City Council as a team leader on one of the asphalt crews. I know every bakery in Moreland, depending on which job I'm going to. Buongiorno Pasquale. Muy bien. Molto bene. Just potholes, general potholes, speed humps, new footpaths, repairs after builders, bike paths, anything that's got asphalt on, we fix. It can be pretty serious, as you can tell, especially for push bikes and mopeds and things like that. Potentially could cause an accident. We normally get on top of these pretty quickly. The common misunderstanding is that we're lazy and standing around 5 men looking down a hole when you have to watch, otherwise they'll go through a gas line or a water line. Some kids love them, they cry as soon as they get taken away. They could sit there all day and watch them. Mostly young blokes. Residents could make my life easier by having a little bit more patience and maybe trying to understand, keep it going, exactly what it is we're doing. Maintaining the roads, keeping them safe for everyone to use. They're all necessary things we have to do, so yeah, I think our job's pretty important.
I'm Eddie.
And I'm Lara.
This is Lara.
Well, we wanted to build up a sustainable lifestyle as much as possible, so we made the decision first to get solar hot water, and we obviously worked a lot on making the garden as kind of sustainable as possible. Solar energy seemed like the next logical step.
We began by emailing Positive Charge, and then once we'd got advice from them, they put us in touch with Energy Matters. I think having the council approval and having the system already set up just meant that everything, at each stage, it seemed a lot easier than it might have been.
So by going through the Moreland City Council Solar Bulk Buy program, you can get a discount exclusive of recommended retail price. Also, all the government rebates and incentives are done for you, so all that paperwork's dealt with.
Yeah, we've more than halved our bills. We were spending around about $450 on power per 6 months. In the last 6 months, we spent $160 on power. So we've made a pretty big cut. It looks as though the system will pay itself off within about 5 or 6 years, which is fantastic. Yes, we would absolutely recommend the scheme to other people. We'd recommend Positive Charge. We'd recommend that people get in touch and ask some questions.
Well, I was looking for a job. The only way I'll probably get a good job is through a course, and what better course than, you know, lifeguarding. My name's Rodwin, I'm a lifeguard here. I watch the pool, indoor and outdoor. I was working at a pizza shop, and well, one of my friends from Fawkner, he knows the people from the council, and apparently they had this program running, and he told me about the program and that I could end up working as a lifeguard. I took the job straight away. I like doing a job where I'm making sure that people are safe and happy. Yeah, everyone at Oxygen was very nice and very, very helpful as well with getting a job and everything. The course really helped with my confidence. They taught me how to become a lifeguard, towing, swimming. My family is proud of me. And they're very happy as well for me becoming a lifeguard rather than a pizza maker, you know. And I would have also probably been not involved in the same community that there is here, pretty much in the Moreland Council and everything.
Moreland, like much of Melbourne, is experiencing a population boom. That means our city is changing. Residents are renovating and extending, and developers are looking to build high-density apartment blocks. Moreland City Council plays a large part in how this change will occur. And it's not just the big things you need to come and talk to us about. You might not think you need a planning permit to extend or renovate your home, but you do. Here's a rough guide of when you need to come and talk to Council. The Moreland Planning Scheme determines when you need a planning permit and directs how we'll consider your application. Good planning considers the impact a new building or development will have on the character of your neighbourhood and your neighbours. Things like a heritage overlay, environmental factors such as being close to a creek or waterway that can potentially flood, or even just the size of your block require you to get a planning permit before any work begins. It's important to consider your neighbours in the design phase of your project to avoid overshadowing or privacy issues. In Moreland, we're committed to protecting and enhancing the rich historical fabric of our city, and significant historical sites are protected by heritage overlay. Heritage overlay on a property means you must get a planning permit for all changes to things like fences or even installing solar panels or a water tank. A building permit will ensure that your building is structurally safe and complies with building regulations. It also makes sure that your project is built by registered builders with the correct documentation and essential inspections to be considered safe for occupation. Building permits aren't just for major renovations. You may need a building permit for a new swimming pool, a new fence or garage, even adding a veranda. You can apply to council or a private building surveyor to deal with your building permit application.
Well, the land's in heritage overlay.
It's essential to get the correct approvals in place before you start your house renovation to avoid future fines or insurance difficulties. These things can get complicated, so we recommend you make an appointment to come and see us early in your project to discuss your plans.
Okay? Have some respect. Have some respect. Right, shut your mouth. Simple. You shut your mouth.
You know it's rude not to speak English? You're in Australia. You can't be
We've had to stop.
it.
We've had to stop. Thank you. Where would you like to take the situation from?
I've seen people being racist towards other people and I've never known what to do. So when this came up, I thought that might be really practical because I think more of us should know how to be able to intervene in a safe and effective way. So I guess that's why I came.
And the practical tools are, how do we engage people rather than confront people or name and shame them?
If you can't be bothered learning the language, why don't you go home from where you came from?
Wow. Hey, I love your boots.
Thanks.
Yeah, where'd you get them from?
Market.
So we want to train people in how to get people asking questions and not clashing and having pitched battles.
Then I realised, wow, that's a fantastic way to disengage because I really did come from here because I was really expecting you to attack me to right down here very quickly. So that was really well done.
That's what we want to create, social change through little individual interventions.
Here at Moreland City Council, we've got a new library for you to try, but this one's a bit different. It's open 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome back. Thank you to those members of the gallery who've remained and those people still watching at home. We'll now move on to the last item that we have brought forward for tonight, which is the safer cycling and pedestrian paths on Sydney Road. And Councillor Ratnam.
Yes, I'd like to move the series of recommendations as in the agenda with a slight amendment incorporating the point that was raised in question time previously and has been circulated to councillors. So we're going to ask for a new point 1, which is that Council writes to Neo Metro requesting information about any proposed closure of the upfield bike path during the construction of the Jewel Station project and requests that the bike path not be closed. Then reorder the points 1 to 6 in the agenda to, no problem. So the previous point 1, which becomes point 2, says essentially the same thing, scope and report back to council by the April meeting or as soon as possible, alternative solution for cyclists using the new upfield, the upfield path who will be affected by the redevelopment of Jewel Station. If the path is to be closed during reconstruction. So that's the only amendment. So we're basically asking Neo Metro about whether they're going to close the path, and we're going to ask them not to close the path, and then rewording point 1 to say we're going to do this work and look for an alternative if the path has to be closed. And all the other points are taken as read. I don't think I need to read them.
Thank you, Councillor Ratnam. And Councillor Riley wishes to second that. Councillor Ratnam, do you wish to speak further?
So this resolution takes in a couple of issues that we are grappling with. One is what's going to happen on the upfield line when the reconstruction of the Jewel Station project gets underway and making sure that we are ready for any closure. Let's hope that there is no closure, and we'll advocate strongly that there is no closure because cyclists deserve the prioritisation to keep their major commuter route along with their recreational route open, just like we would do for pedestrian pathways and car paths. It does provide us with an opportunity, if we do have to have a temporary closure, even if it's a small amount of time, to potentially trial separated bike lanes on Sydney Road, and this is part of our broader campaign to create a safer and better Sydney Road. We've said a number of times in this chamber, we've been pushing the advocacy, we've done a lot of work in this regard, that Sydney Road isn't working for anyone. The trams go slowly, the cars go slowly, the cyclists feel unsafe and the pedestrians feel unsafe and are unsafe. Just last week, a new campaign was started, and I believe the RSCV, who the most unlikely group you'd think to call for a transformation of Sydney Road that doesn't prioritise cars essentially, because they recognise too the problem with Sydney Road. So we've had a number of groups now joining the chorus with us as council to say that we have to rethink Sydney Road. We might not know what the full outcome and the full picture of Sydney Road will look like in future, but we have to start thinking about how we resolve the issues, start some visioning work, and I want to acknowledge the work of Revitalise Sydney Road, who've been a community group that have been active for the last couple of years, really putting some visionary thoughts on the table about what Sydney Road could look like and how we can unleash the potential of Sydney Road for the traders, for the pedestrians, for the cyclists, for the community, and for public transport users as well. So this motion seeks to make sure that we're prepared if there has to be a closure on the upfield path, trial Sydney, separate bike lanes on Sydney Road as a precursor to hopefully getting permanent, safer cycling pathways on Sydney Road, but also step up our advocacy. The last time we wrote to Vic Roads and State Government, we said we wanted a feasibility study done on the future scenarios for Sydney Road. We said we're happy to help out with that. To date, that hasn't progressed, and this recommendation seeks for council to start some of that feasibility work so we can put a vision on the table and start working with our community to imagine a new future for Sydney Road.
Thank you, Councillor Ratnam. The CEO wishes to clarify.
Just through the Mayor, I just wanted to clarify point 2. So it sounds like the intent is if there is a need to close the upfield bike path, then scope and report back. So shall we include those few words? Was it your intention that we included a few additional words in point 2?
That's right. So I suggested extra wording that after, in that point 1, which became point 2, scope and report back, at the third sentence, cyclists using the upfield path who will be affected by the redevelopment of Jewel Station if the path is to be closed during reconstruction.
So then we'll just add if the path is to be closed during reconstruction and then the rest.
That's right.
Okay.
Thank you. Councillor Riley, did you wish to speak?
Oh, look, just so I think Samantha's spoken eloquently to it. The only point I would like to make is that I think we can work on this issue and Sydney Road at the same time. So I think we can walk and chew gum, and I hope that we can try and take on both elements that are, you know, concurrently if we need to.
Thank you, Councillor Riley. Councillor Franny?
I just have a question for Councillor Ratnam on specifically point 3 on the board. Just to clarify, it says contact Vic Roads as soon as possible to seek their approval for trialling separated bicycle lanes on Sydney Road and report back on progress as part of the report discussed in the point. Are you advocating for the closure of a substantial amount of car parks along Sydney Road as part of that? Because just understanding the size of Sydney Road to create a separated bicycle lane, or are you looking at options to retain the car parking and also look at bicycle lane options as well?
The intent of the motion is to seek what options we have. At a previous council meeting, I think it was a year ago, maybe a year and a half ago now, there were alternative line marking configurations that were proposed to keep cyclists safe and sort of a semi-separated cycle pathway. So this is to start scoping what the potential could look like. And I don't know whether we can make a decision on all those other elements of car parking and things until we see what the options are on the table, to look at the road dimensions, look at what is possible. And so it's just to start scoping that work, contact Vic Roads, and I know Vic Roads has started doing some of this work as well, to think about what we're asking at the moment is a trial, so a temporary separated bike path, and they'll put the options on the table for us to consider.
Thank you, Councillor Ratnam.
Sure. If that's the case, I'm glad to hear that, because I think it's too early to tell as to what it should look like. It'll probably be left to the professionals that actually work in this field, such as the roads and the council traffic management plan, to scope it out and look at all the options, because I know that the car parking along Sydney Road are really crucial to the small businesses in Brunswick. I can tell you that Sydney Road is not a road that people use as a community as a thoroughfare. It's a destination point. People that are looking to move from south to north are using CityLink, they're using Melville Road, they're using Nicholson Street, they're using St George's Road. Sydney Road, as mentioned earlier, was sometimes 9 kilometres an hour. It's just not realistic as a thoroughfare. So people are going to Sydney Road to actually shop in the actual shops in those areas, and I don't want to hurt the businesses in that local community that actually rely on the customers to be able to park there. I wonder if we can make some sort of amendment here to make sure that we clarify that, because when you ask for dedicated, separated bicycle lanes in such a narrow street, it reads to me as suggesting that someone's got to give, and it may read to me as it may potentially be the car parks. I don't want to dictate that to Vic Roads. I like all options on the table, and I'd certainly like to pursue this to make sure we improve the street. So I'd make to look at potentially making a point number 7 here that sort of says that any scoping report or contact with Vic Roads and the community does not advocate for substantially reducing the car parks along Sydney Road, which traders heavily rely on.
Councillor Ratnam, is that something that you would be agreeable to as the mover?
No, and I'm happy to speak to why I'm not agreeable to it.
Councillor Farley, do you wish to continue?
Move an amendment, is that what you'd
Yes.
like to? So I'd like to move an amendment that would create point 8, apologies, I said 7.
Yeah.
I'll read it out to Olivia if you'd like, so people can have it on the screen.
Yep, I think that would be. Sorry, yeah. Would
The
you
point
like
8
to?
reads that any scoping report or contact with Vic Roads and the community does not advocate for substantially reducing the car parks along Sydney Road, which traders heavily rely on. And if I have a second, I'm happy to speak to if that's the procedure.
Sure, it is. Is there a seconder for Councillor Farney's point 7? Councillor Yildiz, Councillor Farney, do you wish to speak further?
Yeah, look, I've been a huge advocate of cycling infrastructure in Moreland. In fact, I advocated as part of my campaign extending the upfield bike path north to Western Ring Road to create a cycling arterial and make cycling actually a real transport alternative to cars and trains, and make sure everyone has options to use cycling infrastructure. In fact, I work with John in the audience on making sure the Faulkner path along the cemetery was a shared path to allow cyclists to cycle further north. I'm just making sure that as part of our work to improve cycling infrastructure, we don't disadvantage a particular community group, and that is the small traders. The small traders in Brunswick rely on those car parks, and one of the things that we see is the people that come onto Sydney Road are there to actually visit a shop. They're not there to actually pass through to go north into Coburg or Faulkner. because if they wanted to do that, they'd take a much faster route because you don't get stuck behind the trams and the one lane of traffic. The other thing that's really important to note is a lot of residents are now telling us that there is really substantial parking problems in Brunswick in terms of parking in front of their homes because of the overdevelopment in the area. Now, if we were to shift a whole lot of car parks along City Road or just move them away, what's going to happen is those cars that still need to go into that area are going to have to park elsewhere onto the streets, and the residents of Brunswick are just going to be up in arms about the fact that there's even more congestion on their streets and less car parks than ever before. So this amendment just seeks to solidify what Councillor Ratnam was actually just talking about a little earlier, that it's not about advocating one way or another, and we're not looking to remove car parks to make sure that the traders on City Road in Brunswick are not heavily disadvantaged.
Thank you, Councillor Franny. Councillor Yildiz? You don't wish to speak to it? Is there any further discussion on... Yep, Councillor
Against
Ratnam.
the amendment.
Sure.
Thanks, Councillor Farnley, for the amendment. And one of the reasons I'm not supportive of the amendment is that I think it's preemptive. I think we haven't mentioned anything about car parking and massive reconfigurations of Sydney Road. We've asked for a trial of a section of Sydney Road when the outfield line potentially is closed, if it is going to be closed for the reconstruction. It might be a block or two if they're going to construct and close it for a block or two. And I don't anticipate that it's going to be a large section. So we, in terms of putting an amendment now to limit discussions, if, for example, there's 4 car parks and one of those car parks or 2 of those car parks is going to be affected, the question I have is, does that count as substantial, or does 1 count as substantial, or does 4 count as substantial? We're talking about a limited section, but I also think even getting to that point is preemptive, because we're talking to Vic Roads about the possibilities. It's going to come back to council with the options, and then council has to decide what it's going to do in terms of if it's going to trial a separated bike path as a temporary measure as part of our ongoing work. I think, unfortunately, it feeds into this sort of often discussed point that if you're thinking about pedestrian or cyclist safety, it's pitted against traders and car parks, when in fact the whole revitalisation project in Sydney Road is about making sure it is a destination place that's safe, that's attractive, that's economically prosperous and viable. And we know there's significant issues on Sydney Road in terms of retail and rejuvenating the retail and wanting to beautify the street as well. So this has always been about the future of everyone who uses Sydney Road, and that traders being one of the most significant stakeholders in this whole picture. So I believe that the amendment as read, it kind of goes back into that old argument of, we'll talk about this, but we won't, this is about the traders and we have to protect the traders, but nothing in that resolution is against the traders or car parking. It's just saying we want some options on the table. So I believe it's unnecessarily prescriptive and restrictive. We won't then get the full range of options. And we're going to be engaged in an ongoing piece of work here to think about how we get the state government moving and Vic Roads, everyone involved, in terms of transforming this street. If we're restrictive now and we don't know what the options are, that's going to limit that future work. So I just think it's preemptive and it's not necessary.
Thank you, Councillor Ratnam. Councillor Bolton?
No, I'd like to just comment briefly on that amendment. I mean, I think it goes too far. I do concur with the comments of Councillor Ratnam that it's overly prescriptive. I mean, I think there will need to be some major adjustments on Sydney Road. I mean, I also don't necessarily buy the argument that, I know some people are very committed to the parking on Sydney Road, but I also think actually the reality is it's not a very pleasant place to park, to go somewhere. It's quite, a little bit dangerous for drivers, and also Sydney Road's a long road, and maybe some parts can sustain parking and some parts can't. I mean, what it's like in Coburg, between Moreland Road and Munro Street is quite different to what it's like in Brunswick suburb. So, I think you can't talk about Sydney Road as being identical at each different part. I think you actually have to assess where things are appropriate. I mean, I would be interested to know what's happened with all that investigation about this that Vic Roads is meant to be doing in response to our previous requests. But anyway, I'm not in support of this amendment. But I do have another amendment which I'd like point 1 to be a bit stronger.
Right, well, We'll continue with Councillor Frani's amendment, and then we can return to your further amendment, Councillor Bolton. Councillor Abood?
Just a quick question to Councillor finally about his amendment, just to do with the comment about Sydney Road being used as a destination rather than a thoroughfare. Do you have anything that backs that up, or is that just something that you feel?
That would be local knowledge. Certainly it's a thoroughfare during the clearway times in the morning south, and then during the clearway times north in the afternoon between the clearway times. But outside of that, you'll see a lot of drivers are going out there to actually shop at the local Brunswick traders. Now, actually, can I just close the amendment at the end? Is that the procedure, or?
No, there's no closing of the amendment.
I'll just respond to the question. I'll respond to the question. And I guess in the essence, I just want to assure councillors this isn't about not doing a revitalisation of Sydney. I'd be very much in favour of that, looking at how we can actually attract more cyclists into the area. This is just about making sure we think about the small traders in that area, making sure that their lifeblood, which is the car parking on that road, is not heavily disadvantaged. And certainly I don't want to make it inflexible, which is why I use the word substantially, because I think you need to be able to remove some car parks if you need to do some sort of adjustment in the area. It's not about restricting it completely. It's using words that open up flexibility for everybody and making sure that we keep the traders in mind, and we keep the cyclists in mind, and we keep the walkers and tram users in mind as well.
Thank you, Councillor Frani. Is there any further discussion?
Just want to make one comment. If you look at what's happening at Pascoe Road now and the changes that have happened there, that's actually caused a fair number of businesses along that stretch to close down. So I just want to really, maybe we need to defer this and have more of a discussion around this. I just get the feeling
So are you asking for a procedural motion to
defer?
defer?
I think we need to defer and have more discussion. Why can't we? Why do we have to make a decision on this right now?
So happy to respond, but you have to.
Okay, well, we'll put Councillor Yildiz procedural motion to the vote. All those in favour? All those against? Councillor Tafanos, are you abstaining?
I'm abstaining from
Okay.
the motion. The procedural motion, yes.
Right, yes? Okay, so we'll...
We have a division on that.
No.
It's
recorded.
It's,
It is recorded.
Oh,
No, we have to vote on the amendment. We have just voted on the deferment.
so we're calling for a division on the procedural motion?
Calling for a division?
yes.
Can we...
It's being noted. Yeah, but can we just note who voted?
Yeah.
So you need to call for a division for that.
Division.
Yep. Okay, so for the purposes of record keeping, will all those who voted in favour of the procedural motion, so that's Councillor Yildiz and Councillor Afrani, and then all those who voted against the procedural motion.
Change my mind.
Right, Councillor Tafanos has now changed his mind.
Just for that.
All
Right,
nine
thank
items.
you. Right. Okay, we'll now return to Councillor Frani's amended motion.
Amendment.
Amendment. Yes. Right. Thank you, councillors. Is there any further debate on this from councillors? No. In that case, I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? All those against? I declare that lost. We'll now return to Councillor Ratnam's substantive motion. And sorry, Councillor Bolton has a further
I've
amendment.
got the wording exactly, but I feel point 1 needs to be stronger, especially in the light of the resident who talked about the fact that there are all these other construction projects which have not resulted in the closure of the park. So I think it should be something like council writes to Neo Metro asking them not to close the bike path during construction, and I mean, maybe just leave it at that. I mean, they should really provide alternative arrangements. A lot of building sites, create pathways beside you know, like for pedestrians and cyclists.
Thank
and
you, Councillor Bolton.
so
Before you go on,
so
I'll
I'd like to actually just make it much stronger, and then in response to their answer, we can negotiate alternatives if they feel that.
I'll ask Councillor Ratnam if that's acceptable.
I just want to clarify. I think I sent those original words to the governance manager, but what I read out, because I wanted to amend it, was that we asked them not to close it. So I actually stopped it, that we asked them not to close it unless anybody else recalls differently. So that wording,
I think we just did that.
Manager of governance, I actually read out slightly amended wording, which was from or, delete from or at the last sentence. Yep. So I believe I read that out because that was my intent, that we asked them for not to be closed.
We don't want to give them an excuse.
Not be closed. That's right. That was the original motion.
Yep.
Yeah. That was
don't
what
give them
that's what I read
excuses
out.
or assistance.
Is that acceptable, Sue? Does that cover what you're...
I think rather than requesting, I think we should just delete, I think we just want to go to them and request that they not shut the path. I don't think we need to ask information. They'll supply us with information in return to our letter, and then we can negotiate if they're saying we have to shut the path. I think we just need to make it very clear we want them to not shut the path or provide an alternative if the construction's going to cross the path. So I'd be happy, I'd prefer it. I mean, yes, it's not bad to request information, but I prefer it be stronger. Just don't shut the path.
Thank you, Councillor Bolton.
Can I speak as a seconder in terms of...
No, we're not at that point yet.
Still doing the amendments.
Yes. So
I'd just rather it be that wording that council writes to Neo Metro asking them not to shut the path. And if everyone's against me on that, we just vote me down and put those words back in.
Sorry, Councillor Bolton.
So through the Mayor, I'll just provide some advice. So first step is to see if we can get some very clear words and make a decision about whether the mover and the seconder accepts the change in wording. If not, then it's something that you can move, and that would give Councillor Riley the opportunity to second that. I think it's going to be very important to make a decision about whether the mover and the seconder agree to that change. So that's the question back to Councillor Ratnam.
And just to clarify, I believe Councillor Riley was a seconder to the original motion.
That's right.
He doesn't need to second the amendment. And just in response, I don't feel, I'm not happy with it, despite I get where the motion is coming from, Councillor Bolton, but I'm not sure whether they have plans to close it. We've heard that they've got plans to close it, but I don't think we can say don't close it if they never intended to close it. I just think as a council communicating, we can't assert something we don't know is actually happening, which is why we ask them, are they going to close it? And if they say they're going to close it, we say, please don't close it, and we enter the discussion. But right now, we don't know for sure how long they plan to close it and if they plan to close it in the first place. But it is something that we've heard, hence why we're seeking some clarification from them about what is happening.
Thank you, Councillor Ratnam. So, to clarify, you were not accepting Councillor Bolton's amendment. So, is there a seconder for Councillor Bolton's amendment? Right. Well, for want of a second, Councillor Bolton, that will lapse. So we'll return now to Councillor Ratnam's substantive motion. And is there any further discussion on these? No? Right. Councillor Riley, did you wish to add anything further?
I don't think I need to. I think most of it's been
Thank
said.
you.
Well, look, now that I have stood, I do think that having lost I think what we've got is actually what we're wanting to see, which is an open potential what's going to happen in this space. And I think it's a very comprehensive, we don't want it to rule in things or rule things out at this stage. So I'm very happy with the way that the debate's gone.
Thank you, Councillor Riley. I'll put this to the vote. All those in favour? I declare that carried.
Could we have that recorded as unanimous, Mayor? Thank you.
Yes. Okay. So, right, yes. Beginning of the agenda. So now, councillors, we're returning back to the beginning of the agenda.
Can I move the Assembly of Councillors record on page 29?
Thank you, Councillor Kavanagh. Is there a seconder? Councillor Riley. Councillor Kavanagh, do you wish to speak?
No, I certainly don't think so.
Councillor Riley, do you wish to speak?
Thank you.
Thank you. I'll put that to, if there's no further discussion, I'll put that to the vote. All councillors in favour? I declare that carried. The next item on the agenda is the Australian Local Government Association National General Assembly proposed councillor attendance. Now, I did a quick survey and the councillors who have, and correct me if I'm wrong, the councillors who have expressed an interest are Councillor Yildiz, Councillor Abood and myself in attending Canberra. Councillor Elfrani is happy to move that. Is there a
Someone else wants to go, I don't have to go.
Okay, that's all right.
As I said to you earlier.
Okay, that's okay. So Councillor Elfrani wishes to move that. Is there a seconder? Councillor Riley, is there any discussion, or Councillor Elfrani, do you wish to speak to this?
Look, it's a good mix of new councillors and Councillor Abood and cross political parties as well. We've got a Labor there, we've got a Green there, we've got an Independent there, so it's good representation from us. And, hopefully you guys make us proud. Thank you.
I'm sure we will.
An amendment?
Certainly, Councillor Bolton.
I think we should only send one person. I think it's a bad look to send 3 people to Canberra. I think it looks like a bit like a junket. So I'd like to propose that my amendment is that Councillor Davidson as the Mayor or someone in her place represent Council at the 2017 Australian Local Government.
Is that acceptable to
That
the
means
mover?
only one person.
No. Does Councillor Bolton have a seconder? Right. Well, I'm afraid for want of a seconder that will lapse. So we'll now return to the substantive motion. Is there any further discussion or debate on that? No? I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? I declare that carried.
Can I be
Oh, sorry, Sue. Did you? Yep.
I think 3 is too many, but anyway, I would have settled for 2.
Yeah, can I call a division so that we can...
Okay.
vote
So,
for
can
it?
I recall the vote?
No, that's right.
Just been voted on.
Just get everyone
Well,
to
you
show
call the
the
division after the vote, otherwise there's nothing to
Yeah.
count.
No,
That's
not
right.
discussing to go.
So, all those in favour, raise your hand again. And all those against. Thank you. Okay, we'll now move on to the next report, the review and determination of the Mayor and Council allowance for the next 4 years, financial years. Is there a Councillor Kavanagh is on his feet?
Yeah, can I move a slightly alternative recommendation? Point 1, 2 and 3 as read, and add a point 4, that Council writes the Premier Daniel Andrews to encourage that state parliamentarians undertake the same fiscal responsibility as councillors in using their entitlements. And if I have a seconder, I'll speak.
Right. So, Councillor Martin, Councillor Kavanagh.
Look, I have no problem in essence of going out to the community and letting the community know what the allowances for mayor and councillors is, but I do take a little bit of umbrage that the Act forces us to do so by parliamentarians that don't do the same thing themselves. That does really annoy me. I've got news for Daniel Andrews. I reckon if he went out to the community and said, yes, one of our ministers is going to chauffeur his dogs around, one of our ministers, or 2 of our Speaker and our Deputy Speaker are going to claim allowances for holiday homes in other parts of the Victoria that they don't live, I reckon then people might say they're not too keen on that idea. I reckon if they found out that our members of Parliament were earning around $200,000 a year, plus these generous allowances, I actually think he might get a message he wouldn't be too happy with. But anyway, we might get the same message, and if we do, we'll have to cop that one too. But I just can't see why they set rules for other levels of government that they're not prepared to put for themselves.
Great. Thank you, Councillor Kavanagh. Councillor Martin, do you wish to add anything?
No, I think Councillor Kavanagh covered everything off there.
Thank you. Councillor Bolton.
I've got an amendment. In point 1, I'd like to propose that to seek community comment on the mayoral allowance and council allowances for the next 4 financial years being fixed at the lower rate of Category 1. Category 2, sorry, Category 2.
Free.
No, but you're asking for Category 2, are you?
Category 2, yeah.
No,
there's
Category 3 council.
3 categories.
That's right.
And so, if I have a seconder, I'll explain.
No, we'll check if Councillor Kavanagh is agreeable to
it's
the
a lower
amendment.
rate of
That's right.
between 10,000 and 24,000 and mayoral 76,000.
We're Category 3 council, we can't
We're
change
category-
that.
Actually, sorry, Sue and councillors, I will cross to James for some clarification on the categories.
of Category 3.
Councillors, through the Mayor, the size of council is used in determining what size council, category council falls into, and it's gazetted by the Minister. So council actually doesn't get to choose, and there's a higher and lower limit so you can make decisions within those limits.
Right. Councillor Bolton, do you wish to amend your motion?
Oh, well, if it's gazetted, probably I have to withdraw the amendment.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion? Sorry. Yes. Yeah. Councillor Bolton, you can propose a range within that category. Is that something that you wish to do?
Really got figures in my mind for that. I was just
It's
thinking
about 12 grand.
a bit easier to work out in terms of the category. Maybe it could be reduced.
Can I suggest perhaps this might assist Councillor Bolton, but it be the lowest figure in Category 3, which is the category Moreland City Council is in. Is that the intent
Is that
of her
what you're
amendment?
seeking, Councillor
Oh,
Bolton?
could be. Yeah.
It is?
12,367.
Yeah.
Right.
On page
Okay,
37.
well, is there a seconder to second Councillor Bolton's motion? Okay, for want of a second, that will lapse. We'll now return to Councillor Kavanagh's motion. Is there any further discussion? In that case, I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? I declare, and all those against? Councillor Bolton? I declare that carried. We'll now move on to the Financial Management Report for the period ending the 31st of January 2017. Is there a councillor who wishes to move this? Councillor Tapanos. Is there a seconder?
I'll have it a second.
And Councillor Yildiz? Councillor Tapanos, do you wish to speak to that?
No
No, sorry. Councillor Yildiz, do you wish to speak to that? Councillor Ratnam.
Just wanted to raise a couple of points. There's a great summary, and this is a particularly important financial management report because it talks about the mid-year budget review and some of the projects that we're moving slightly to ensure that we achieve as many of the capital projects that we set out to determine. Some of those projects have been delayed, so we'll bring others forward. To note particularly the Oxygen Youth Facility, just formalising with the previous council, this council has wanted to do, which is to finish stage 2 and 3 of the project, which is very exciting to see that formalised with the mid-year budget review. The only other aspect I wanted to discuss or to mention was for us to be aware in the budget process. One of the projects is to bring the DDA compliance works, that's for disability access works, to bring some of that money forward to make sure that we have a bigger scope. So my understanding is there's 50,000 in this year's budget to do the scoping work. We need to do more scoping work, so we have to increase that budget to get the scoping work done, which then leaves $50,000 in the 17-18 year to actually implement the projects. Originally, that was intended to be $100,000 to actually implement the projects that we found were gaps or in need of improvement. So just to be mindful that as we enter the budget process, it was intended that we'd have $100,000 at least to do DDA compliance work. There's a lot of work to be done in terms of improving DDA compliance. So I think that's something we should be aware of when we're starting the budget process to ensure that we have enough to implement the recommendations of the scoping work which we've just expanded. So I think at the end of the scoping work, we'll get a good set of a good map of where the gaps are, what we need to improve as a matter of urgency, and then we're going to have the budget to actually implement it. So just to be mindful of that.
Thank you, Councillor Ratnam. Is there any further discussion on this? No, if there's no further discussion, I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? I declare that carried. And sorry, before we move on, Councillor Kavanagh, I will need to call for an extension of time.
I'm happy to so move.
Moved by Councillor Kavanagh, seconded by Councillor Abood. All those in favour? I declare that carried. Councillor Kavanagh?
On DCS 1117, can I move a deferral, please, to the next council meeting? There's nothing clandestine about it. I just want to do some figures before we approve this. That's all, and I haven't done that.
Is there a seconder? Councillor Abood? Oh, sorry. Yep,
yeah.
as it's a procedural, there's no need for a seconder. All those in favour?
Can we ask a question on it? Or?
Because it's a procedural motion, there's no real question. Councillor Kavanagh did provide a brief explanation. I'll put that to the vote now, though. All those in favour? I declare that carried. So the bowling and tennis club lease has been deferred till next month. We'll now move on to the status update of the council lease, DCS 1217.
I'm happy to move the opposite recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor Kavanagh. Is there a seconder? Councillor Abood. Councillor Kavanagh, do you wish to speak?
Thanks.
Councillor Abood. Is there any discussion from councillors? No? In that case, I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? I declare that carried. Well, now, Councillor Kavanagh's on his feet for the Oak Park Sports
I'm
and
going to hold it a bit for a few minutes, sorry
Yeah.
about that. Can I move a slightly different resolution to the one before us? All points stay as is, and adding a point 7, that council writes to all local, state and federal MPs, including Northern Metropolitan members of the Legislative Council and Victorian senators, reiterating Council's great disappointment in receiving no state or federal support for this major project. It should say after major, I think that was my mistake, major project up until this point in time. And number 8, furthermore, we write to state MPs, including Northern Metropolitan members of the Legislative Council, informing that Council is required to pay a fee of $29,900 to the state government under the Metropolitan Planning Levy to support Plan Melbourne initiatives, and seeking they lobby on our behalf to have this fee refunded. And if I have a seconder, I'll refrain my right to speak and I'll close the debate.
Thank you. Councillor Martin had his hand up from the Northwest Ward, so Councillor Kavanagh, do you wish to speak?
I'll close the debate at the end, if that's all right.
Certainly. Is there any discussion from councillors or debate on this? Councillor Franny?
Yeah. I took Councillor Ratnam's advice last month and went and visited Brunswick Baths, and I just want to thank the council officers that facilitated that tour, Kirsten and Liz. And look, I was pleasantly surprised and very happy with the success of that outdoor pool and its function and its popularity. Look, I understand this one isn't going to go for the 12 months of the year, which is a bit disappointing for me, but it performs a different function, and that is really being a school carnival pool. So with that in mind, I'm happy to support this investment, and hopefully we can start rolling this out amongst other aquatic centres too.
Excellent. Thank you, Councillor Franny. Is there any further? Councillor Martin?
I'd just like to say that this is a fantastic proposal. This is a fantastic moment for the people of the Northwest. I mean, I think it's just going to be such a fantastic precinct. It just adds so much to the area, and I'm fully supportive of this proposal. And yes, it is incredibly disappointing that we did not receive any funding, but to prove to the people of Oak Park and to the people in the municipality that we are willing to back this, and we are 100% behind the community on this one, and we'll do it even if we don't have state and federal support. So.
Thank you, Councillor Martin. I'd also like to say a few words as well. This is such a great achievement for Council. It really shows our ability to budget, our ability to finance our assets, and it would have been wonderful if we had some support from the state government in this, but we've done it by ourselves. So for the people of the Northwest Ward, this has been a real win. And I'd also like to thank our CEO, Narina De Lorenzo, for her wonderful stewardship in the budgeting process for this, because it's taken a lot of effort and time to work out how we're going to prioritise this particular project. And Oak Park Pools was in such a dire need of assistance. It's been prioritised, and we're now at the point where we're at the pivotal moment of getting this through and really turning some soil in there. And I'm looking forward to retaining the traditional elements of the pool, including the elephant and the slide. So that's wonderful. I can't wait to get my 24-hour gym membership so I can start working out there. It's a really great achievement. So if there's any further councillors who wish to speak on this? No? I'll put that to the vote.
I'll close the debate.
Councillor Kavanagh, sorry.
Look, the Mayor's spoken very well on that, as have the other people. Look, it's a shame that it's at 10:15 at night, because this is the biggest project that Moreland has undertaken, if it's approved tonight, in its history.
Yeah.
In its history. In the 22-year history of Moreland, this is the biggest project. $26 million project, and as has been mentioned, at this stage, Council is going it alone. In other words, the ratepayers are going it alone. I think that's wrong, by the way. I think that's terribly wrong. I think we've been badly let down by our state and federal members, but I'm still holding out hope. You notice the resolution includes writing to upper house members and to senators. I want upper house members and senators to know, or any other local members, we'll take money now. We'll take money now. We're not closing the door. We'll take it right up to the day of the opening. We'll have no problem whatsoever. And if they want to put money after the opening, we'll take it then too. Okay? We're not fussy. Okay, we're not fussy in any shape or form. But there's another point there too that I want to make. There's a $29,900 charge that because a levy that's been placed by the state government on projects over $1 million, and there's no reduction because it's a community project. So not only are we not receiving money from the state government, but we actually have to pay them almost $30,000 for doing a project to try and facilitate the initiatives of Plan Melbourne. It is clearly wrong. It is clearly wrong. It's wrong that we haven't received funding from the state. It's wrong that we haven't received funding from the feds. And it's wrong that we actually have to pay to try and improve assets in our community. It is completely wrong. All right? And this is an issue that I think that even some MPs wouldn't be aware of. And so I want our upper house members to know that, and our lower house members. I want them to be aware of it. Yes, we are still open for funding, and yes, we're still open to have that money refunded, as it should be, to the Moreland community. Can I say that, this has been a project of 10 years standing. I see the former Mayor Mark Higginbotham in our public gallery, and he would know from those times. He and Councillor Kathleen Matthews Ward, great advocates for the Northwest Ward when they were on council together, and it started in that day, and that's 2004-2008 period, right? It's been long standing, but there's been many hurdles along the way. Right? Many hurdles along the way, and many times it looked like it was going to fall over. And just as success has many fathers and failure has an orphan, everyone around this table is rightfully going to say, and particularly by the time it's open and look at this magnificent facility, gee, I was a part of that. And yes, we have been a part of it. But I'll tell you now, there's one person that stands head and shoulders above, and that's our CEO, Nerina De Lorenzo. When she came as CEO, we had not a dollar for this project. Not a dollar. And through savings, through setting up a fund, etc., we now have around $13 million. Taking a bit here, taking a bit there, making sure that this project got up. And I want to thank you sincerely, Nerina, and that's why I wanted to finish the debate, to make sure that the credit goes to the person who it belongs to, not only as CEO, even when she was Director of City Infrastructure in her first guise, no, she was the one continually pushing it forward, and I know that's the case, and I'm deeply appreciative of it. And every Moreland resident for the next 50 years, when they're using this facility, just as when the City of Broadmeadows opened it some 60 years ago, right, I'm sure it was well received. It's going to be incredibly well received. And people won't know the people who are involved in the process, but the people around this table should know, and the people in the public gallery know. It's one person, Nerina De Lorenzo. Thank you.
It's a well-deserved round of applause. And thank you, Councillor Kavanagh, for that as well. It's a very newsworthy event that's happening. So in that case, I'll put the motion to the vote. All those in favour? I declare that carried unanimously. And could that be recorded as such?
Excellent. Well done, Councillor.
Making history. Great. Now, the next item on the agenda, Councillor Kavanagh,
I'm sorry, I'm
is
going
on
to
his
go
feet.
dominate here.
That's okay. It's for the waste service tender.
Now, in accordance with Section 89(2) of the Local Government Act 1989, item DCI 1117, waste services tender, I'm moving that it be considered in the confidential section of the meeting as it on the basis that it involves A, industrial matters, B, contractual matters, C, legal advice, and D, matters that could be prejudicial to council. So I'm moving it be heard in the confidential section.
Thank you, Councillor Kavanagh. Is there a seconder? Councillor Riley. All those in favour?
Can I speak?
No, because it's a procedural suit. Councillor Bolton, I'm afraid you can't.
Speak against having something put in confidential?
No. Okay, so now all those in favour who have voted, just for the record, that was, yeah, and all those against?
I'm against, and I'd like it to be recorded, please.
Thank you, Councillor Bolton. Right. Okay, so now we'll move on to DCI 1217, the Draft Moreland Graffiti Strategy 2017. Is there a councillor who wishes to move this particular item? Councillor Ratnam? And do you wish to speak, Councillor Ratnam? Yes, sorry. Is there a seconder for this? Councillor Fran.
I just want to invite members of the community to participate in the consultations. This goes out to community consultation. It's an issue that I feel in my time, sort of 4 or 5 years on council now, is becoming an issue that I hear more about from the public and more public concern. It was interesting to note in the report with the recorded graffiti instances across the municipality, 75% of them were located in the south of the municipality. So that tells you a little bit about what's happening in the south versus the north in terms of graffiti. So we really want to get some feedback on this, and there's a bit of work that we want to do in some of the where we're framing it as well. So just an invitation to the community to give us their feedback on our approach to tackling graffiti in the community, and we welcome their feedback.
Thank you, Councillor Ratnam. Councillor Fran, do you wish to speak to this? No? Is there any further discussion from councillors? No, in that case, I'll put the motion to the vote. All those in favour? All those against? I declare that carried. And Councillor Bolton was against, is that correct? Yes, okay. Yep, and Councillor Bolton was against, but yeah, it was carried, yes. We'll now move on to DCI 1317, Renewal Shellis Reserve, Brunswick West. Is there a councillor for this report? Councillor Bolton, I saw, and Councillor Riley to second. Councillor Bolton, do you wish to speak?
Yeah, I would like to speak in favour of this, and it's good to see this happening. This was a group of residents who approached myself and Councillor Lincoln Thompson, and we both worked together on a motion for a wildlife reserve, or bird reserve in particular. It was a group of residents who regularly used the area and wanted to see plantings and so forth, which would really facilitate birds in this particular area. I was contacted by one of those particular residents to say, I hope there's going to be some seats and so forth that people can enjoy. And for anyone who is watching online, who might be from that group of residents, I can assure them that the directors have informed me that it will be that will be included as part of this reserve, so that people can fully enjoy this particular area. And I think, especially with certain birds dying out and so forth, as especially the smaller birds in metropolitan cities around Australia, I think anything we can do to bring some birds back that might be threatened, I think would be great. So that was really the initial impetus for this, was to bring birds back and attract particular birds with plantings to this site.
Thank you, Councillor Bolton. Councillor Riley, do you wish to add anything further?
Thanks, Sue. I just wish to urge everyone to read the State of the Environment Report, which is a 5-year report that's just come out today, and it's pretty damn depressing, and we need to do more of this kind of thing. If you look at some of the predictions in there, it's actually enough to stop you wanting to go to sleep, really, but I won't depress you too much. There's only a couple of things we're improving on as a nation, and this little park might just help a few more things in our little part of West Brunswick. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Riley. Councillor Abood?
This is the first that I've heard about this collaboration between Councillor Bolton and Councillor Thompson, and I'm absolutely 100% not surprised to hear that Lenka was involved, and I'd like to commend her on her spirit, but also the collaboration and heart and soul of, I'm sure she had a lot to do with this.
Thank you, Councillor Abood. Is there any further discussion from councillors? So, Councillor Kavanagh?
Yeah, I also just want to rise to congratulate Councillor Bolton and former Councillor Thompson. Look, Councillor Thompson was just the most wonderful advocate as a councillor. Just, like didn't take the limelight, just worked in the background to get things done. And she, I'm sure, once again, a little bit like what I said before, other people in the future won't know that she was involved in this, I'm sure, but she will, and hopefully her children will know, etc. That, you know, that the achievement that you have stands beyond the time in which you're on council and stands, you know, a testament. And it's something that it doesn't have to be advertised, it doesn't have to go everywhere. You know, and your family know, and you know, congratulations to her and to Councillor Bolton for this.
Thank you, Councillor Kavanagh. Councillor Bolton?
I'd just like to raise one little correction. It was really the residents that brought this to our attention. I mean, yes, Councillor Lincoln Thompson and myself moved the motion to get it on the books, and we voted for it. But really, actually, it was the residents who brought this to our attention. And I think, yes, good work that council did, but I think actually if the residents hadn't raised it with us, we wouldn't even know about this particular issue. So I think probably the first lot of congratulations needs to go actually to the residents, and then, you know, us as councillors, we played a part as well. But I think it's really, you know, this sort of shows, because we're not, you know, these are big wards we represent. We don't know every tiny little nook and cranny in the wards. And so that's why we need the residents to let us know what's going on, so that we've got deeper knowledge of the various nooks and crannies.
Okay, is there any further discussion from councillors? No, in that case, I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? I declare that carried. We'll now move on to the Charles Mutton Reserve Precinct Feasibility Study. Is there a councillor who wishes to move this report?
I'm happy to move.
Did we move the gambling
Sorry, I've jumped over the page. Hang on.
Gambling strategy of the Coburg night market.
There you go. Right, excellent. Sorry, councillors. Okay. Councillor Ratnam's on her feet for the gambling strategy.
I'd like to propose this report with an additional resolution that we add a point 3, that council explores how it can divest from direct and indirect investments that fund the electronic gaming machine industry, and that further advice come to council as part of the annual gambling strategy monitoring reports about a suggested approach for EGM industry divestment. And I'll pass on the words to the governance manager.
Seconded by Councillor Abood. Councillor Ratnam?
So this is a fantastic report reporting the first year of progress in our 5-year new gambling strategy to reduce the harms of gambling in our municipality. As many of you would know, our community suffers greatly from gambling, and particularly problematic gambling, with losses of over $60 million annually it's averaging, and it'll be interesting to know whether we've seen a bit of a dip in that this year, and hopefully we have. Gambling affects people in all stages of life, and it might not even be a direct impact, but there is very few people you'll meet whose lives haven't been touched by issues of gambling. So we're really committed to doing as much work as possible to reduce the levels of gambling in our community, and particularly problematic gambling. It's been a stellar first year, and the report highlights some incredible achievements, and I'll just list a couple of them. We launched the strategy, we've written to Prime Ministers, we've done lots of social media and some really innovative social media on these. We've supported the Alliance for Gambling Reform. We've strengthened our planning laws, which is a real tangible tool that we have, and then applied that, and that was an RSL planning permit application. We're still awaiting in Glenroy, and we're still awaiting the VCAT decision on that. So there's an incredible list of projects that have been achieved in just 1 year, and I want to commend particularly the officer team behind this work, because they are such a driving force in pushing the envelope and bringing ideas to us as councillors that we can also back. So wholeheartedly support this report. And my additional resolution is based on a few things I've been hearing in this space about how we can increase our advocacy, and that EGM, electronic gaming machine industry, is quite a powerful industry. We know of big supermarket chains, for example, that have significant investments. And I think as council, we have to really think about, like we did with fossil fuel divestment, when we know the industry is really harmful, we've got to think about our role and responsibility, and do as much as we can to send a signal out there that we're not willing to do business that profits on harm. So that's why I've put that exploration point about finding ways to divest from that type of investment.
Thank you, Councillor Ratnam. Councillor Abood, do you wish to speak?
Just very quickly, I completely agree with everything that Councillor Ratnam said, but the only thing I'd like to add is something that you mentioned earlier, Helen, about the connection between gambling and violence, and also just to acknowledge all of the people that are working in this space to support the Alliance for Gambling Reform and their work, and also to acknowledge the intense pressure and the kind of people that are impacted by this kind of this industry, and the intense pressure that it puts on families who might already be stretched in times when things are getting tougher and tougher to, finance life the way you might. Anyway, I think everyone knows what I mean.
Thank you, Councillor Bood. Councillor Bolton? And
ask the mover and the seconder, would it be possible to, I think it's a great proposal to do this divestment, would it be possible to make it divestment from the gambling industry rather than limiting it to electronic gaming industry?
Yep.
Yes, that's fine. Maybe, if that's okay.
Yes, that's fine with me.
Can I speak to that?
Gambling
industry. From the gambling industry.
Gaming industry.
Gaming industry.
The gaming industry divestment.
I think that the gambling industry is that's broad.
Right, that's right.
That's sport. That's everywhere.
If I can speak to it, I'll just explain, and if people can see some holes in what I'm saying, I'm sure people will point them out. My reason for proposing that is I know that all the figures in our report shows that the biggest problem is electronic gaming at the moment. But, certainly at the moment, betting advertising on TV and all over the place is of a scale I've never ever seen it before. Gambling, where you don't have to go to a TAB anymore or a pub with pokies to gamble. You can just have your smoko break on a construction site and bet on your mobile phone. There's a competition between all of the gambling companies, and I actually think we are going to have a massive problem in the future where maybe it'll be older people with gaming machines, it'll be young people with internet gambling. At the moment, it's a fairly relatively new thing, so it's maybe not reflected in the figures. But I am very scared for the future for young people because I think this is, footy. I've heard of 6-year-old kids who know the footy odds at schools and so forth. So I think if it's, unless there's some, reason that people can come up with to say that this isn't going to work, I think we should, and it is explore, it says council explore how it can divest, then I think that means we, examine if there's a problem with it. We maybe can't go through with it, but I really think this internet gambling is going to be massively I think a younger generation is going to be seriously impacted.
Thank you, Councillor Bolton. Councillor Kavanagh?
Just to make mention, it was mentioned earlier tonight, but Calvin Thompson's work on the Alliance, I was speaking to him on Australia Day, and he was surprised at how many of the councils weren't in the Council Alliance when he first took the position. And that afternoon he was going to a neighbouring municipality and putting the pressure on a few councillors to join, and he had in his sights about 25 councils in Victoria, and he said, I reckon I can get those to join. And so he was active in doing so. So, he is, it's to be recognised that he is contributing, even though he's no longer an MP, he's contributing very well to the community.
Thank you, Councillor Kavanagh.
It says gaming industry, it should be gambling industry. Should be gambling industry, yeah. Oh, well, I mean, does gaming just mean the machines, or does it mean, sports?
Gambling and gaming.
Gambling
and gaming. It's just to get some exploration, so I think let's leave it open. Yeah, leave it open to everything.
Councillor Abood, did you wish to?
I guess I just wanted to make a comment about not detracting from this current campaign about the pokie machines, because I feel that once we finish with this campaign about the pokie machines, we're going to have to open up the can of worms, which is sports betting on TV and, obviously some kind of awareness programs for people who are impacted by sports betting and gambling on TV. So that was the only comment that I wanted to make, because I think that specifically this thing is targeted towards pokie machines and gaming.
Yes. Thank you, Councillor Bood. Just as a point of clarification, with gaming, it may just refer to things like video games.
Oh,
right.
right.
So
Okay, yeah.
gaming, you know.
Yes, that's
That's
right.
right.
Gambling.
Yeah. So I think the correct wording is gambling.
Right. Yeah,
As opposed to
And
gaming,
that's the name
because
of
we're
the
not
strategy.
divesting
That's
from
right.
video games.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. Happy with gambling.
Yeah.
Gaming's okay. That's fine. Limited hours.
Okay, is there any further discussion from councillors? Got a moment to read that up there? I'm very supportive of this myself. I think it takes it that step further where council's really being quite proactive in the area. We're exploring all our options as to how we can support this and really add our weight to the alliance as well against for gambling reform. So if there's no further discussion, I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? I declare that carried, and could I ask that that be recorded unanimously as well? Okay. We'll now move on to the Coburg Night Market, the 2016 report. Councillor Riley is on his feet.
I'd like to move this.
Thank you, Councillor Riley.
Excellent report.
Is there a seconder? Councillor Abood. Councillor Riley, do you wish to speak?
Just to say that it's a great report to have because it's showing the growth. And the night that I did go this year, I finally got there. It was a bit cold and miserable, but people were still enjoying themselves. And I'm looking forward to going back on a much more pleasant evening when I can really hang out and enjoy the music.
Excellent. Councillor Abood, do you wish to speak?
Just don't we do a great festival?
Yes.
Look at all our parties, they're fantastic.
Great. Councillor Ratner?
Sorry that I hadn't had much time this week to be able to scope this out, but I only have one concern. I think the report's great. I think totally supportive of all the work. My only concern, I asked a question of officers over the last day or so about the financial reporting around it. So we have some approximate figures where we don't have the full financial acquittal. My only concern is about approving the report without the full financial acquittal, because one of the, I think, the reasons for the report is to look at how much we're spending, particularly over the last couple of years when we've taken it back in-house, looking at how much our expenses versus, where are the areas for growth and development. So I just have look, I'm not proposing, I'd be happy to propose to defer it. I'm not suggesting that, but I just wanted to note that I think we're going to have a further discussion once the financial report is received. Again, I'm not sure the best way forward. I don't want to delay this unnecessarily because it is a report, but I think in terms of process, it'd be good to have the full financials before we decide, because it helps us with our future discussion and planning.
Thank you, Councillor Ratner.
So just through the Mayor, we can, separate to this report, come back with the full acquittal to council and also through the budget process as well. So we'll have the opportunity to explore that more fully.
Okay. Thank you. Is there any further discussion from councillors? I'll put that to the vote then. All those in favour? I declare that carried. And Councillor Fran is on his feet for the Charles Martin Reserve Precinct Feasibility Study.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to move the council officer's recommendation for DSD 817, the Charles Martin Reserve Precinct Feasibility Study.
Thank you. Is there a seconder? Oh gosh, a few hands. Councillor Carly Hannon.
And I'll, just to save time, I'll make comments at the close if you'd like.
Sure. Councillor Carly Hannon, do you wish to?
Okay, well, yeah, firstly I'd like to just thank and congratulate the council officers for getting back to us so properly and, for all the support that we've seen in this project. I mean, as you can see, this side of the room with our North East Ward councillors, I guess we're getting almost that excitement that you've already seen tonight with the Oak Park North West councillors, sort of envisaging our future and our project. And so, as you can see as well, we'll talk further on it, but basically we're seeing it as something that's got sport, it's got community, it's got the men's shed, community shed, and it's got community garden, just to name a few of the things that we're looking to do there. So it's got a big future ahead, and yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Carly Hannon. Councillor Abood?
I just agree with everything that Councillor Carly Hannon has said, and also that I think this is going to be a time for great collaboration, and I think that already us North East Ward councillors has sort of shown that we can accommodate each other's purpose which our purposes are all very differing. And I think that it's really fantastic, especially considering the councillors who have always had Fawkner on their map, and I'm speaking about Councillor Bolton and Councillor O'Farnley specifically, that we're looking forward to some wins. And I also want to commend the officers on the potential for this to have a really quick turnaround in terms of getting some kind of plan on the table.
Thank you. Councillor Kavanagh and then Councillor Bolton.
Just to say that this has got more similarities to Oak Park than what you think. In 45 years ago, this was like the great centre of the north. You know, like the athletics track was just considered the best athletics track, you know, north of the Yarra, really, to be honest. But it's another example that, you know, things have their use-by date, etc. I'm talking about 1972, 73, when it was the first time I saw the track, and you know, schools used to come from all over the north to have their athletics events there. And it was the major little athletics thing, I think, in the entire northern suburbs. So you know, like it's you know, fortunately fell into disrepair, but this is starting to get it back up to where it should be.
Thank you, Councillor Kavanagh. Councillor Bolton.
Yes, I think this will be great because there's a lot of sporting infrastructure in this particular area, but and some of the clubs are really strong, like the football and the cricket club, but the bowling club is struggling, but you know, is still functioning, and also the athletics track is actually still really widely used. Maybe not for competition, but by local residents. So, and there is this proposal, which a lot of local residents aren't really very aware about netball teams coming into the area. So I think this will be a great opportunity for people to have a chance to talk about, you know, plans and give their input into these plans. I think it will be great to have a netball centre in Fawkner, because it is, you wouldn't know it from the media coverage, the most widely played sport in Australia. Like, you wouldn't believe it. It is the most widely played sport in Australia, but it's ignored because it's mostly girls. But there is also the question of this athletics track, which is widely used by the local community, and some people are not aware that that is going to be stripped away. So the community consultation process is going to be really important with this, you know, to make sure everyone's aware of what's going on and can have their input, so that we don't get to the end of the process and we have people feeling like they haven't been consulted. So, but I think this is a great opportunity for Fawkner and for Moreland and the northern suburbs in general.
Great. Thank you, Councillor Bolton. Is there any further? Councillor Riley.
I have a very important question for Councillor Bolton. Is there a darts group in the northeast?
Dance group.
Darts.
Sport touchdown darts club that's being booted out of the.
Yeah, no, is there one in the northeast? Because I'm wondering if there's one in the northwest, isn't there?
Well, there's a touchdown darts club
There is.
that council's trying to assist, and they were located at the Oak Park aquatic, Oak Park pool.
I just wonder, is there one on the?
And they're sort of being booted
There will
out.
be.
But I gather council hasn't been able to find a suitable venue for them, so they're moving somewhere. I can't quite remember where.
Okay. Thank you, councillors.
We could strike up a competition soon, but no.
Thank you, Councillor Khan.
I'll close the discussion. Thanks to the councillors for your support on this one. Look, we touched on it earlier before, but I think going it alone here is going to be a little bit difficult. There's so much investment that's probably needed into the area, so we really need to be able to articulate a strong, cohesive plan that the community's had time to engage into the state and federal government as to what we want to achieve with this area, so that's what this seeks to achieve. What is our plan for Charles Muller Reserve? What investment do we need? And hopefully we can attract the state and federal government to chip in and help us out regarding this particular area. Just want to clarify a point. It was mentioned that there are some strong teams in that area. If you actually look at the data, the actual football club is struggling actually a little bit. Their Auskick numbers are the lowest out of all football clubs in the area, and they've actually started to engage in the Count Me In social inclusion program to attract diverse background, predominantly Pakistani community into the cricket club and really engaging with the local community, which is actually at their cost, to attract young kids back into the club. So unfortunately they've been demoted a couple of times last few years. Hopefully they can rebuild, but they're actually not as strong as what you may perceive. But look, hopefully with everyone's support we can start seeing a plan. The Director of Social Development has assured me that I'll see this up and running within the next few months. So hopefully I'll be able to share that with the Fawkner community very soon. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Franny. If there's no further discussion, I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? I declare that carried. Now, Councillor, I will need to call for another extension of time. Is there a motion moved by Councillor Tapinos, second by Councillor Riley? All those in favour? I declare that carried. We'll now move on to the Community Grants Program, 2016 to 2017. Is there a councillor who wishes to move this report?
I just asked a question. Is there anyone in the audience waiting for something?
It's a good question.
Anyone?
Anybody in the audience waiting for a particular report? What can I ask? What report are you waiting for?
A motion.
A motion. Which motion?
The anti-conscription one.
Can we bring that forward,
Yeah,
councillors?
yes, okay.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Bolton will.
Machine's playing up. Okay.
Sorry, Councillor Bolton, just for the record keeping, could we pause for a minute whilst they find it and then we'll proceed?
It is page 495.
Yes, okay. Councillor Bolton?
Okay, so the motion reads that Council resolves 1, to endorse the following planned commemoration activities of the anniversary of the 1916-1917 conscription referendum. Actually, it should say 1916 and 1917 because there were two, one in each year. A Brunswick conference titled endorsed. Okay, a Brunswick conference titled Democratic Opposition to War, the 1916-17 Anti-Conscription Campaigns, Impacts and Legacies at Site Works, Saxon Street, Brunswick on May 20, 2017, and B, the early January 2018 reenactment of the women's demonstration and chorus at Pentridge Prison. 2, to provide $3,500 in funding to assist with the conference venue, print materials and catering costs at these two events. 3, to invite consideration of proposals for a permanent peace sculpture memorial at Pentridge as part of the commemoration process. 4, that the next Morris Blackburn oration scheduled for 2018 be focused on the theme of war, peace and conscription.
And Councillor Cavanagh to second. Councillor Bolton?
I am, because I have a reason.
Okay, I haven't got all of my notes totally handy. There is quite a bit of information in the background to this resolution, which I'd really encourage councillors, residents to read. There have been previous resolutions passed along this line because a number of residents came together to form the Brunswick-Coburg Anti-Conscription Commemoration Committee, a bit of a mouthful of a name, but the reason why is because there's been so much of a celebration of military action during the First World War. There's been a loss of memory in schools and so forth about the anti-conscription and anti-war campaigns during the First World War. An enormous number of soldiers from all countries became pacifists as a result of the horror of the First World War, and many refused to participate in Anzac Days and so forth after that war. There was a big resolution that was passed 2015, I think it was, with a number of recommendations. So council staff actually, as a result of that, have carried out quite a few elements of that resolution, including the walking tour, looking at various important anti-conscription sites, making recognition of the anti-conscription movement as part of the commemoration of the First World War. and I gather their staff are working on some various projects, one of which was the renaming of Wilson Avenue to John, to reflect the role of John Curtin, a former Prime Minister who played a leading role as a young person in the campaign against the conscription. Brunswick was the epicentre of this campaign. Involved a whole lot of different elements, from trade unionists, the importance of the women's movement, the importance of the Irish community, of the Catholic Church, and also of the socialist movement. And then in Pentridge Prison, a lot of the anti-war and anti-conscription activists were imprisoned, including the famous suffragette Adela Pankhurst. There have been a number of activities carried out by this committee, so it's not all, the ask hasn't all been of council. And one of the projects which council gave a grant for was to write a song to reenact the women's demonstration, and which involved singing outside Adela Pankhurst's prison window. That will be at the beginning of 2018.
Thank you, Councillor Bolton.
So there's a range of, I'll just wrap up now. This conference will be contemporary, not just historical. It'll be both historical and contemporary, because there are issues right now where the Australian government Cabinet can decide to go to war without any recourse to Parliament. So there are contemporary issues around war and peace, which will be explored in the conference, as well as having a strong link back to the role that local residents in Brunswick and Coburg played in defeating conscription in 1916 and 17.
Thank you, Councillor Bolton. Councillor Cavan.
Yes, I'm supportive of this. Councillors might be surprised because I mentioned the other night that I wanted to separate the motions, but since that time I've actually cited a letter from our director to Professor Hamilton-Green saying that it would be most suitable for it to be the Blackburn orientation, etc. So I didn't want to direct the officers of the topic, but in fact it's quite clear that the director is thinks it is a good idea and is alluded to in the letter. So in that case, I'm satisfied with that. As far as the other things go, yes, I can understand that they could go through another process, a grant process, etc. But I must say, I've been to a couple of the things that this group has ran with the money that was given in last year's grant, and they had spent the money so wisely and with such incredible community interest. Like, it's been amazingly well done. The song is just magnificent. The speech by Rod Quantock, the sort of war speech, was fantastic, and it was actually really quite moving thinking. I'm pretty sure my grandfather would have been in that audience 100 years into the day, and I wrote to my best friend saying, I had a great day at Brunswick at St Ambrose's, had the 100th anniversary. He wrote back, make sure you invite me to the 200th. Okay, so I think it's highly unlikely, but anyway. So, no, it's been terrific, so I support this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Chapman. If there's no further discussion, I'll put Councillor Bolton's motion to the vote. All those in favour? I declare that carried. And thank you for your patience this evening.
I'm interested in the other motion you've got up there.
Right,
The Pentridge one.
The Pentridge one, okay.
Oh, yes.
When's that coming up? Let's have a look.
Is
After the grants one. So next. After
Yep, so we've got one more to go before
Page 153.
Did you want Pentridge? Yeah, we'll keep going in the order because there's just one more to go, and then we'll turn to Pentridge, which is in the next one. So we've got the Community Grants Program for 2016-2017. Is there a councillor who wishes to move this report? Councillor Yildiz? Is there a seconder? Councillor Franny? Councillor Yildiz, do you wish to speak to it? Councillor Franny, do you wish to speak to it? Is there any further discussion from councillors?
Just to raise for point of discussion about proposing an amendment. This is a tricky one. This was initiated by me. I think I moved the motion last year, but after a bit of discussion with the councillors, and it was to try and address a bit of an issue that we're seeing a number of groups who our policy at the moment in terms of the operational grants for community groups is limited to 3 years, and that's a very good reason to ensure that new groups are able to access our funding and have a diversity of support that we can offer to the community. However, there has been a limitation over the last couple of years where we know a number of groups who actually don't have access to any other sources of funding, and it's been a real worry about how do we address that without it just being through a councillor resolution. So this report was trying to seek out are there the avenues, and it's a really tricky one because whichever avenue you open up, there's pros and cons of it. At this stage, I'm not going to propose an amendment. I think it's worth us having a bit more of a chat about it in terms of how we approach it going forward. Setting up a new category has a set of issues with it, lots of benefits in terms of being able to support groups in an ongoing way, but then are we creating the same issue that we try to address with the 3-year cap? So I think I'd like to have a bit more deliberation with councillors before progressing that.
Thank you, Councillor Ratnam. Councillor Bolton?
It's a shame. I was hoping you'd move the amendment, Councillor Ratnam. I think we do need to have further discussion, and I'm aware of 2 groups. I mean, other councillors may be aware of other groups. The one that I'm very aware of is the Kurdish Association, which both plays a role in terms of bringing the community together culturally, but also plays another role because there's a large number of refugees in their community, and also, you know, there's a war going on in their homeland, and so, you know, they found it very difficult when, we did manage to give them some funding in the last round, but it was a real struggle. It was a reduction on what they'd received previously, and they were not getting another source of funding. Another group I'm very aware of where their funding keeps getting reduced by council is the Coburg Community Information Service or Centre, and they're the only organisation that provides emergency relief in Coburg. There's no other organisation, and it's in the context of the Salvation Army in the north and the south cutting funding for emergency relief by 31%. And so this little service, you know, the council's grant covers their admin so that all the money they get from the federal government can be given in food vouchers. But anyway, I think we've got to find some way of assisting some of these sorts of groups.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Ratnam.
In light of that, in terms of that there's a shared view, I'd like a procedural motion to defer this, so we have time to consider it.
All those in favour of a procedural motion to defer? All those against? I declare that carried. So that will be deferred. We'll now move on to the review of the Pentridge Master Plan progress update. Is there a councillor who wishes to... Oh, right, that's right. And Councillor Abood, thank you for remembering Councillor Abood has a conflict of interest on this particular report, so we'll wait for Councillor Abood to step out. Councillor Bolton, and just to gauge, previously I had asked councillors for point 5 to nominate a councillor representative for the Pentridge Community Residents Group. Councillor Bolton, can I ask, is that something that you would be interested in?
No, I think that would be a conflict of interest,
right,
because it's a developer group, it's
yes,
not a community group.
Yep, well, you could represent
if
those
someone
interests.
else was
Councillor and Olivia Carly, you mentioned that you
I can go on it. If nobody else will go on it, then I can go on it. I can try and go on it.
Depending on my family.
Sure. So just through the Mayor to clarify, so the councillor wouldn't be required to, I just want to clarify the comment about conflict of interest. The councillor would be representing council, so you wouldn't have a conflict. It would be a choice about whether you want to be on that or not, so it's not a conflict. You're representing council.
So this will provide me with more knowledge about what this project is.
Right.
Yeah, I think I'd like to go on it then.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so I'll move this motion. I don't need to read the whole thing out, do it? Everyone's read it. With number 5 being nominate Councillor Olivia Carly-Hannon to the Pentridge Community Residents Group, and someone seconded it. I won't speak very long to this because we have had a number of discussions about this, but I guess the alarming thing that's within the council officer's report is that 100% of Pentridge has permits granted, and then there are various applications happening periodically to increase height and density and so forth. So I think this is very pressing. I think we have to pursue this to see what we can do to provide protection both of history and of amenity. Like, both things I think are incredibly important. I'm very disappointed, but probably not surprised, that the developers don't want to participate in the review of the master plans. I think they want to go as high as they possibly can in terms of structures. And I'm also very disappointed that Future Estate appears to be trying to get out of its commitments in terms of the covenant, in terms of protection of heritage, and anyway, I think it's a very interesting report to bring us up to date. But I think the faster we start work on this, the better, because we don't have a moment to lose, basically. I'd like to commend the report.
Thank you, Councillor Bolton. Councillor Ratnam, did you wish to say anything further? Is there any further discussion from council?
I might just speak
Councillor
quickly.
Anna-Lydia?
So, in terms of this report, it's still something that I'm trying to get my head around. A lot of it is a steep learning curve for me. But Councillor Farnley and I both went and met with Shire Group and did get a tour of it. And I guess the main things that I sort of am taking back to think about are really the issue around heritage and what it means to maintain a heritage building. Because obviously, by leaving a building there that we believe has heritage value, with no money to actually look after it, we are not doing it any service, and it is not going to be maintained. I think we all need to go and have a look at the site and to talk more, to a greater depth about what we think can be done with the heritage there. But I kind of did think that trying to use it as something other than just the building that it once was is something that I am quite willing to entertain. In terms of the whole master plan, that's something that I hope, by being on this committee, I'll be able to sort of to grasp further. But I do think it would be really good if other councillors could get involved in this discussion, because I think it is a really big one that also fits in with a lot of our other discussions around Cobag Activity Centre, around development in in the inner north, and being a central hub to public transport, to open space, and an area that we need to do something with. It is really important that we are proactive on this as well. The other thing that I would really mention as well is that we do need to be transparent with Shire as well, because yes, they are developers, but they are also spending a lot of money at the moment on infrastructure on that site. And I don't want to be in a situation where we're not thinking about the future of that site, because we've seen it change hands time and time and time again, whereas we actually would like there to be a future that is going to be ongoing for that development.
Thank you. Councillor Farnley?
I think Councillor Callahan actually really encapsulated a really important point there, which is we really want to see progress on this site. We don't want to see another fortunate instance where we have to start from scratch with a new developer that isn't interested or takes another direction. Now, there is a master plan that they're building towards. I was happy to see it, but I'm certainly for taking a refresh or relook at that master plan and seeing what we can do to improve it on behalf of the community. I'm really excited to see some of the key infrastructure projects that are needed in that site, including the cinema. If I remember correctly, that was one post on Facebook that I once posted about it. Lots of likes, so that's got a lot of community interest. So really keen to see some progress, but this certainly won't stop that progress. It's certainly just engaging an expert in looking at the site and seeing if we can make it a more contemporary master plan that is up to date.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion from councillors?
I'd like to close the debate.
Councillor Bolton?
I think it is very important there's progress and progress. I think you have to really there's positive progress and negative progress, and I certainly hope that coming out of this process, we get positive progress and not negative progress. And so far, what we've seen on Pentridge is a lot of negative progress. And I think it's really important to remember that none of the master plan, there's never been any, or maybe once, only once out of all of these master plans been any community consultation, and that's not totally clear that that happened. So these master plans have never had any input from the community. They're entirely developer driven. And actually we, at an urban planning committee just recently, we talked about emergency vehicles not being able to drive down the street. As an ex-heavy vehicle driver, I have great concerns about emergency vehicles being able to get through some of the Pentridge streets, because I don't think the developers give a stuff about amenity. And when Future Estate sold off a recent site, they made a cool quite a few $1 million just by sitting on the site and then selling it off. So there's a massive speculation happening on the Pentridge site, which is fueled by going higher and higher. And I think we do have to really keep that in mind, that the community has been shut out of any discussion about this site. Pentridge fell off the National Heritage List. Oh, that's not the proper title, but you know, just before it was sold off to private developers. You know, and then these plans are all devised by developers. So I think we've got to remember that the community is really thinking about the impacts that this is going to have in the surrounding area, and I think we've got to put the community back in there. And I think council's got to not just be relating to the developers committee, but also relating to the community members that are thinking about both amenity for residents and local community members, but also we do need to maintain some of the heritage. Otherwise, we might as well just say to the developers, bulldoze the whole thing. We do have to retain some heritage. And some of these developers are legally obliged under covenants that they've signed to preserve some of that heritage, and they haven't been doing it.
Thank you, Councillor Bolton. Is there any further discussion from... No, Councillor Bolton closed the debate. Yeah. So in that case, I'll put the motion to the vote. All those in favour? I declare that carried. Thank you. Well, now we may need to call for a further extension of time, because it is Councillor Fani and seconded by Councillor Riley. All those in favour? I declare that carried. We'll now move on to the City Development Quarterly Activity Report, and Councillor Kavanagh is on this.
Could I move the recommendation on page 395, please?
Thank you, Councillor Kavanagh. As a seconder, seconded by Councillor Ratnam.
Yep, I'd like to speak just briefly. Just to say, first of all, congratulations to the department there. As you can see by the report, I love these quarterly reports. They're very well written and they're very clear and succinct, and they show that the development in Moreland is continuing. The one thing I did want to point out is something that is a dramatic difference in these reports for the first time in the 13 years that I've been seeing them. For about 10 years they came to the Urban Planning Committee, and for the last about 3 they've come to Council, and I'm pleased that they come to Council now. And that is on page 401 of the report. Okay, in 401 it says that in the December quarter, Council's expenditure for the operations was $962,901, and we received $946,630 in fees and charges. So in other words, yes, the Moreland ratepayer is still subsidising the development industry, but on this occasion only to the tune, and I know it's still a substantial amount of money, but $16,000. Can I say in the 13 years that I've been looking at these reports, from memory I think the lowest previous to this was 400,000 and the most was 970,000. All of a sudden, because of the lobbying, and partly of this council, to increase planning fees, finally the developers are starting to pay their fair share in development, and the Moreland ratepayer is going to be somewhere in the tune of $2.5 million better off this year than what they were last year, right, as a result. So that is a very, very pleasing figure, because for too long the Moreland ratepayer has been subsidising the development industry for development they don't want.
Thank you, Councillor Kavanagh. Councillor Ratnam, do you wish to speak?
Yes, I just want to second the comments of Councillor Kavanagh, and it's very pleasing to see that result. Just to note a couple of other points, there's so many items in this report tracking our progress against some of the key areas of focus. I just wanted to note that we've made significant progress in planning enforcement. That's been a real focus of this council and the previous council, and we're hopefully seeing a turnaround in terms of our ability to respond to the number of enforcement issues that are brought up, and that comes with greater development activity in the city. And I think as a council we'll be thinking about how we resource our planning work. We're able to recoup more of the costs now, which is really fantastic. We are meeting the 60-day statutory deadline at a higher rate than other councils, but perhaps there's areas where we can increase that target as well. But I particularly note the compliance and enforcement work that's been done by officers and that team. Just want to commend them on that work. That's very pleasing to see.
Thank you, Councillor Ratnam. If there's no further discussion from councillors, I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? I declare that carried. We'll now move on to Urban Environment Committee, change to terms of reference. Now, this is where we're required to nominate councillors to sit on the Urban Environment Committee, and I believe Councillor Ratnam has expressed interest, as have I. Are there any further expressions of interest for this committee? I think we can have probably around 4 people.
Yes.
Yes, Councillor Ilfrani and Councillor Riley.
I just have a question. I mean,
Sure.
it was implied that there would be, the terms of reference has nominated who they would be.
That's right, the councillor
I read this.
That's right, yeah. Okay, can we clarify that?
So, yeah, there are a number of us who are already councillors responsible for are being effectively nominated as a consequence of that. Is that right?
Yeah, that's what the
It's the
report says.
UPC members.
Plus the other.
That's changed, but then it's also got who else should be there.
So for the benefit of our audience at home and the gallery this evening, we're just checking the report to make sure that we're nominating the correct councillors for this
I
committee.
think we're all meant to be the whole UPC.
No, that's changed.
No,
That's
that's
the
changed.
change.
Can I just-
That's one of the changes.
It's, can I just clarify? My reading is it's the Urban Planning Committee Chair, the council responsible for infrastructure, sustainability, transport, etc., and economic development. Thank you, Sue. So I don't think we need to nominate people this evening because it's already been included in the motion.
I think he's probably right. And those titles make sense to me.
So the summary of the report says the report recommends that the terms of reference be amended to remove reference to the UPC and alternatively to choose councillors appointed to look after specific issues which also align with the purpose of UEC, and they are exactly what Councillor Riley has noted. So I guess there's a position being put in the report,
Yes.
and it still needs you to agree that that's what you'd like to do or have some alternative. So this was a basis to give you some science to that.
Right. So the councillors responsible for those areas, Councillor Riley, Councillor Ratnam, and Councillor Yildiz. Right. And Councillor Martin. And Councillor Fran. Now,
I just have a quick question. I'm the substitute councillor for Tran.
It's slightly different.
Okay, so
That's MTF.
okay, good. Sorry.
Okay,
Just checking.
so with those councillors, can I confirm that you're happy to sit on this committee?
Yes.
Oh, great. Okay. Is there now someone will need to move this report? Councillor Abood. Is there a seconder? Councillor Riley. Is there any discussion? Okay, I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? I declare that carried. Excellent. Now we'll move on to organisation development. We've got the Council Action Plan 2016 to 2017 Performance Report, second quarter, 1st October to the 31st of December 2016. Is there a councillor who wishes to move this report? Councillor Riley, and second by Councillor Tapanos. Councillor Riley, do you wish to speak?
I just recommend the report. There's good reading and it's important reading with the plan that we're underway with. So, the reconsideration of the new plan. So, it's really important that we read this because there does need to be some finessing of our plan for the next 4 years, and this is a good opportunity to think about it in that light as we make further decisions about those plans, please.
Thank you, Councillor Riley. Councillor Tapanos, is there any for Councillor Bratton?
Quick question. I had asked this question over email. I just wanted to clarify with officers. I asked a question about one of the reports around the upfield lighting. So it was talking about the next stage of planning for the upfield lighting, and you've replied saying that the lights. So it's about the upfield path lighting. That the lights that it's referring to are new lights in the north section north of the Barts. My only other question was north of the Brunswick Barts.
Okay.
That's the section it's referring to. My question was, my understanding of the last budget was that budget funded the full lighting works between, I think it was Brunswick Road and Bell Street. And I'm just questioning, if this doesn't complete the works, where is that completion of the lighting works happening? I thought we were about to complete the lighting works.
Let's we can turn to Grant.
Through the Mayor, the funding, there's $100,000 allocated over a number of years, and there's further funding in the draft 17-18 capital budget, which is yet to come before you, to continue the lighting. So I'm not sure about whether the funding this year or whatever was to complete the lighting. I don't recall that ever being the case. There are still a number of spots that need to be completed.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Ratton. Is there any further discussion? No? In that case, I'll put this to the vote. All those in favour? I declare that carried. The next report is Procurement Australia Recruitment, Training and Associated Services. Is there a councillor who wishes to move that report? Councillor Riley and Councillor Abood to second. Did you wish to speak to that, Councillor Riley?
No, or is it?
Councillor Abood, is there any discussion from councillors? In that case, I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? I declare that carried. Now we're on to the notices of motion. So we'll move on to, we've done Councillor Ratnam's first one. We have the East Brunswick Village Development. Councillor Ratnam.
Yes, so I'll take the motion as read. I do want to add an additional point which was circulated to councillors. So we added point 5. That we added an additional resolution, the additional resolution reads that council refer the East Brunswick Village planning permits and project proposals to the Victorian Office of the Government Architect, so that's the right acronym there, for design review. Office of the Victorian Government Architect.
Thank you. Councillor Ratnam. Is there a seconder? Councillor Abood.
So I'll talk. Look, I take the points as read. This is follow-up work from the consultation meeting we had around the East Brunswick Village, and for councillors on the Urban Planning Committee, there was significant discussion as we deliberated on the amendment to the planning permit that came for us at the last Urban Planning Committee. And this is some follow-up work that we couldn't do through that committee on the transport and traffic work, and some extra information that we need as we planned for this quite significant population growth that's going to be brought by this proposal, but by also a lot of development activity in East Brunswick. So it's just following up on some of that transport infrastructure planning work that we need to do, particularly the bike path that we need to ensure stays safe as part of the Brunswick Shimmy. This last point is based on some feedback we've received from the community as well, that the Office of the Victorian Government Architect has a design review process that people and councils can refer big projects to get an extra lens of design review. And we believe, given the significance of this project and the importance of it and how transformational it'll be for East Brunswick and Brunswick in general and Moreland, that it'd be good to get some design advice as well on it.
Thank you, Councillor Ratnam. Councillor Abood, do you wish to speak to that? Is there any further discussion from councillors? No. I'll put Councillor Ratnam's motion to the vote. All those in favour? I declare that carried. We'll now move on to the next notice of motion on the agenda tonight, which I believe is the
mine, I think, on the
Councillor Bolton, the
Soccer Club.
Right.
CB Smith Reserve.
Yes, that's correct.
And this is the last one.
Thanks for the team.
It is page 492.
492, yep. Okay. Thank you, Councillor Bolton.
So the motion is quite a simple one, that council resolves to continue to prioritise grassroots community sport by 1, allocating Fawkner Soccer Club's senior female and male teams to use CB Smith Reserve's Premier Pitch in 2017, and 2, reviewing the CB Smith Reserve Sport and Education Facility Management Plan with a view to giving more access to the main pitch for the primary tenants.
Thank you. Is there a seconder? Councillor Franny.
So in speaking to this, I mean, I think we received all the councillors received an email from the club. That was just after Moreland Council knocked back the senior female team from being able to access or play on CB Smith Reserve's Premier Pitch. And I think this was the last straw for the club. I think there have been a number of issues which have built up over a period of time. I mean, this is a great facility. It is a great pitch. And it was, it's, there's a very, it was funded by both Moreland residents as well as state government. It involves John Fawkner College as well as Fawkner Soccer Club, which is the primary tenant. But there are 2 NPL National Premier League teams which also play on the pitch. Because it is a National Premier League standard pitch, there's a limit to the number of hours that teams can play on the pitch. But what that has meant is that there have been a whole lot of unforeseen circumstances, especially by the club, so that this club, which is much bigger now, a couple of hundred bigger than it was before the CB Smith Reserve new pavilion was built, it used to have unlimited access to the pitch that was on the site of this current pitch. So, I mean, I guess I'm moving this motion because I feel we do have to prioritise grassroots community sport, and especially on International Women's Day, we don't want to be rejecting female teams. Now, we had a very fruitful meeting last night. Some of the council officers, club representatives, several councillors, Yildiz, Afanli, Kali Hannan and myself. I've forgotten someone. So I think that was quite fruitful, but I feel that it is worthwhile pursuing the motion, and also particularly because I think we do need to review the management plan, because also even beyond the club, I've heard comments from other members of the community in Fawkner say they feel locked out of CB Smith Reserve because it is preserved for elite sport, and there's fences and things around it for the club. The primary tenant, the Fawkner Soccer Club, doesn't feel like their club because they're not allowed to have their memorabilia around the club. As a result of a motion from Councillor Ratnam, there is a small glass cabinet which does have some trophies and so forth in it of some of the juniors, but it really doesn't have the feel that it is their home. So, yeah, I commend the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Bolton. And Councillor Franny seconded this, so do you wish to add anything further?
Just before I do, Councillor, do you have a...
I'm going to have an alternative after motion, if that's possible. I want to add a point 3, that the Fawkner Soccer Club be allocated free use as a synthetic soccer pitch every Sunday from 9 a.m. till 5 p.m. for 2017.
I accept that.
Is that acceptable as a seconder as well?
Yes.
Right.
Yep.
Can I just, am I able to speak to that before? Can I speak to that?
Yeah,
later?
sure.
Oh, look, that was one of the main points that came up, okay? Right, and because it's costing them an enormous amount of money, even when they get onto the pitch. The former president from years ago put up on the whiteboard here a very good, I thought, impression of what they were given 10 years ago and what they were able to access 10 years ago. Admittedly, it's not as great a facility as what they've got now compared to what they're able to access now. With 200 registered players 10 years ago, basically they had more access to more ovals or playing surfaces than what they're currently getting with 600 members now. And so and as much as the facility is certainly far better, and they're acknowledging that, and there's some things about it that are superior. The main thing is that access to the synthetic pitch has been limited, and when they have had to use it, the costs for them are exorbitant.
Thank you, Councillor Kavanagh. I will seek some detail about the implications for this. Through the Director, Arden.
Thanks, Mayor, through you. We had a fruitful meeting yesterday with one club, Faulkner Soccer Club. They aren't the only tenants of that. There are 2 other clubs that use that space, as well as the John Faulkner Secondary College during the daytime. Where the meeting ended yesterday, there was quite a bit of toing and froing in the discussion, but where the meeting ended yesterday was to suggest that 2 things. Firstly, that it's probably appropriate to review the master plan, no, not the master plan, the ground management plan, to make sure that A, it was not being overused, and B, it was meeting the needs of the clubs and the community. And so that was the first recommendation. The other one was to, in fact, convene a meeting of the 3 clubs, the school and council officers, to try and understand better what the requirements are, what the needs are, with all 3 clubs in the room, because there's suggestions that one plays off against the other, and favouritism's one aspect I want to be careful about.
Okay, can I just offer a possible compromise then, right? Because I'm listening to what you're saying. What about they gain free use of every Sunday until the review takes place, right? Because at this point they're finding like they're under pressure at the point, and I'm happy for it not to be for the entire 2017, but I do feel we need to give them something to show that we're genuine in what we're trying to achieve for them. That's I feel as if yes,
I don't want to speak against that yet. I just want to raise a few questions there. I don't think it's a good idea to do anything that's free and then taken away later, because once you set the precedent, it's starting to cause trouble there. The other thing about it is that the synthetic is separate to the main Premier Pavilion, and it has more implications, not so much for that relationship, I don't think, but more for our synthetic use generally, because we have synthetic both Faulkner and in Brunswick. We probably want to get more synthetic. We have different uses there. So I'm quite supportive of the idea when we talked yesterday about looking at that option, and also about subsidising synthetic and all those kind of things. But just because I don't know who else uses that synthetic, and I don't know what the current costs are, I don't know what our revenue is from it. There's so many things that I don't know about it. I'd rather that we got a proper briefing and talk about it in the future.
I'm happy to withdraw at the moment, but I do want to flag that if we don't get any progress in a short period, I do want to move that.
Thank you. Councillor Yildiz?
Can I support the club big time. The only problem is, if we do this, then you're going to have the other 19 clubs contact Joe Lupino, Sadat, Kirsten, and Arden and say, hang on, why is there preference? And I accept the fact that this club hasn't been treated well. But it's not fair to suddenly go, yep, let's just give them, because you do that, then what about the clubs that are already using that facility on Sundays? You've discriminated against them. Then we're going to attract a lot of bad attention from those other clubs. I think we need to be consistent. I understand that the club needs to be looked after, but my issue is you've got NPL clubs, 1 and 2, and you can't do this. To me, it seems like it's a bit of a rash response, and I get it. The crocodile tears were fair yesterday because they've been treated badly, but I reckon we should really on this one take advice from the director and his staff, because they're interacting and communicating with the club on a regular basis.
Thank you, Councillor Yildiz.
Look, I think the points that have been made are very valid. Look, and I'll withdraw the motion for the amendment for tonight. Okay, I'll withdraw the amendment. I will say though that unless we can see, and I think everyone who was at that meeting can see a fair bit of a movement for this club, then it might come forward. But I think the points that have been made by everyone are valid.
Thank you, Councillor Kavanagh. We'll return to Councillor Bolton's motion. Councillor Franny, do you wish to?
I'll speak as a seconder.
Right, sorry, Councillor Franny.
Thanks for that. That's really fruitful. But yes, we were at the meeting yesterday. Just a very quick summary for the councillors that weren't present. Faulkner Soccer Club have a couple of issues. One of those is that they feel that their home, CB Smith Reserve, is not actually their home because they're more as a tenant, you know, they put their club memorabilia up. They can't actually access the building at all times. They're only allocated certain spots of the day or week. So they feel like they can't even go in and put, you know, stock up the fridge with drinks and food that they're going to sell later on as part of the canteen. So there's a few issues there. There's also that they feel that the female senior team isn't a priority, and maybe the NPL clubs are. So that's something that we're going to work through. But I was really pleased that the outcome at the end of the meeting was that the director and the senior officers in charge were going to work with the club. We're going to look at bringing the other tenants together, and also very open to reviewing the management plan to see and make sure that everybody is really happy. These are, if you'd like, our customers, and we need to make sure our customers are happy because we're managing that facility. So it's really important. So happy to support this notice of motion.
Thank you, Councillor Frowney. If there's no further discussion, I'll put that to the vote.
Actually, maybe just one small point.
Sure, Councillor.
Pretty much everything's been said, but I think one thing we do have to remember is the NPL clubs, the other clubs that use CB Smith Reserve, they have their home. They have their home. You know, this is an extra venue where they play, whereas Faulkner Soccer Club doesn't have any other home, and yet they're not able to treat it as their home. But the other clubs that play there do have their home. And I think the club does feel it quite keenly. I mean, you know, some of the people there who are involved now in running the club, I mean, they played their small children. The club's been going for something like 50 or 60 years. Like, it's a long-standing club. And they were saying, I'm not sure if this is right or not, but it could very well be right, it's the most multicultural club in Moreland, and it is one of the cheaper clubs in Moreland for people to join. They try not to turn people away who can't afford it. But since the new pavilion was built and the new pitch was created, they've had to increase their fees, which now means they have to turn some people away, and that's because their fees have, you know, their costs have increased massively since the development of this new pitch and new pavilion. Now, some of this is stuff, sometimes you have to, something new is built and created, sometimes you need to review things. Once you start to use it, you start to discover that maybe it's not quite what you expected, and I think that's what's happened for the club. There hasn't been that kind of review, and now we need that review.
Thank you. If there's no further discussion, I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? I declare that carried. Thank you, councillors. We'll now move on to general business items for tonight. For the members of the gallery and those live streaming at home, general business relates to business that calls for a presentation of a report for a future council meeting. General business items do not appear in the agenda, however these will be minuted. Now we'll move in order of how they have been received. The first one on tonight is Councillor Riley, Cycling Infrastructure Budget and Strategy Implementation Report.
Thank you. Do we need to read this out? Or?
No, we've all read them.
Oh, good. This is for the people online. Right, this time of night, what am I going to say?
So is there a seconder though for
Can we have a seconder?
Yeah, Councillor Ratnam.
Very good. This will just help us with our plans for the next priorities as well. So I think it's timely that we can call for these reports, and hopefully will play into what we're already doing you know, in the broader scheme for our plans forward. So we all know how cycling is important. We want to get that modal shift happening. So I'll leave it at that at this stage of the night. Thanks.
Thank you. Is there any discussion from councillors? Well, in that case, I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? I declare that carried.
Thank you, councillors.
Excellent. And another one from Councillor Riley, towards a zero carbon future in Moreland.
Councillor Martin.
Sorry, Councillor Martin.
Sorry.
That's all right.
What happened there?
Yep.
Something going wrong in the system.
Thanks. I'll speak really briefly to this. Essentially, all this is asking is in line with the strategic audit, which is due to be coming up soon. We're just ensuring that we include a few extra things in there in MEFL's assessment, and also exploring some of the the barriers that we're currently or we may be encountering, and looking forward to our 2040 as to whether or not we can achieve 100% carbon emissions reduction. So this is really setting up some of the work that we're looking to achieve ahead of the budget process. And I think it's really important to understand that getting this information back is going to allow us to make the decision on whether or not all of our spending and all of our money and all the money going into our zero carbon evolution strategy has actually been worthwhile to date. And I think it's really important that we have this piece of information before we make any more decisions regarding our strategy.
Thank you, Councillor Martin. And Councillor Ratnam wishes to second the report. Is there any further discussion from councillors? No? In that case, I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? Sorry?
Sorry, it's just, sorry, this is my old motion. So,
What's the new bit? Oh, right, that's been updated.
So it's been updated. I circulated one just before.
What was the difference?
So the difference between it was I changed some of the slight wording in there. So it's removed references from the May 2017 council meeting and talked about prior to the adoption of the draft budget. And also I've removed point 2 and expanded on it. So it should have sent it round
I
to
can see it on mine.
And the strategic audit, it's a reference in the strategic audit as well.
Do you want me to send it?
Yeah, she wasn't.
Yeah. So it just circulated at 6:50, so it may not have made it into what we produce ourselves. We just have to do it here. Give us a moment.
Yeah.
We can speak to it if we want to, if you have time. We can always answer there.
Thanks for taking it. Okay.
No, just... do any councillors wish to speak to this for the purpose of the audience watching at home tonight? Or? No? Okay. GPs, if it doesn't have a report, is it still a GP? If all the councillors have seen it, if one doesn't say a GP doesn't have a
So, yeah, so this is the correct one. So in there, the main difference in there is that it's delivered in a report to councillors at the council meeting prior to the adoption of the draft budget, because it's really important that we have this information before we go to allocating funds going forward.
And the strategic audit, it references that as well.
Yeah, references the strategic audit.
Okay. Yep. Okay, so we'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? I declare that carried. Now this one's mine. So this is in relation to the Rotary Club of Glenroy, and if I have a seconder, thank you, Councillor Kavanagh. So councillors, this is seeking to continue to liaise with the Rotary Club because they're at risk of being removed and potentially displaced forever from the land there that they have leased from VicTrack for a peppercorn lease, and they've sought our help in relocating them both temporarily and in the long term, and also to call on Lizzie Blanthorne to assist with this as well as the state MP for the preservation of the business structure as well. Is there any discussion from councillors in relation to this?
I just want to say thanks for raising this motion, Mayor, because it is an important one. That is extremely well used opportunity shop, and the facilities above. It's hard to tell from the outside, but it's a lovely room that they entertain in, and it's such an important part of that community. So we've got to try and help them if we can.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kavanagh. If there's no further discussion, I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? I declare that carried. We'll now move on to the next general business item from Councillor Tapanos, the Brunswick Music Festival and Sydney Road Street Party.
Great. I'll take it as read with an additional dot point E to also have an assessment of the accessibility of the street party and music festival.
Okay, Councillor Tapanos, could we just pause for a second because we will need to include this. So it's a dot point E down the bottom. And could you say the wording again?
Look, let's go with investigate options to make the Sydney Road Street Party and Music Festival more accessible to our community. I think it's
mobility,
mobility.
physically accessible.
Physically accessible.
Yeah, physically accessible.
DDA.
Yeah, DDA.
Right,
More
okay.
DDA compliant and accessible. More.
So you can put open brackets, DDA compliant, close brackets.
I think
so
that's
we know what we're
a
talking
good
about.
point to clarify.
If I have a second, I'll speak for.
That's right. Is there a seconder, Councillor Riley?
Yeah, we spend a lot of money on this festival, and it is one of the greatest things I believe we do in council. So it is good to be able to assess it against some key performance indicators. So I'm really looking forward to that occurring, and it will be the same indicators that we've assessed previous festivals on. I do think that every good festival changes and evolves with time, and perhaps we should have a look at a couple of things that I hear quite constantly when I go to the Sydney Road Street Party, and that is that people would like it to go for longer, and of course a lot of our culturally diverse community would like to be more engaged in some of the programming and more ability to be involved in the music festival, but also the street party. And of course, and I'd like to thank Councillor Mark Riley for the additional dot point. I think it is imperative that when we do spend so much money, we do make sure that things are DDA compliant and as all of our community is able to enjoy the benefits of having the street party and the festival. So I look forward to what the report might come up to make this festival a little bit better.
Great, thank you, Councillor Tapanos. Councillor Riley, do you wish to add anything?
Just to say that there is a live issue that I've been dealing with a resident, and it's quite concerning, and I don't really want to go into it because it's being resolved or being addressed, but it just really concerns me that at this time we have people, finding these problems, and I know it's going to happen from time to time, but let's hopefully we can make it more accessible. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Riley. Councillor Ratland, just a quick
Question, perhaps of officers, just in terms of the usual reporting. So given this is our first year of the in-house operation of the Sydney Road Street Party, what was the anticipated reporting to council? Would anticipate there would have been a report that came to council about it? Was there one to come? I'm just wondering whether we need another report or whether there was a report anyway coming. And I'm not arguing with the criteria. We want to add all those things we want to see, but I just want to know about the timing.
Don't have timing yet. The festival's just started. Sydney Road has just finished. There will be a report that will come to council. We can make it specific to these two events, one for the whole festival.
Festival, right.
That could be later on. We could bring forward one, say the middle of the year or something like that.
Yeah, it was just more a question of process really, and it'd be good to see it in the context of so I support this and I support the requests for information they've made through this. It'd be good to see it in the context of the broader festival as well. So if we were going to get a report, particularly because it was our first year of operation in-house, we would have had an evaluation of it, that we see all this together with the broader evaluation and, that's all.
Thank you, Councillor Ratnam. Is there any further discussion from councillors? No, I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? I declare that carried. Councillor Tapanos will now move on to the final GB, which is the synthetic soccer pitch at Clifton Park.
Some time ago we removed Clifton Park from the Brunswick Structure Plan, and I really do feel, I'll move the report, the motion as listed. If I have a second, I'll speak for more.
Is there a seconder? Councillor Carly Hannon.
Yeah, thank you. So some time ago we removed this precinct from the Brunswick Structure Plan, and we really did, it left a bit of a void as to what we really want to see occur on this site. And of course, since that time, we've had things develop. We've had a synthetic pitch being installed about 4 or 5 years ago, which has alleviated some of the pressures around football in the municipality, and it was a really visionary project. It was great we did that, otherwise we would have been even more in trouble. However, we are now seeing some rezonings that are going to occur on the Albert Street side, and I want to make sure that we are making the future needs of the park are really being put first, and want to have this investigation about potentially building another facility, another synthetic pitch adjacent to that, and seeing whether it does fit in that space, and if not, what kind of land will be required to make it fit. So I'm certainly not suggesting that this synthetic pitch investigation take priority ahead of the others, and I know that there are many parts of the municipality that would really be able to utilise another synthetic pitch. But I do think if we have this report, it would certainly benefit in being able to identify whether a synthetic can fit in that location in the future, and that would certainly be able to inform my decisions about future rezonings and any land that should be accompanied that. So I do think we need to be visionary sometimes in council. We've seen the growth of the sport, and certainly creating Clifton Park as a bit of a hub for sports, particularly for a lot of these clubs to utilise training facilities, something that's adjacent to the FIFA accredited pitch, I think will overall provide a great facility that could be utilised by not one club specifically, but all of our clubs, as well as our community organisations who might want to run sporting festivals and make use of two high quality pitches at the same time.
Thank you, Councillor Tapanos. Councillor Callaghan, do you wish to add anything further as seconder?
Only if there's any objectors that have questions.
I just have a question, Councillor Tapanos. We're Brunswick Dragons Junior Football Club, not soccer, football. I presume they play further west than where you're envisaging this pitch. Is that right?
My understanding of it, this is a soccer pitch effectively, but there is a oval, which is a football oval and cricket oval, which is further west. That is not the land on.
No, that's right. Because I know that currently we're looking at the possibility of lights on that.
Yes, that's correct. Yeah.
Okay, and
that's further west.
Okay, fine.
Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Kavanagh. Is there any further discussion from councillors? Right, I'll put that to the vote then. All those in favour? I declare that carried. Okay, thank you, councillors. We'll now move on to the confidential business, and we'll need to close the meeting to the public
Thanks,
and
John.
to our audience at home watching. Thank you, and we'll reopen the meeting following the confidential business.
I move we go into
Councillor Kavanagh.
confidential.
Is there a seconder?
Sure.
Councillor Franny, all those in favour? I declare that carried. 10 seconds.
Here at Moreland City Council, we've got a new library for you to try, but this one's a bit different. It's open 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. You see, our website and e-library are just like another branch. It just never closes. You can download thousands of titles as ebooks, subscribe to everything from the Wall Street Journal to Delicious magazine, all delivered right into your hand for free. You can stream your favourite documentaries and indie features. There's even programs for the little ones. With our huge selection of adult, teen and children's titles, you're bound to find something you like. We've got over 7 million songs for you to stream, with everything from Mozart to Jay-Z. You're able to work out to your favourite artists just by pressing a button. We've got stories that talk with audiobooks for times when, well, you've got your hands full. And the best thing, like always, it's free with your Moreland Library membership. This is just the next chapter in how our libraries are here to help you. In Moreland, we're all about the good times. At Council, we bring you free events and festivals, from our smaller, intimate community celebrations to our large-scale premier events. We've got your social calendar booked all year round.
I get up at 4 a.m. every morning, so yeah. Hi, I'm Keith. I work for Moreland City Council. I'm a side load operator, and essentially, I'm a garbo. Normally stop off at 7-Eleven to get a coffee in the morning. Then yeah, head out at 5:30, start the run. One resident that I pick up from, he's always thankful. He's always there every morning, like every time I come around. Yeah, mate. How you going, buddy? Good day. You know, so it makes you happy when you see that. If you can make their day happy, it makes your day better. You meet a lot of residents from different backgrounds. It's good. I like meeting new people. It's warming. We're not doing anything wrong. We're not trying to make your life difficult by moving the bin. We've got to do it so we can pick the bin up safely. We've got to look out for our safety as well. You know, seeing the kids' faces when you come down the street, they love trucks. Best part about it. It's dirty work, but somebody's got to do it.
You'd be surprised how little sleep you can go on and still function and feeling like you need a university degree before becoming a parent. My name's Nicole and this is my daughter Eve. My first child, he had an injury from the birth and that was picked up by my maternal health nurse, and we were able to put things in place to make sure that didn't become a permanent problem for him.
Think about the feed, play, sleep pattern.
It's a big trust thing. You're relying on them to make sure everything's going well and to pick up anything that isn't, and they've done that for me, so it's been great. I've had a lot of problems with breastfeeding. The clinic is set up here to drop in, and they slotted me in for that, for some support there. How to bath, how to feed, what the sleep schedule should be, whether they're thriving or not. All those little details that you've got no idea about. If I didn't have this service, I think I would have had a lot more insecurities about raising my children. I would have been missing that sort of peace of mind.
I love helping parents to adjust to this new exciting role of parenting.
My name is Paul Condo. I'm an active Moreland member. I've had an issue with my weight all my life. I knew it was time to actually really do something about it. And you accept it as part of your life. It's not just a place where you come to have a workout, and it's a social aspect to it. You meet some great people, the instructors here are fantastic. It's a good environment. My daughter is very proud of what I've achieved so far. I made a promise to her last year that the next time we were going to go to Queensland, I was going to lose enough weight to be able to fit on the rides at the theme parks. I kept my promise to her. It's very motivating. You've got a lot of people that come in for the same reasons. They all come in here to work hard. I'm able to run, I'm able to bend over and pick up things without worrying about tipping over, so it's been good, it's been good.
My name's Damien. I work for Moreland City Council as a team leader on one of the asphalt crews. I know every bakery in Moreland, depending on which job I'm going to. Buongiorno, Pasquale. Buongiorno. Muy bien. Molto bene. Just potholes, general potholes, speed humps, new footpaths, repairs after builders, bike paths, anything that's got asphalt on, we fix. It can be pretty serious, as you can tell, especially for push bikes and mopeds and things like that. Potentially could cause an accident. We normally get on top of these pretty quickly. The common misunderstanding is that we're lazy and standing around 5 men looking down a hole when you have to watch. Otherwise they'll go through a gas line or a water line. Some kids love them. They cry as soon as they get taken away. They could sit there all day and watch them. Mostly young blokes. Residents could make my life easier by having a little bit more patience and maybe trying to understand, keep it going, exactly what it is we're doing. Maintaining the roads, keeping them safe for everyone to use. They're all necessary things we have to do, so yeah, I think our job's pretty important.
I'm Eddie.
And I'm Lara.
This is Lara.
Well, we wanted to build up a sustainable lifestyle as much as possible, so we made the decision first to get solar hot water, and we obviously worked a lot on making the garden as kind of sustainable as possible. Solar energy seemed like the next logical step.
We began by emailing Positive Charge, and then once we'd got advice from them, they put us in touch with Energy Matters. I think having the council approval and having the system already set up just meant that everything, at each stage, it seemed a lot easier than it might have been.
So by going through the Moreland City Council Solar Bulk Buy program, you can get a discount exclusive of recommended retail price. Also, all the government rebates and incentives are done for you, so all that paperwork's dealt with.
Yeah, we've more than halved our bills. We were spending around about $450 on power per 6 months. In the last 6 months, we spent $160 on power. So we've made a pretty big cut. It looks as though the system will pay itself off within about 5 or 6 years, which is fantastic. Yes, we would absolutely recommend the scheme to other people. We'd recommend Positive Charge. We'd recommend that people get in touch and ask some questions.
Well, I was looking for a job. The only way I'll probably get a good job is through a course, and what better course than lifeguarding. My name's Rodwin. I'm a lifeguard here. I watch the pool indoor and outdoor. I was working at a pizza shop, and well, one of my friends from Fawkner, he knows the people from the council, and apparently they had this program running, and he told me about the program and that I could end up working as a lifeguard. I took the job straight away. I like doing a job where I'm making sure that people are safe and happy. Yeah, everyone at Oxygen was very nice and very, very helpful as well with getting a job and everything. The course really helped with my confidence. They taught me how to become a lifeguard, towing, swimming. My family is proud of me. And they're very happy as well for me becoming a lifeguard rather than a pizza maker, you know. And I would have also probably been not involved in the same community that there is here, pretty much in the Moreland Council and everything.
Moreland, like much of Melbourne, is experiencing a population boom. That means our city is changing. Residents are renovating and extending, and developers are looking to build high-density apartment blocks. Moreland City Council plays a large part in how this change will occur. And it's not just the big things you need to come and talk to us about. You might not think you need a planning permit to extend or renovate your home, but you do. Here's a rough guide of when you need to come and talk to council. The Moreland Planning Scheme determines when you need a planning permit and directs how we'll consider your application. Good planning considers the impact a new building or development will have on the character of your neighbourhood and your neighbours. Things like a heritage overlay, environmental factors such as being close to a creek or waterway that can potentially flood, or even just the size of your block require you to get a planning permit before any work begins. It's important to consider your neighbours in the design phase of your project to avoid overshadowing or privacy issues. In Moreland, we're committed to protecting and enhancing the rich historical fabric of our city, and significant historical sites are protected by heritage overlay. Heritage overlay on a property means you must get a planning permit for all changes to things like fences or even installing solar panels or a water tank. A building permit will ensure that your building is structurally safe and complies with building regulations. It also makes sure that your project is built by registered builders with the correct documentation and essential inspections to be considered safe for occupation. Building permits aren't just for major renovations. You may need a building permit for a new swimming pool, a new fence or garage, even adding a veranda. You can apply to council or a private building surveyor to deal with your building permit application.
Well, the land's in heritage overlay.
It's essential to get the correct approvals in place before you start your house renovation to avoid future fines or insurance difficulties. These things can get complicated, so we recommend you make an appointment to come and see us early in your project to discuss your plans.
Okay? Have some respect. Have some respect. Right? Shut your mouth. Simple. You shut your mouth.
You know it's rude not to speak English? You're in Australia. You can't be
We've had to stop. We've had to stop. Thank you. Where would you like to take the situation from?
I've seen people being racist towards other people and I've never known what to do. So when this came up, I thought that might be really practical because I think more of us should know how to be able to intervene in a safe and effective way. So I guess that's why I came.
And the practical tools are, how do we engage people rather than confront people or name and shame them?
If you can't be bothered learning the language, why don't you go home from where you came from?
Wow. Hey, I love your boots.
Thanks.
Yeah, where'd you get them from?
Market.
So we want to train people in how to get people asking questions and not clashing and having pitched battles.
Then I realised, wow, that's a fantastic way to disengage because I really did come from here. I was really expecting you to attack me to right down here very quickly. So that was really well done.
That's what we want to create, social change through little individual interventions.
Here at Moreland City Council, we've got a new library for you to try, but this one's a bit different. It's open 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. You see, our website and e-library are just like another branch. It just never closes. You can download thousands of titles as ebooks, subscribe to everything from the Wall Street Journal to Delicious magazine, all delivered right into your hand for free. You can stream your favourite documentaries and indie features. There's even programs for the little ones. With our huge selection of adult, teen and children's titles, you're bound to find something you like. We've got over 7 million songs for you to stream, with everything from Mozart to Jay-Z. You're able to work out to your favourite artists just by pressing a button. We've got stories that talk with audiobooks for times when, well, you've got your hands full. And the best thing, like always, it's free with your Moreland Library membership. This is just the next chapter in how our libraries are here to help you. In Moreland, we're all about the good times. At Council, we bring you free events and festivals, from our smaller, intimate community celebrations to our large-scale premiere